Mother Night, Learning to See in the Dark, with the author of Women Who Run with the Wolves, Dr. Clarissa Pinkola Estés.
It's me, Dr. Clarissa Pinkola Estés, and I'm here to introduce you to the Mother Night series. It's myths and stories and teachings for learning to see in the dark. This is a series that was conceived over a long period of time because it seemed that so many wildly creative and deeply creative souls were not creating as much as they ought to, certainly as much as the world needs, and certainly as much as their soul directs them. And many people, it seems, stop themselves because they feel so much that they're outsiders, that they're misfits, that they don't belong quite, that they are sensitive to being shunned or exiled or marginalized. And yet, from the point of view of the medial nature, which means the one that stands between two worlds, the world of the culture, the overculture, which is often truly superficial and might even say wounding, but also the world of the unconscious that is so rich, so deep in every gifted person, and every person on earth is born gifted, that to be able to move forward and not be stopped by the mere flimsy walls and no's and maybes, all the rest that goes on in the actual world. To go forward is the whole point of the Mother Night series. We've chosen the image of the owl to spread its wings over the whole series. The owl is a person who flies at night. It's a creature who in reality can see in the dark. It's a creature who knows where the obstacles are and flies around them, over them. It's a creature that hunts with an impeccable eye for seeing the tiniest of movement, in other words, completely aware observationally and intuitively and instinctually, which are all the marks of creativity, all the marks of the creative force. In ancient mythology, the owl was considered the helpmate of several of the gods and goddesses because it could fly during a time, it could move during a time when most others could not see their way clear. So the owl comes to mean the ability to see into, to see under, to see around, and to fly with sureness and agility through storms, through lightning strikes, through the dark, and to arrive whole, safely, and with mission either in hand or completed. The owl is a creature that actually lands on my roof. I live on a small lake, one small enough that you and I could swim across it if we needed to. But the creatures don't know that it's not a great ocean. They come anyway. And sometimes it sounds like, especially in the middle of the night, in the summer, it sounds like when the owls land on the roof, that an actual human being has dropped out of the sky. So heavily do they land. And I always feel gifted by their presence, that they land on the roof, and that I know that only between them and I is a very thin lathing on just a little row of shingles on that we're together in some way. And so too for you, the wise nature, the nature that can fly and know the dark and not be afraid of it at all, is in you too. It's right, just a paper's width away from you in your own psyche. So Mother Night is an archetypal remnant that is ancient. She used to be called long ago Mother Nix, N-I-X, and sometimes she's called Mother Dorme, Mother Sleep. Not sleep like unconscious, but sleep as in opening the door to stories, ideas, innovations, inventions, and dreams. And Mother Night is the medial force She, in mythology, will stand between the two worlds, handing things back and forth, informing the world that has grown too dry with things that are moist and alive, things that rise from the unconscious, that rise from the dark. I'm often, because I grew up in the farmlands in the North Woods, taken with the idea that black dirt is the richest, dark dirt is the richest, that things grow there almost by the scattering of seeds on the ground. You could just throw them on the ground and they tend to grow. It's because the blackness comes not just from the humus of the soil, but comes from the moisture that falls from the sky. And the medial is very much like that. It is moist. It is fertile. It is rich. And all kinds of things grow in it that are good, that are startling even, that are surprising, that are of the creative force. So Mother Night is the very thing often that causes people to stop being stuck in moving forward in their creative lives, in the vast gifts they've been given to live out on this earth, in their daring, in their boldness, in their learning to contravene a culture that, if it had its way, it would dry you out, hang you up, slice and dice you, and leave you all dried out, looking just like a cookie-cutter version of the next. So this is the value, I think, of learning to see in the dark, to be able to move with quickness and agility through unknown situations, unknown ideas, ideas that are not yet parsed out completely, and to feel comfortable with it and know that something will come of it, something good. The greater idea behind the Mother Night series is to draw together a worldwide tribe of souls who know there are others out there who are like them, but may not have ever had contact with them, and so kind of feel a little bit alone and isolated. On Mother Night's fireside is meant to draw people from all over the world, from all age groups, from all racial groups, from all heritages, and from all kinds of gift groups together in one place, fastened by only one thing, and that is a love of the life of the soul that must be in every single person's life, that they cannot surrender to the overculture or to over-acculturation, that in many cases they'll have to leave the overculture, to reject it in certain ways in order to remember who they truly are. So I hope you will gather with us at the fireside of Mother Night, and together we are going to fly in the dark.
Mother Night was originally recorded as a series of 6 online broadcasts with people tuning in from different parts of the world. Our series begins with a session on walking in two worlds, the archetype of the medial woman, with Dr. Clarissa Pinkola Estés.
The medial woman, the medial nature of the psyche, is all, for many years, written about, the last 100 years particularly, in various people's work who happen to be depth psychologists or analytical psychologists. They are concerned with what is called also, amongst Aboriginal groups, la alma, the eyes of the soul, that which can see beyond the ego itself. Some people in metaphysics call this part of human nature the mediumistic. And I like the word medial because it tells that it's a part of us that stands in between two worlds, that can see into both worlds, both the world that is obvious, made of wood and rock and stone and human beings and bones, and the world that is invisible in some ways to the ego, but it can be seen and felt by the soul. This medial self, the one that stands between, can carry messages back and forth between the two worlds. In analytical psychology and developmental psychology, this aspect of all human beings would be called the instinctual nature. It is mysterious. It can be written about in volume after volume, and yet it can't quite be pinned down because it has to do with knowing something deep. In, los huesos, in your bones, down inside yourself, knowledge about which way to go, about who is in peril and who is good. Knowledge that can tell us, if we listen to it, of things that would appear invisible to the ego, such as our own motives or the motives of others, for instance. So, Tony Wolff, who was a colleague of Carl Jung's, a psychologist who lived over 100 years ago and died in 1961, his colleague Tony Wolff was a woman who wrote about the nature of the psyche in what I think is a very poetic and lyrical but down-to-earth way. And one of the aspects that she named is called the medial woman, medial being the mediumistic aspect of the psyche that knows what it knows, sees what it sees, hears what it hears, feels what it feels, and says it, puts it into action of some sort, even though others all surrounding, like the court of egos all around, might not be able to discern how this person ever figured these things out in terms of creating, unleashing ideas, creating political movements, resistances, flowering in many, many ways. Tony Wolff's work says that of the psyche, any psyche, male, female, does not matter, that there are several aspects. One is like a lover. It is something that is in love with all things on earth. I think Emily Dickinson was the poet who said, "O world, I cannot hold thee close enough." She was talking about being in love. With what? With water, sky, forests, trees, pathways. That kind of love. So that aspect is named as the hetera often. It's spelled Heitara, and don't please ask me very often how to spell things because I have several forms of dyslexia, and one of them is, I suppose, proof that a creator has a sense of humor. Let's make a writer who can't spell. That would be me. So, hetera means the lover. And some people would like to take that aspect of psyche down into meaning only sexual love or love between bodies, but it's much larger than that. It's a large overarching sky over all kinds of love. So that is significant in the medial nature, because the medial nature, when it is drawn to act by knowing what it knows, seeing what it sees, thinking what it thinks, feeling what it feels, hearing what it hears, has to be tied to that other nature in order for whatever it knows and sees of the other world doesn't become twisted and distorted and put to uses that are not in service of the fullness of being. So these two natures, the one that loves everything, that hugs everything, embraces everything, wants to kiss flowers as they open, is interested in putting their arms around the shoulder of those who are suffering, those souls who automatically hold water in their hands and bring it close to their faces just to smell the beautiful scent of water. Those souls who have that sense of life and life force within all things, and therefore have highly developed instincts, are, in our culture, in Western culture in particular, are looked at as insubstantive often, are looked at as people who really don't belong, who are often pushed to the edges, marginalized. As I used to say, people on the fringes are not really on the fringes often, as you know. They're on the frontiers. The trees and the leaves and the flowers don't grow from the center, they grow from the edges. They grow from the very edges of things. The things that we see out of the edge of our vision, the things that we feel out of the very edges of our hearts, that are outside the regular purview of most people. That's where development, innovation, creativity, invention comes from. New ideas, ways of being that are different, better than they were before. So in the culture, there is the idea that the mystical life, that is, a life of the medial, is somehow unable to be made commerce out of. That somehow, because it cannot be bought or sold, which it cannot, and you can't go buy it somewhere. It is given to you as a gift at birth. That because it can't be exploited particularly, therefore it must not be valuable. However, in the greater creative movements of the world in individuals and in groups. If that nature, the medial nature, is not present, culture, the very culture, dies. The heart of everything that has a heart begins to die and wither because it is nourishment. The medial nature is nourishment for the psyche and for the actions of people who feel it. In my family, and I have two families. One family is Mexicano, and the other one is Mojor and Schwabian. They are a tribal group of people who grew up on the Danube River, the latter, and the former in some of the great volcanic areas in southern Mexico. And in each of those cultures, interestingly enough, there's a concept of that which steals the mediumistic nature away from people. And amongst the old tribal groups in each of those cultures, and incidentally in your culture also, no matter what your heritage is, if it's Polish or Irish, German, no matter what it is, Swedish, Norwegian, Danish, South American country, any part of this world, there are stories amongst your ancestors about this very thing, that the mediumistic nature should never be stolen away from anyone. In my Danubian, Schwabian family, there's a story called the Ölkönig, and it means the Earl King. Earl is spelled E-R-L, and then König is K-O-N-I-G, and it was pronounced in English, anglicized Earl King. And in the Earl King story, it's about a dark forest. The Earl King is a soul stealer, a bloodless, malevolent, claw-handed creature who thieves the minds and hearts of humans so they become hollowed, like the withered woods that the Earl King himself lives in. And so in the story, the way that it is told in our family, is that a father is riding through the forest on his horse, and he has his little son in his arms, and they're riding through the forest. The child, of course, has a vulnerable, childlike heart. And the father is more calloused, and he is, of course, older, and he's lived longer, and he's seen more. But suddenly the little child says, Vater is behind us, something following us. And the father says, oh, no, my son. There's nothing there. Nothing, there's nothing there. And the child's quiet a little more, and the horse just trots along in the dark forest. And suddenly the little child says, Vater, don't you see? The Ölkönig, he's there, I can see him. Don't you see him? And the father says, no, you don't understand, son. There is no such thing. There is no such thing. Just lean against me now and be quiet. And they continue trotting through the forest. And the little child says, Vater, don't you see, he has on his crown and has a long train on his gown. And the father says, no, my son. That's only the fog. You're only seeing the fog swirling. And you see, some of the branches in the trees, they look like a crown. And they continue to trot through the forest. And the child again says, Vater, look, the Ölkönig is close by our side. Don't you see? He is here. And all of a sudden, as the father says, no, it's only the mist rising over the plain. The horse senses and feels the Ölkönig, and he gallops, begins galloping as fast as it possibly can. And the father is holding on for dear life, and the child too. And the child is crying, Vater, I tell you, the Ölkönig is here. And the father keeps saying, no, he is not. And finally, they arrive breathless, the horse wheezing at their destination. And the little child is dead in his father's arms. For the Ölkönig has stolen his father long ago, made it so that his father can no longer see the medial world, can no longer make sense of what the little child heart sees clearly, knows is a peril to itself. Child speaks pure. The father, in analytical psychology, we say the father as a symbol can represent the dominant culture that we live in, the one who tells us what to do, how to be, where to go, how to act, and so on. In this story, which incidentally is also a poem by Goethe, a very short, brief version of the story of the Ölkönig, in this story, the father portrays exactly what many, many gifted people have experienced in culture, and that is that whatever comes to steal their gifts early on in life, no, don't jump. No, don't play. No, don't explore. No, don't look. No, don't see. Don't experiment. Don't think. Don't ask questions. Just do as I tell you to do. The father in the Ölkönig story reminds that this is an everyday occurrence in our lives, and something that Jung wrote about as having to be resisted. The idea of individuation, which is becoming one's own self entirely. And incidentally, that doesn't mean turning into a person who navel gazes. It means turning into a person who is so full and so rich that they overflow into the world, helping other hearts and souls to also become full human beings. Ser humano, as we say in Spanish. Ser humano, a true human being who is fully intact, with full ability to love, without shame, without apology, and a person who is able to stand at the center of both worlds and to mediate, moderate back and forth between the two, passing knowledge back and forth. So, in this story, the horse, a symbol of the horse, an ancient idea. My Mojor father used to tell me that you had to be so careful when you had a horse who loved you, because it would literally run its heart out for you and kill itself. That a horse has such fealty, such loyalty to humans that they love, that no matter how hard you ride them, they'll keep running and running and running, even to their own detriment, out of love for you, out of believing that you really have somewhere to go, something to see, something that's important to you. And in the Ölkönig story, you see that even though the father is asleep, the instinctual psyche, as represented by the horse, is wide awake. After the child continues to say, but father, it's following, it's hurting, it's coming to take me away, not the father, but the instinctual nature begins to gallop, begins to try to outrun what is in the culture that says, it's all right to live deadened, it's all right to live not in your fullest mane. It's perfectly all right to cut yourself off in every direction. Well, it's perfectly all right. In fact, it makes you a really nice worker for other people. It makes you a really obedient person who behaves yourself. And yet, again, where do great ideas come from? Do they come from the well-behaved? Where do great ideas, great endeavors come from? Do they come from people who obey all the minutiae of life? Oh, they don't. They come from the edges. They come from the frontiers. But one has to be alive in order to see them and hear them. And thus, we move into the idea again of how do you keep the medial nature alive, especially when you live in a culture that day after day after day, in so many ways, tells you, no, we're not going to talk about soul. This is the breakfast table. No, we're not going to talk about soul. This is the conference room. No, we're not going to talk about soul. I'm talking to you about our relationship. No, I'm not going to talk to you about soul because it has no relevance. You can translate. You can translate for yourself where this occurs daily in the life that you live. And as I said, Jung said that you have to leave the collective, and what he meant by that is the culture. That you have to turn away from the culture for a period of time and examine what is it that you're made of? What is it that you've brought here? What message, what challenge, what reason for being do you have for being on this earth? A lot of people think it's easy to be born. I don't think so. I think it's very rare. I think that when people are born, it's a miracle. Given how many times a soul lives to be born, given all the things that can occur in between conception and birth and beyond, it's a miracle to be in this life. Given the wars that are fought in this world that murder children by the thousands day after day, it's a miracle to not only be born but to remain alive in this world. There's a reason that we carry with us. When so many fall left and right beside us, there's a reason for us to be doing what we do, thinking what we think, feeling what we feel, seeing what we see, and bringing it into a world that literally is starving to death. The Ölkönig is everywhere. And it's not meant to be a spooky thing that will be relegated to a little, sort of cute little figurine at Halloween. It's a very serious element in the psyche of any individual. Any of us carry the Uro Kinuk. And if we allow it to take us over, in part by not resisting where it touches us in our culture, then we become deadened and we pass that deadening on to others. So Tiresias is a Greek seer, S-E-E-R, and he is a blind man, and he is a really good example of the medial nature. He cannot see with his eyes, but he sees with his inner sight. And he is portrayed often as an old man with a big ragged beard and raggedy clothes, and he sort of lurches around in various ways. But if someone asks him a question, what do you think of this? Or can you tell me about that? Or I'm worried about such and such. He immediately says, this is what I see for you. I had a grandmother who used to say, it was a little scary. I think she used to say, I'm going to tell you your life. I'm going to tell your life to you. And usually it was in the middle of a conversation where you were happy-go-lucky, going along, going, oh, well, there really is no peril in the world, and there really is nothing wrong, and everything's just fine. And this person who's come into my life, even though they look a little strange, and they have a blue beard, and all the rest of that sort of thing, everything's going to be just fine. And she would say, I'm going to tell you your life right now. And she would get this look that would come over her face, and sort of her forehead would flatten a little bit like a copperhead snake. And she would look at me directly, and she would say, this is not going to come to a good end. And if I tried to say, oh, no, it's not true, she'd say, I'm telling you your life. And that is like Tiresias. Tiresias is a concept that is within all mythologies. And in Greek mythology, which is one of the few that we actually have lots and lots of written data from, he is the one who does not mince words about what he sees. And would represent an aspect of the psyche inside ourselves that also should not mince words with us, personally. I'm not so sure about walking around like my grandmother and saying, I'm going to tell you your life. I'm not so sure about that part, but I am sure that there is something in us that is like Tiresias, that can see while it's blind. The heart might be blind, sense of the future might be blind, but it still can see, and it can tell the truth. And truth-telling is so much of the medial nature, so that we know the way to go. It's like having signs that actually read right, tell us which way to go, instead of signs that say all the wrong things, so mislead us. So Tiresias is a person who has this really odd ability. He has the ability to be a man or a woman. And not many of us know many people like that in reality. But if we look at it psychologically, and there are people, of course, who are men and women both. And they are often found in culture of tribal groups that have people who have a feminine nature and a masculine nature both, and they might be both in the same body. And we have other people like that as well in the world. But in this particular view, I'm talking about having the ability to see so deeply and so well that the usual lines in culture of gender are erased, so that you literally could think like a cultural male, for instance, or a cultural female, regardless of your gender. That you literally enter into the psyches of others who are not particularly like you, and be able to see, hear, sense how they move. It is the basis of one of the most dynamic and miraculous attributes amongst human beings. That ability to enter any soul, regardless of gender, tribal affiliation, race, is the very basis for compassion, the very basis for mercy for other souls. And so Tiresias is a good model of the medial nature that allows us to enter into seeing, feeling, hearing, listening, how others think, feel, conduct themselves in their lives, and understanding it without judgment, without saying that's right, that's wrong, it should be more this way, it should be more that way. None of that. Just understanding and having mercy and compassion for whatever is understood. One of the things that I would like to encourage you very much to do are practices. And I know there are a lot of, how do you call them, let's see, I think you call them traditional practices like contemplation, meditation, prayer, affirmations. These are many kinds of practices. And I don't have a specific practice ever to tell a large group of people. I more so want to tell how to practice whatever it is that is strengthening for you. And as you know, if you look up the word practice in the dictionary, you sort of get the idea that practice means to do the same thing over and over again. But that's not what practice really is. And Tiresias and all others who practice the medial way of seeing and being in the world are practicing in an entirely different way. This is where Latin, I went to Catholic school, and with what I call my mad women in black, my beloved nuns, and who were the most educated women of our time, unheard of, so educated. And they taught us Latin. And so we understand some of the origins of words as a result that are so magical. They're so magical when you remember back to what words really mean in the most medial sense. So in Latin, you can have practionis, which is to practice, but also there are other words that are interchangeable. They're like words you look up in a thesaurus. They're sympathetic words. They're just like that word, only different. So declamaciones is a way of practice, and it means to say aloud, to orar, to sing or speak aloud, as a means of remaining close to or remembering something. You see, that idea of affirmation, whether it's ora pro nobis, whether you're singing it in Gregorian chant, or whether you're saying it out loud, whether you're writing it on a piece of paper, that might not be the most important part. The most important part is to say it, sing, speak it aloud in order to remain close to the medial nature, in order to remain close to the heart of the heart, in order to remain close to the immaculate. So that's one way of practicing, say aloud, to sing, to speak, but with the intent of remaining close. Another is exercititones. This means to train yourself, to, as a part of your training, to aim toward an end or an outcome. In other words, it's not the repetition of words, it's not the repetition of chant, it's not the repetition of music, it's not the repetition of dance. It's the aim that is the most important in the practice, and the excitement that one tries to find in that aim over and over again, so that it's not a matter of thinking a thought or holding a thought, or for that matter not holding a thought, so that one becomes all calm, uncentered. Was actually, in this kind of practice, looking for the center of fire, of excitement, of flame, that goes with the medial nature. The medial nature is not a quiescent nature. If you are familiar with Espíritu Santo in any degree, which is the Holy Spirit or the Holy Ghost or Ruach, the mighty wind, when people have been touched with the Holy Spirit, been touched with the practice of the medial nature, you always know, because their hair is flying off their head. Their clothes are on sideways. They're excited. They're warm. They're fired up. They're interested. They're alive, because the Urkönig has been absolutely dispersed. There is no place in that world for one who steals the spirit. So practices are not idle. They're preparatory in order to bring you straight into the red beating heart of what excites the soul, what allows sight, knowledge, feeling, all of those things. And that is what Tiresias is, as is Cybele. Cybele is a Greek goddess who is considered the Mater Grande, or the Madre Grande of the entire universe. She's a Greek goddess, and she is medial. Her ability to see what others need, what they need for their healing, what they need for their hope, what they need for flesh and blood, but more particularly for the grace and the grandeur of the development of their own psyches, is her particular province. And so she too is a seer, an S-E-E-R. And she is a person who has a dedication of love to other human beings. She would be, perhaps in Asian mythology, she would be similar to Kuan Yin. She would be the one who says, I have lived my lifetime as a perfected being, but I will not go to nirvana, or I will not go to heaven. I will remain in some way in touch with earth and its people until every last soul is without pain. Every last soul is fully realized. And this is Cybele. She is a person who also guides people on their journeys. She is in some of the Greek stories about great seafaring journeys. She is the one who tells, go here, go there, don't go here, don't go there. Don't speak to that person, but go to this person instead and say X to them, and all will be well. The idea behind the Cybele as this one who is the great compassionate one toward others was that the ability to even sense the medial nature immediately makes a person into one who gives and gives. And the giving is not, it doesn't wear you out. It doesn't fatigue you. In fact, in some sense, perhaps, it might cause the body to not sense fatigue as easily as it might normally, and maybe that would be good or bad depending on what the person's condition actually is physically. But for the most part, it is a kind of engendering of others that literally causes the person who's giving to feel radiant, to feel that they are in themselves truly. And Cybele and her great mother attribute is radiant. You've probably seen figurines of her that have been dug up at archaeological sites. She has very broad shoulders and very large breasts and large hips and large thighs and little teeny tiny ankles and little teeny tiny wrists and just a regular size head. And there is this delicacy to the Cybele. There's this delicacy to the one who can see far. They could be hurt. Their little wrists and ankles, they could be broken. They could be harmed. But there's this abundance to them at the center of the body, too. And this center of the body is one of the places that some of the oldest rituals focus on, is to bring all light, all nourishment, all energy straight into the middle of the body, to make it not little or disappear or invisible, but to make it enormous, to make it big. Then you think about, well, what's in the center of the body? The viscera, certainly the heart. And since time out of mind, all of your people, all of my people have said that's the seat of the soul as well, the center of the body. So Cybele, in her way of being a seer, is a mother. And a mother is a person who protects, nourishes, shelters, heals, picks up from the side of the road those who have been kicked aside, and helps altogether. In other words, her vision, her insight, her standing between the two worlds is meant to help and to heal, as opposed to another seer that I wanted to tell you about tonight, whose name is Medea. And Medea is also in the Greek mythologies, and she is a person who is a sorceress. Well, a sorceress is not exactly what you've seen in the movies or what we've been fed as, some rather very strange, odd person. I think most of us are very strange, odd. You don't have to be a sorcerer to be strange, odd. But it is meant to be a person who ensorcels, meaning that they can talk about things the way they really are, and they can change the mood of people that they're speaking to, and they can cause people to focus on a far, far away horizon that is not in this moment, that they have the ability to cause others imagination. I see. Different than the mother who heals and helps, different than Tiresias, who's going to tell you your life, as it will be if you take the next step. Different than those. So she is a person who is an inspiratrice, I would say. That is a person who, when you're near them, they make you begin to feel like you want to create. That life as it has been doesn't have to be as bland or as torn up as it has been, that other things can happen now. And that's because the person who has the gift, and I believe all are born with the gift, but of course different things happen to different gifts after we're born, that the person who has the gift of being an inspiratrice will, in so many ways, fire other people to not conform, but to perform, to perform the greatest creative deeds in life, according to their soul sides. So she starts out just fine, but something happens to her. And in curanderismo, we have a concept of the twisted heart. A twisted heart, or you could say, is a broken heart first. And then for some reason, as it's meant to be mended back together, sutured together, something happens. And instead of it being a heart full of compassion and love and understanding as a result of being harmed and hurt, instead it becomes a heart that's angry and wants to harm others. And that is the dark side of the medial nature, that the possibility of using it for ill is heightened when a person has been wounded, who has given their all to another person. Just imagine this for a minute. Has given their all to another person, and that other person has returned dust to them instead of warmth and love. In some cases, insulted them. In some cases, abandoned or betrayed them. And at that moment, a person in their medial nature has a choice. Choice to leave the heart broken open so that it's able to carry even more love, more sight, more insight, more understanding, more wisdom about what smells right and what doesn't, more of perception about what will further the soul and what will not. Or, instead, to make the heart very small, very dark, like a cinder, and instead to let it shoot fire toward things and people and ideas that it wants to destroy. Now, I think some of the saddest that any of us have ever experienced is when we turn on our own ideas, when we say, it's not worthy, there's no way for that to happen, I can't possibly do this, whatever it might be. To think that the heart of compassion isn't really with us, to lie to ourselves and say, there is no oceanic heart, there is no great mother within my psyche, there is no medial person who really can see, this is all foolishness, I'm just sort of making all this up and none of it matters, and so I might as well go on and, eat dirt. Well, that is a part of most of our experiences somewhere in life, but hopefully we did not stay there. Another way to use that sacred heart in the wrong way is to punish others who are creative, who are inspired, who are on fire, who are connected to the medial nature. And you see that constantly. I've been amazed sometimes to hear poets speaking in derogatory terms toward other poets as though it is the most important thing in the entire world, when in fact it seems that, given so many in our world are silenced, literally imprisoned for speaking, that the people are able to put poems into the world freely, to be celebrated regardless, and judged not at all, because they are food for someone, somewhere. Maybe not us, but someone, somewhere. What happens with Medea is she involves herself with a man named Jason, who is an explorer. He has many quests that he has to meet. He has many challenges. He has to kill the talisman, that is the Talus, that is this gigantic man who's made of metal. And she tells him, if you puncture him near the foot, all the steam will escape from him. He's a gigantic colossus. All the steam will escape from him, he will fall down. And exactly that happens. She teaches him about the whirlpools and how to avoid them on his sea journeys, and saves him and his crew time and time again. And she uses her vision, her knowledge of the world, and her knowledge of the inner world and of other people's motives to save him time after time after time. She loves him. She has children by him. And she decides, very much like La Llorona in the Spanish fable, who too falls in love with a Spaniard, too has children by him, and he too betrays her and abandons her for another woman. So the La Llorona, as well as the Medea, do the same thing. They put their children to death. They decide that the only way, because they see the other world and they see that though the man's heart might not be with them, it is most definitely with their children. And so they take the lives of their own children in order to do the most destruction possible to the man who they feel has betrayed them. This concept of killing one's own children, even though there are some who are so deeply mentally ill who have done so. It is not a metaphor for them, but for most of us, it is an idea that exists within us, that we too have the ensorceling ability to see and to guide a journey out of peril into creative work, that we too are in love with something so deeply, something that we give our lives to, that we too have inside us children, potential, in other words, new potential life forms that can create also, that will only be a boon to us. And that because of a disappointment of some sort, it could be anything. It could be a rejection of a manuscript. It could be a person who doesn't invite you in order to join the dance. It could be any number of things, not a promotion, being shut out of meetings, not being asked, not being consulted about important things or things that we think are important. It could be any of those things we decide to turn on our own creative lives and literally murder them. In other words, no more writing, no more dancing, no. No more singing, no, no more creating, no, not going to do it. No, this is pointless, no reason to, no. So, we see how the fabulous insight and creativity of this inspiratress, who can inspire all others to all sorts of things, when she's harmed, she turns deadly. This is not our path, can never be our path. Never. Otherwise, we'll have to believe that we're set on earth for no reason. When we believe that we're here on earth with our gifts in order to bring to self and others something that shows above ground of the radiant force that we're all born into, then we can never take that pathway, or at least we can never take it for long. It's like, throw open the doors, throw open the drawers, throw open all the stuff that you've stored away in boxes, throw it all open, take it all out, look at it all again. Don't put the children into their graves. See what there is. Maybe something will come of it. Might not be what it was, it will be some new thing. Stand in the medial presence of your own psyche and investigate and look and unfurl it all from there. This is the concept of the Sophia and the Ruach. The Espiritu Santo is that element that will not die away. We have in the psyche something like Ruach, which is el viento. It's the wind of creativity, the wind that brings new life. You know, the wind, when you think about the wind, we have here where I live, we have what we call Chinook winds. In the middle of a time when it's somewhat cold out, the Chinook winds come. And you can, at night, go outside and take off all your clothes and literally lean into the wind that is so somehow warm enough, but also so fierce, it will literally support you at a 90-degree angle, that you can stand in the wind and be supported by it. It's a phenomenal experience to feel that something invisible that has huge force can literally support your entire being. And not only that, to make you feel in that moment ecstatic, to remember who you are, what you're made of, why you're here in that moment is to be full. Ruach represents that. It's an old Hebraic term. That is the idea that thought, feeling are like wind, that they come into us not only from ourselves, but from elsewhere. Sometimes from ideas and senses far greater than we are. Sometimes, literally, from something we've read or heard and been inspired by. That the wind is inspiration. It brings all of that to us. And Sophia is the old Greek term for wisdom. And wisdom, I would tell you this. I have read about wisdom because I have worked for years on a book called The Dangerous Old Woman. And it is about the archetype of the wise old woman. And so I have read about what is wisdom, what. And there are treatises, there are précis, there are dissertations, there are volumes, there are practically encyclopedias written about what is wisdom. And I became a little confused because it was so elaborate. And one night, I asked Our Lady, La Señora, enséñame, por favor, show me please what really is wisdom. And that night, I dreamt just this, and I would offer it to you as the simplest, most poignant thing that I know about wisdom. I dreamt, disembodied voice dreams, where you hear a voice and there is no person to it. That's the kind of dream I had. And in the dream, my answer to what is wisdom was this. Wisdom is whatever works. I woke up and thought, that's brilliant. That's good. Boy, that was really good. Thank you. Wisdom is what works. Wisdom is what really works. Wisdom is what will fill the bill now. Wisdom. And hopefully, for the future too. So, think about Sophia. Sometimes, think of elevated ideas that might be a little bit rarefied air that are maybe not so easily brought down to earth. But if you think of the nearness of the wiser self, the seer, S-E-E-R, the seer, the one who can stand between the worlds, you will most often find that it's very down to earth, that it's not necessarily a very far away, certainly not unreachable idea, but it's right up close. Well, Sophia is earthy. Well, she has also a large body. Well, she's not considered a frail being. And she is one who has the ability to imagine what it is that will become of us should we go in X direction or should we go in Y direction or Z direction. She is the one who can balance on a set of scales several different ideas, each one having its own measure. And that is wisdom, that all the wind brings into us is all the imaginable things that we could ever perceive. Yet each one of them has to be weighed in some form so that we can decide in which direction to go. There is an idea, I think, that people are concerned with, no matter which generation they come from, and that is, what is my meaning on earth? What am I here for? How shall I be? Without the medial nature, one can never know. The medial nature is the inquirer, the questioner, and the answerer. And thus, it is the way I like to answer that question is that if you can imagine water, just water, if you were water, then wherever the land is dry and hard, you could be the water. Or you could be the blade that discs the earth open so the water could flow in. Or you could be the acequia, the ditch that carries the water from the river all the way to the fields far away so things can grow and people can be nourished. Or you could be the engineer with a heart of justice, mapping the dams, the ones that must be taken down, and those that would serve everyone would be allowed. Or you could be like that battered vessel and carry the water by hand, on someone's shoulder, in someone's arms, atop someone's head. Or you could be the one who stores the water. You could be the cistern. You could be the one who protects the water. You could be the one who blesses the water, the one who pours it. You could be the tired ground that receives the water so gratefully. Sometimes hard ground, have you ever noticed, when you pour water on it, it sits atop it for a while, but gradually it sinks in. Or you could be the scorched seed that drinks the water, puts your little teeny green feeler out to just sip the tiniest bit at a time of that water. Or you could be the vine, the big, thick, ropey vine that's green growing over land, in all your wild audacity. These are the answers to the question of what is my meaning here? What am I to do? The answer is specific to you that you'll find standing in your medial self. But usually there are not answers that can be said, oh, well, do you remember back in school, we took tests and it said these are ability tests, right? And most of us could have been either brain surgeons or ditch diggers because we have a plethora of answers about everything. It's not like that. It's like to imagine that you are a force of water, and what shall you do with it? That's the question. And the medial nature has the answers for you. We have covered now this idea of medial nature, and I want to just go back for a moment and talk just a bit more about leaving the collective. Leaving the collective doesn't mean to scorn it or to destroy it necessarily, although there are certainly some things that probably should be scorned and should be destroyed. But more so, it really means to examine the culture deeply, to look at it without being in it, to be able to discern what this particular culture actually does to affect all people who live in it. A few decades ago, I came upon a concept again in a dream that has served me well, and I would like to tell you what it is in case it might serve you too. For most of us in this world who are sensitives, who are highly intuitive people, who have that empathic response to everything that goes by, that we register so easily, all the stimulus around us. The world can often be bewildering. It can seem like it's a gigantic puzzle that has most of its pieces missing, and you can't quite get the picture of what others are doing or thinking or what they're demanding or what they're hoping for you or what they're preventing you from or why. So I came upon this concept that made sense at last for me of the world. And it is this, that people we don't understand immediately, they literally belong to another tribe. Their tribe has its own rituals, its own belief system, its own ideas, its own ceremonies, its own food, its own nature, its own politics, its own everything. And it might be very, very different than what our tribe has. And the minute that I begin to understand people that I don't understand as another tribe, then I begin to have respect for what I see, and that I understand that it means a great deal to the people who have that with one another. And I can learn about that tribe, and maybe I would visit, or maybe I would join a little bit, or maybe I'll have tangential rendezvous with that tribe. But I would not be walking in bewilderment as before. In other words, I'll use the medial nature to understand. So, in whatever culture we're born into, within that culture there are many tribes. And we most certainly belong to one, a huge tribe. The tribe is actually inscribed at birth. It is that we all belong to the same one. However, as a result of being cut off, or shaped, or severed, or abducted, or whatever it may be, some of us no longer belong to the same. We have, you might say, scattered into, other portions. And lots of rituals and beliefs have been built up in those tribes that are not the same all the way across any longer. But at the core, we all belong to the very, very same family group. Some are much more aware of what their presence is on earth than others. And some are aware later in life rather than at the beginning of life. And frankly, in a way you have to envy people who become aware later in life because they didn't have, 40 or 50 years of suffering first parts of life trying to figure out what everything was and where they were and what they're supposed to do. So I have given you now this concept that I hope will nourish you. And perhaps you've figured out your own, in which case, I'll hope that as time goes on, you'll tell me what those are, and perhaps I can share them with other people too, because I think all of us are always looking, not for answers, but for ways of practicing and looking and understanding, and therefore being filled and overflowing in heart toward other people. The tribe that we belong to could be called a lot of different things. The essential tribe, our particular family group of people who are very dedicated to the idea of consciousness, believing that consciousness will bring better world, better heart, better thought, goodness in every way if it's handled properly. It's like fire, it's like lightning, it has to be handled well. And so we learn over time how to practice those things. But the tribal name that I often think of for us is a name that I'm actually very proud of. And it's a name that's been used derogatorily over the centuries. And yet, again, I see it based on the idea that nothing grows from the middle, it grows from the edges. And I think the name of the tribe is the tribe of the Sacred Heart. I think the name of the tribe is that name because the people involved in it, who are committed to the medial nature, the instinctual nature, the instinctive nature, the intuitive nature, the consciousness of humankind, and the angelic forces that I think sometimes just wash through us, thankfully, that all of those are dedicated to a gigantic world heart that is nourished by our consciousness, that is nourished by our actions, that we are a part of, and it is a part of us. I wear a sacred heart every day, a little red embroidered little piece of plastic. It's crocheted all around with red. My grandmother made this for me many thousands of years ago. And it has a bloody red heart on it, surrounded by a crown of thorns, and the heart is dripping blood. And, to we Latinos, we are not afraid of blood or calaveras. We're not afraid of skeletons. We often make candy out of them. But that aside, the Sacred Heart is a heart that is really real. It's really full. It's very lush. And yes, it hurts sometimes. It hurts horribly. And sometimes we cry. And sometimes we feel like maybe life isn't really worth going on with. And yet, something about that heart that beats and beats no matter what. And it nourishes and it flourishes and it fills us with el viento. It fills us with the things that we exactly need in order to bring the most angelic forces to bear on this earth that are possible. That gift, that charism that we all brought with us makes us the tribe of the Sacred Heart. Without suffering, I honestly don't know how people develop consciousness. I, myself, on my clinical work, my personal life, I've seen people make huge leaps out of their wounds. And la luz violeta, the violet light that comes from the wound, is actually like a lantern that shows into the dark all kinds of treasure. If we can bear to look at it, even in our sorrows. I am very much attracted to people who belong to my clan within my tribe. My clan. My clan is the Scar clan. It is a clan that has suffered in some way, at least once in life, that has found that even though there's been bloodshed, that even flowers are watered by blood, that there is a purity and a sensibility and an insight that can come from suffering that comes in no other way. So we go forward, all of us who were born this way, and all of us who have derived sense out of our lives in this way. We are La Familia. We are a group of people who know each other, often on sight. We listen to each other's words. We hear each other's voices. And we go, I think this must be familia. Yes, it must be. So, here at the end, I'm going to do two things. I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do, and then I'm going to do it. I'm going to end by putting a blessing on you. All right, so here is the blessing on you. This is a poem that belongs to a little book I'm writing, and it's called The Outsider. It's about people who are born various ways that are odd or unusual, that are seen by some as deficits, but seen by the medial and by the divine as gifts. And the first page has a picture on it of 3 feathers, beautiful feathers, those kind that come from the breast of the bird. They're kind of downy at the bottom and white and fluffy, and then they're darker on the ends, where the barbs, hold or they're all zipped together, at the end of the feather. So there's 3 feathers. And if you would, you can bow your head, or you could put your hand over your heart. I have my hand over my heart. Or you could hold your hand palm up, or you can just relax and be however you would like to be. Oh, this is my blessing on your heart and your head, like miel, like honey over your heart. Some see a feather and think it frail, but the feathered ones arrived as souls with only hollow quills and eiderdown, and they were the ones who saw the stars of both hemispheres before human beings ever could. It's the ones with the little frail feathers discovered the new worlds first and left them unharmed, and crossed oceans before humans dared, saw unending aerial views of earth and sky, while mere humans had to wait for centuries to fledged satellites into the air that could see for them. There are those souls born into this earth to bear 25,000 feathers over a lifetime. These winged ones climb the wind, and they can cover 2,500 miles in a single migration. These souls, so small and yet so great, carry the overview and the ground view, all from flying until exhausted, then resting, feasting, homing, birthing, and finally up again and away, through the storm, through sunlight, through the wonder and the danger and the hunger for it all. Some look at this winged creature and see only a swath of painted feathers. But these souls were born into the earth, explicitly created to fly through more than one world, and to return, ever return to tell the stories of what can be seen when one is allowed to soar. And so may it be for you, and so may it be for me, and so may it be for all of us. Amen. And as my grandmother used to say, Amen and a little woman. Amen.
This concludes Session 1 of Mother Night. Our program continues with Session 2. Sounds True presents Mother Night, Learning to See in the Dark, Session 2, Throwing Off Over-Acculturation, Reclaiming Gifts and Eccentricities from the Shadow, with Dr. Clarissa Pinkola Estés.
Whenever a story is told, it becomes night. No matter where the dwelling, no matter the time, no matter the season, the telling of tales causes a starry night and a white moon to creep from the eaves and hover over our heads. I think if you look around the room now, you might see a little shred of cloud there, a little darkness of starry night. And sometimes, by the end of the tale, the chamber that you're sitting in is filled with something like daybreak. Other times maybe a star shard is left behind. Sometimes a ragged thread of storm sky. And whatever is left behind, in other words, whatever you remember, whatever comes to you of what is being said, not from writing it down, but just from memory alone, whatever is left behind is the bounty for you to work with, to use toward soul-making. And speaking of the night that comes over all of us, I think, when we hear a story that captures us, there is the umbra, U-M-B-R-A. U, M as in Mary, B as in boy, R as in Robert, A as in Anne. Umbra is a fully shaded inner region of the shadow that's cast by an opaque object like us. We're opaque objects in one sense. And the umbra is the very center of the shadow that we cast. It is the most intense and the most undiluted part of the shadow. In other words, the least well-known often, or the least accessible, at least by the ego. In order to know that center of the shadow, one has to use a different set of lenses with regard to standing between the two worlds and moving away from the collective culture that literally gives you glasses with images painted on them that may or may not be accurate, and moving instead into the realm of the soul that sees, feels, senses, and often, la que sabe, knows what's what, how to go next, what the next steps are, how to see things, how to read people, and so on. So the umbra in astronomy is the darkest central part of, say, a sunspot, for instance. And it is a literary allusion, a poetic, lyrical way of speaking about whatever is dark. Whatever is dark has a sense of opaqueness to it at its most meaningful. That's so interesting. And that you cannot see it unless you use a telescope. You cannot see it clearly, what's in it, what it's made of, unless you use a different set of lenses. So tonight, I'm hoping to offer you several sets of lenses that you can use to look at the shadow within yourself. This practice, when we talked last week about what the meanings of the word practice are, that they aren't just the mundane meaning of doing the same thing continuously or over and over again, as in practicing the piano or practicing meditation. Not quite in that way. That those practices that we do, whether they're affirmations or prayer or creating, whatever our way of practicing is, a practice in order to come more to the center of our meaning once again, it has to have an object. And the object that's proposed most often in fairy tales, folk tales, mythology, religious holy writings, and in imagination that people dream at night, is the center on what I would call the Immaculate Heart. It is the aspect of self and psyche that cannot be corrupted, that can never die, that can be injured, can be bruised perhaps, but it is eternal, and it is pure, and it is the ground note that one can return to time and time again in order to quote-unquote tune oneself back into the center again, the center of being, not the ego, but the center of soul. So there are ways to stand at the midpoint of the world, the midpoint between the world of ego, culture, soul, psyche. They're different worlds. And one way to practice standing at the midpoint between those two worlds, so you can see, like Janus in mythology, who had two faces, not from being a hypocrite, but from being able to see into both worlds, one to the left and one to the right. The way to develop learning to see in both directions is, first of all, to pull out or uproot the idea that one cannot really see. You can only see one thing at a time. That is not true. In fact, that's one of the aspects of the collective culture that begins to cut away the intuition and insight and sensing of a soul, and to instead pour all of the soul's energy into ego alone, that has a very narrow way of seeing things. It has, in a sense, sort of Coke bottle glasses that don't work. So, or at least don't show you the whole picture. So there are some words, and these words are in Spanish. And arrancar, A-R-R-A-N-C-A-R, to take out, pull out, and also paradoxically means also to begin. Arrancar, to pull out in order to begin, to back up, to back away from whatever you've been taught is the only way of seeing, and therefore to begin anew. Another word, arrancada, which is related to the first word, A-R-R-A-N-C-A-D, as in David, A. Arrancada. It means to do something that we all do at first, and sometimes in the midst and even after mastery of some sort. That is to begin jerkily, to waver, to have a sudden shaking as the engine starts up. And so this whole idea of arrancar is imperfect, starting, going forward. And the most important thing is to uproot whatever the roots are that are holding us to a smaller vision and move in to a much larger sphere so that we can see in new ways. Now, 2 more words. Io. This is a word that is Latin. It's H-I-O. That's the root of it. And means to stand open, not just to stand between the 2 worlds, able to look in both directions and decide and weigh and measure, but to stand with full openness. And I think when I see images between the worlds, I see as open heart, open torso, open gut, open viscera, open. All the things in us that are capable of sensing and seeing in addition to our eyes and our ears and our skin. All things open. Io. H-I-O. It has to do with a way of standing open. Io. And then also this word, this last word. Sto or stare is also Latin. And it is a word that nowadays is often used as a military word to stand guard, or to when they say, for instance, that the planes are brought down out of the sky that have been doing surveillance, they often say the military planes have been ordered to stand down. And so stand has an idea behind it of mission. And so too, the root word stare has that same thing, to be stationed and to stand firm and to create, in a sense, a mission of standing firm between the 2 worlds, to not be swayed into the old world, the collective consciousness that is, in so many ways, so narrow, but instead to have full vision. And it reminds me of Baucis and Philemon, who were an elderly couple who lived in ancient Greece. And the myth about them is that they built a tiny little hut on the side of the mountain in order to create a way station for weary travelers, a holy place, in other words. And it's very much like that, this idea of stare, to build stick by stick, stone by stone, piece by piece, this standing place, this mission to stand guard in this one place, and that is our home place. That is the place that is the domicile of the soul. So those 4 ideas will take us into looking at what the collective culture does instead. And for most people, no matter which culture it is that is big, the big overarching culture becomes eventually what was once tribal, and there were various attributes shared by many of the people in order to stand in the care of one another. But as things become larger, and some are more rewarded than others, and some are seen as more valuable than others are seen, and the economy and the currency that's used within the culture changes from what is needed and what is exchanged among hearts to something entirely different, then culture becomes a cutting tool. It becomes a shaping tool, very much like a scalpel or a knife or one of the instruments that a sculptor uses to shape the clay or the wax on the armature. And when the culture deteriorates into making only 12 or 14 or even 20 shapes that any one person can be allowed to fit into, you have the result of being over-acculturated. In other words, there are 6 billion people on the face of this earth. And if it is so that there are only 12 or 14 or 20 slots within each culture that one can occupy, you can be accepted by being an X or a Y or a Z, but not any of the others, then you start thinking, well, 6 billion people who are born into this earth, unique, one of a kind, bearing gifts that uncontestable, that they have brought to earth, perhaps just for the person next door or within their family, or perhaps, who knows, for the entire nation, perhaps for the world, who knows, perhaps for the universe, that all of those are carved from the time of childhood forward into 12 to 20 slots in the culture that then are rewarded and said, oh, this is good and you are good and we will give you resources and everyone else is starved out? No. That can't be. That's not a real culture of the soul. That's another kind of culture. It's an economic culture. It's a commerce culture. And the soul can interact with both those cultures, but it cannot thrive in it. There is no food there for it. It's like eagles don't eat the food of mice. They don't. They just don't. In fact, they eat mice. But I don't suggest eating mice. But the metaphor is that if you're made in the way that you're made, then you'll have to find the nourishments that fit and fill you. even if they're not provided by the culture. So, culture is supposed to be a set of ideas that allow us all to live and let live with one another, and to create, and to mend, and to help, and to invent for the good of others and ourselves. That is a culture. But when the culture, as I said, grows too large, it forgets the tasks of the soul's bloodlines. And there's a Hebrew concept. It's called tikkun olam. Tikkun olam means the repair of the world soul. It is a daily endeavor. It is a ritual and it is a practice, both, to reach out to what is within your reach, immediate reach, where you live, where you are, where you're seated, and to touch and comfort and mend and care for anything that is not in balance any longer. That's tikkun olam. It's the repair of the world soul by doing the mending that's right in front of you. When the culture forgets that primary daily practice and instead inserts various and sundry other ideas about what you're supposed to do with your time every day, then you also have a culture that not only does not feed the soul, but it literally begins to starve the person of their soul life. And in the soul is all creative life, all imaginative life, all innovation, all immaculate love, all the things that we cherish as souls on this earth. So, overacculturation symptoms are these. These are the ones that I put together by studying refugees, people who have been stripped of almost everything that has had meaning to them, who have often been carted away from their domiciles, from their biospheres, people who have suffered insult and injury and also near death. And I studied them because as I studied the concept of alienation starting about 40 years ago, I realized that because I had grown up with refugees, people who were brought into our tiny little 2-bedroom house in the backwoods from Eastern Europe that my adoptive father had found one by one, wandering through Europe after being in slave labor camps and wars. And I brought them, and they lived in our home for several years. Many, and dozens came through. And I learned firsthand by wanting to comfort them and hug them and help them and teach them and tell them about the little world that I knew of anyway, that was in the woods, that their world that was so unsafe that now they were in a safe place. They were in a place now where they will have enough food and no one would predate upon them and no one will harm them and no one would drag them out of their homes and no one would kill their children before their eyes and no one would do that ever again. Because I had that experience, I felt that the soul stealing that goes on in culture when a culture's grown too big seems identical in many ways. So these are the symptoms I'm going to list for you briefly, not all of them, but some of the major ones. And I'm going to tell you that if you were to work with refugees or people who have been tortured for realities in any way during war, for instance, that you will find similarities. So one of the first is having strength of ideas, feelings and opinions, but frailness of intent to carry them through. After war, after torment, after being on the road with nowhere to go and everyone seeming an enemy, after stepping over bodies of people who have died or been killed, after watching people literally starving to death, including the precious old and the precious children and the precious mothers and fathers and all the people. And people often have really strong feelings afterward. They have the same feelings for invention and hope and love that they had before, except they have a frailty to carry it out as though it's real. Something has happened to injure their belief, their hope, that all the good things that their psyche imagines and imagines that their soul rises up to the surface over and over again with those ideas. They feel that it must be hopeless, that they can never be again. So I find in gifted people, which is every soul born on this earth, that when they've been through an over-acculturation, they have a similar outcome. They have ideas. They have hopes. They have dreams. In fact, their dream life is often extremely rich, no matter how deeply they've been hurt or disappointed or held away from what they need to be nourished with. But their follow-through, their ability to stand on, to have yield, to stand on, openly stand on those ideas, is harmed. So they're not able to sustain the idea. They say, oh, well, I had that once, but, no more. And then there's the other symptom, which is fearfulness about everything, that everything reminds of past harm, of past hurt, of past blockage of some sort, so that everything that is perceived in the moment as well as in the future is already colored by failure, by inability to protect, defend, take care of, find nourishment for, and so on. And I note that in over-acculturation, the same thing occurs. It's at a different level, of course, and it's not to equate the two with one another, people who have been badly hurt in wartime with a person who has been hurt by their culture and not allowed to develop and grow a soul life. But by the same token, both experience that inhibition and injury, not to the soul, because the soul cannot be harmed. It is forever. It cannot be doused or extinguished. But the channels from it leading into the life of action and belief, those can be severed and need to be mended back up and repaired. So this strength that would come out of being harmed by over-acculturation, so that one thinks there's only one out of 12 or 20 slots that you can really fit into, and you have to mangle yourself in order to fit into those. Cut off your arms, cut off your legs, cut off your head perhaps too, so that you can fit, so that you can be allowed to live. That is a completely false premise. In fact, I would dare say that any place you see in your culture where you do not fit, your culture needs you. They need precisely what you have. They need the gifts that you have brought. They need the energy and all the love that you have brought with you. Because that place where you are not seen or accepted or understood is exactly the place that you would be pouring your energy, so that others can have a glimpse, have a taste at least, of what it means to broaden their sight and their view, instead of, as people do when they are coming out of the refugee experience, they cringe a lot. Anybody who looks at them sideways, they immediately try to become invisible and not to stand out, because they fear so much punishment, and hope is yet not strengthened enough to go forward and say, I have ideas, I have a life worth living, I have a life of meaning, and I will live it, and that's my purpose for being here. And no human being can set that aside. So in order to begin to develop strength, to leave the culture, so you can observe how it cuts and it takes away from the soul, so you can see exactly where it is that you have become a shade of your former self, pale of your former self. One of the most important things to know is that you are not alone, that for reasons that are bigger than my mind, it appears that on planet Earth, souls that come here must go through some kind of metamorphosis from which they barely survive. It is de rigueur, it is a rite of passage somehow, and no one should be harmed in that rite of passage ever. However, there is a stripping away of what is soulful in that passage, and an idea comes eventually that I must take that back, I must take my soulfulness back, I cannot survive without it. And in that moment, the turn is made away from the collective. In that moment, we look around and we see, my goodness, there are all kinds of other people here with me. I'm not alone. This didn't happen all to me because I am wrong or bad, or I have gifts no one will recognize, or people are creepy people and they just don't have any consciousness whatsoever. There's something larger than that is at work. And Carl Jung suggested that the symptoms that we carry are actually signals from the self, that the very injuries that we receive on earth, even though they are not causal directly, that they create signals which are symptoms. This is how I understood what I read of his work. And that those symptoms actually cause us to flee back to the self, because you cannot find any quarter anywhere else. You could somehow manage to buy a house or a car or clothes or a relationship, or whatever it might be that might be calming and making for security. But that essence of desiring to be whole again in you as you were born, and to bring yourself forward into this world in full flush, that will not go away until it is met. And how it is met is stand in both worlds, so that one can actually see what is impinging, what needs to be kicked off with your hind leg, what needs to go forward, and that no human being can stand in your way. So I had a direct experience of this many years ago. I was in doctoral studies. And we had a group meeting of all the doctoral students at a retreat center far away in California on the ocean. And I was there, and probably about 40 other doctoral students, all of us midlife career professionals, as they call it, meaning that we had gone back to school not when we were 20 or in our teens. We had gone back to school when we were in our 30s and our 40s and even 50s and 60s. And one of the projects that I was working on was a research project to see how people would react to images. And would they all react to the same images the same way? Or did imagination play a great part? Or maybe their history, their personal history would play a greater part? What would it be exactly that people would project when they would see images of, say, a small child with a bouquet of flowers? What would they feel? What images would come to their minds? And would they be all the same, or would they be different? So when we were there, we'd been there 3 or 4 days, and we'd each been taking our turns presenting our dissertation projects. And my dissertation project, as you know, was on the dangerous old woman and the wild woman. And so I had presented my material, and frankly, some people, I thought, reverberated to it, resonated to it. I couldn't quite tell, because everyone was, so, you might say scared that they weren't going to pass their orals eventually and all the rest that went with it, that they were just trying to present as, in as acculturated, over-acculturated way as possible, which included, not acting real enthusiastic about other people's work and just trying to be very intellectual and very academic and all of that sort of thing. And so I wasn't sure how people reacted. So I shyly said to the group, I'm in this research project, and I wondered, if I come around tonight, after dinner when you're in your room, could I show you these images? And then people went, oh, yeah, sure, okay, yeah, fine. And what happened was, I started at the beginning of the hallway, which is like a long dormitory hallway. And I started with the first person, and I showed them the images I had, which was the Rider-Waite tarot deck, because it has images of, a man lying on the ground, stabbed by swords, and it has the picture of the little child offering the flowers, and it has the man walking happily off the cliff with his little dog beside him, and there's a lot of interesting images in it. So I was showing everybody the images, and I went from room to room to room until I'd covered probably 25 rooms. And do you know, I spent probably 25 minutes in each room with each person. And again, these were mid-career professionals, so that meant that they were oceanographers and bank presidents and Brown Berets, which is a political group, and Native Americans and academics and school teachers and healers and artists, medical professionals, mothers, fathers, daughters, sons, people from every walk of life you could imagine. And every single person, in the midst of talking deeply about the images, said that at this conference they felt they did not belong. Imagine that. Here they were, full of their extreme riches. The oceanographer amongst us was an old man with white hair who had outfitted an old Navy ship and made it into a ship that sailed up and down the South American and Central American coast, teaching people how to grow protein inland by the use of concrete rings and freshwater shrimp, so that people could create their own food source of nourishing food. Think of a person like that saying, I feel I don't belong, and saying it sadly. See, it doesn't matter how gifted you are. There is some kind of rite of passage where we all have to enter into this narrow chute, and for a time we have to believe that we're dreck, that we're, spell that, THBBB, that we're nothing, that what we have brought really isn't real. What we have brought it must just be our imagination, that if what we have brought is so valuable, surely the courtiers and the king and everyone else would be there with trumpets to receive us. And instead, where are we? We're out in the middle of the salt flats, and our clothes are all raggedy, blowing in the wind, and we don't even know which direction is north or south. But this is part of the rite of passage, and my time there at that retreat center taught me unequivocally that no matter whether people have humble beginnings, because I took my images into the kitchen as well, amongst all the cooks and the sous chefs and whatever else, and people who were busboys and busgirls, and everyone had the same response. Their gifts were great, all of them. Some had more of a start, you might say, in education, but that didn't matter. Their gifts were equal to each other, except for this one thing, that they had been injured by over-acculturation. So there is, you might say, this idea again, that Everything the culture has taken from you now lies in shadow. Remember, umbra. Remember, the center of the shadow is the deepest and the most filled with riches and treasure. And yes, shadow is also, can be foibles. It can be parts of ourselves that we don't see very well about ourselves or we don't like. And so we kind of try to hide them. Just throw a, sort of like, I don't know, throwing your jacket over an elephant or something. I mean, it doesn't really work usually because that elephant erupts and all of a sudden there you are with your big fault showing, to all the world. And it is one of those special moments, of course, where you feel mortified and embarrassed usually. But some people don't feel mortified or embarrassed. They kind of feel like they have a right to be, sort of holistically imperfect in a sense of offending other people and insulting other people, and that's all right. That is definitely a part of the darkest part of the shadow in terms of relationship and what we call eros in Jungian psychology. Eros meaning connection to other souls, care for other souls. At the very least, live and let live. So, yes, our foibles are in the shadow, the parts of ourselves that we would prefer not to face, that we consider negative or that our culture considers negative. However, there are things in the shadow that often, in a culture, might be considered negative, but they're not actually. That's the cultural opinion on them. And so over-acculturation will keep, say, a woman from dancing freely, or a man, because the culture says that's not right. Men are supposed to stand on the sidelines and sort of only dance the slow dances with pretty girls or something like that. And women are only supposed to dance in a certain way or otherwise, God knows what, the sensuality police will show up and shut them down immediately. And yet, what's really true, standing at the middle point of two worlds, looking into the other world of soul, and dancing is the soul's greatest joy. If you look at little children, little boys and little girls, what do? They jump all around. They jump. They're like little jumping beans all the time. They jump. And they're dancing. They can't not dance. They hear music in everything. The squeak of the wheel going around. They dance to the squeak of the wheel. They hear the cattails flapping back and forth in the pond, and they dance to the sound of the cattails flapping back and forth on the pond. They are filled with soulfulness. And so in the shadow would reside things that could be evil. They could. Things that are not evil, but the overculture has said that they are. Things that are gifts that the overculture has no slot for, has no acceptance of, but they are very real gifts, nevertheless. And gifts within the shadow that the culture does accept, but it says only under certain circumstances, certain times, certain places, and only certain amounts. And as you know, as an artist, as a creative being, there's no such thing as small amounts. There isn't. I often talk about my writing work as it's raining tortillas from the sky. I'm out there with my bowls and my apron trying to catch them all and then bring them in and organize them all and make food out of them. It's not a narrow endeavor. In fact, one of the symptoms of over-acculturation is if you think you only have one idea. The psyche doesn't work that way. The psyche is bountiful. It is ever-renewing. It has millions, billions of seeds. It is a seed-bearing organism that is at the center of our psyches. So these are some of the areas that I would say preliminarily to you about shadow. Stories. Stories, you who follow my work have read it or have listened to it on audio or have seen me on stage performance. You know that my way is to tell stories within stories within stories. So we've just covered that. I've told you stories about little words that have meaning. I've told you about standing at the center, and then I put a story in the center of that about all the people, all the mid-career professionals who all felt that they didn't belong. And then another little story inside that and another little story inside that. But this is an ancient way of telling stories. There is a fabulous story called The Conference of the Birds, is the way that it's been interpreted in English or translated in English. And it is the storytelling pattern where you tell the story, but then you pause every now and then and you tell another story that isn't related to the first story exactly, but it's related in motif or it's related in feeling, but it's not actually a part of the story. And I'll show you what I mean here in a few minutes. The Conference of the Birds is a set of poems that were written by Farid Undin Attar, who is a Persian poet. The poem is about 4,500 lines long, a long poem. And it is about the journey of all the birds that one could imagine, because they have set off on a long journey, because they've come across a golden feather on the ground. And they look amongst themselves, and not even the peacock or the nightingale, not even the quetzal, not even the parrots have a golden feather. They have the most beautiful, luminous red, silver, blue, midnight blue, tinged in black. They'll have iridescent green that shows violet highlight feathers, but nobody has a golden feather. And so the birds talk amongst themselves, and they say, this must belong to the bird of all birds. This must belong to something we've never seen. And in each little bird's heart, suddenly a longing was set up, a great longing. And in the concept, standing outside the story for a moment, in the concept of the shadow, remember the umbra, is also in Latin the word oscuro, which means hidden, and another word that is, how would you say, as like penumbra, meaning almost a shadow, almost, not quite, but sketchy. You know what I mean? Like monogramos, sketchy. And what happens to the birds is that something in them that's not quite clear-cut, sketchy, sets up a longing inside of them, seeing this feather that they know belongs to something far greater than themselves. And so they decide that they will fly directly into the shadow, right into the umbra, right into the darkest of the dark. In other words, they will journey over 7 mountains, unknown territory completely, and they will go find what they come to call the Seymour. Seymour is what they imagine to be the great golden bird who is greater than any other bird. And so they set off. And they were in, you might say, like a flying carpet. Could you imagine that? Can you see that? They're all up in the air together. All the hawks and the ravens and the sparrows and the chickadees and the bluebirds, the redbirds, the cardinals. All the birds, all of any kind of birds you could imagine, they're all together and they're all flying. They darken the earth as they fly in this beautiful carpet of colors. And everything's all right, and they're perfectly happy, and they stop and they eat and they rest and they fly again together until they come to the first storm. And then it becomes difficult to remember, as Attar wrote it, to remember that we're on a quest to gather our lost atoms back to our centers again, that we will go into the darkness and return as the sun. This is something that happens to all of us, that we get an idea of a great, grand thing. Some people call it the self, some people call it creator, some people call it the unknown, some will call it the one, some will call it any number of words. But it is something of the inspiratus, something that inspires us on contact. And we will do anything practically to be near it, because we have this deep remembering that is sketchy but still true, that we belong together, that we belong to this, and we must find it again, or find it for the first time. So going into the dark, going into the shadow, is how it all begins. The first storm. Some of the birds say, oh, wait, no, I think maybe it's silly to yearn. The culture we came from, it wasn't all that bad, before the golden feather memory, we were all right, there were people who hunted us and shot us and killed us, but, it wasn't a bad life, and I think we should turn back. This longing silliness, this foolish stuff. And many of the birds said, no, we can't turn back. But some part of this huge flock of birds said, no, you were imagining this. There is no Seymour. There is no there is nothing. Last week we told the story of the Earl King, the Urkönig, who is the spirit that steals the souls of the creative self, about how the father is riding through the woods with his child on his lap, his little boy, And the little boy can see the Ölkönig coming out from behind the trees. And he keeps telling his father that it's chasing them, that it wants to kill the little boy. And the father keeps saying, no, 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 son, it's only the mist over the moors. No, no, son, it's only the fog swirling. And soon the horse, because the horse is highly intuitive, it hears and sees the Ölkönig, this huge monstrous spirit reaching for the little boy. And it loves the little boy and it runs. It starts to run and run and run. And yet it cannot outrun it, mainly because the father cannot acknowledge that it exists. And as a result, by the time they reach home, the little child is dead in his father's arms. And he's dead because his father was taken by the Ölkönig long ago. So in this story, the conference of the birds, in one way the birds are outrunning the Ölkönig. They're saying, no, no, we can't stay where we were. We've seen a greater vision. We have to go there. But some of the birds now act like the father in the tale of the Ölkönig and say, no, no, it's not really real. No, it's not. And they turn back. And so all the birds left lift up into the sky, and they fly over 2 or 3 more valleys, and they have challenges and troubles along the way that they come to terms with it. But at every place where they cross the valley with a new challenge, some of the birds say, no, no, no. They say, no, it's too dangerous. No, you know, look, we've lost some of the birds in the storm. I mean, they gave their lives for nothing. There's no real Seymour. There's nothing. You know, this whole thing is really stupid. We never should have started out. And some say things like that until some of the birds, hearing they were all right, until they heard the other birds saying, oh no, you know, you're given the wrong instructions. It's too dangerous to do this. And they became disheartened, and so they too turned back. And at this juncture, there are so many stories that are like that. One is Icaros and Daedalus, his father. Some people call him Icarus. And the way the story is often told is that he had wings that were made of wax, and he flew too close to the sun, and his feathers dropped out of his wings, and he fell to the earth, and he was killed. And the story is supposed to be, and incidentally, this is a over-acculturated version of the story of Icaros. It has been stripped of many of its most meaningful parts. It's supposed to be a story that's often pointed out about being inflated, thinking too much of yourself. But that's not what happened, and that's not what the story says, and that's not how the story was handed down over the ages. Icaros's father was a great craftsman, huge, enormous, talented craftsman who literally created the labyrinth that would contain the bull at Minos. The bull was actually a half-man, half-human being. Have you ever had that experience of being somehow human and yet also animal at the same time? In your appetites, in your rages, in your love for someone or something. It's not just a nice, polite human version of whatever it is you're feeling. To have the sense that this is troublesome to a culture, to have something be both of the instinctual psyche as well as of the human psyche, and they're considered dangerous and they must be contained and you must wrap threads around them that are confusing and maze-like. Well, Daedalus, Icaros's father, decided that he would do that for money, that he would please the king of Minos by creating the labyrinth, which he did. But then, because he was not the most honest person in the world, he turned around and he gave to Ariadne a long ball of string so that Theseus, going into the labyrinth, was able to find his way out again. He was an enemy of Minos that Minos wanted to get rid of. But Theseus was able to come out again, and not only that, he was able to free and defeat, in a sense, therefore, the labyrinth itself, and also to, in some way, contain in a new way the bull of Minos. So what happened for that was Minos put Daedalus and his son, Icaros, into prison for defying him, for giving away the way out, you might say. In other words, to help someone to leave the overbearing culture that has decided who is the enemy and who is not. So anybody who violates that and doesn't see that narrow way is to be punished. So, however, Daedalus is not the best example of a pure soul. he has actually been so jealous, he's actually thrown another craftsman to his death off a tower, a beautiful tower that craftsman built. And he lied about it afterwards when he was questioned about it. So he is, he's not a trickster figure, because tricksters have a lot more sacredness to them, but he is a figure of darkness who does not appear to be completely conscious. But he is, as I said, he's an incredible craftsperson. So he makes out of their clothing, leather clothing, sets of wings, one for his son, Icaros, and one for himself. And he sews feathers to the leather straps, like a harness that will go across the chest and buckle. And he inserts the feathers and sews them, but he also puts wax into the feathers, into the little cave that's made in the leather, so that the feathers are twice fixed. And then he and his son are able to stand at the windows high up in their cells, in their wings, and to fly out over the Aegean Sea. And his father says to Icaros, "Do not fly too close to the waters, nor too high to the sun." And the boy says, "Father, of course." And so they fly, but for some reason Daedalus is not the best father in the world. He doesn't stay to guard his son on his maiden voyage, for instance, his first flight. He's a fledgling. He flies ahead. He's so interested in getting to the next place, and the next place, and the next place after that. And so he leaves Icaros by himself. And Icaros flies up high and experiences something like hypoxia, which is what airline pilots and fighter pilots experience when they go really high in an unpressurized cabin. They begin to feel rapturous. They begin to lose their ability to reason. They tend to seat themselves in an ecstasy of some sort that clouds their judgment. And Icaros flew high and began to not quite remember what his father had said to him. And he thought, "Oh, I think I'll just dive down. I'll just free fall down," which is actually a mating dance amongst many birds. Like hawks, for instance, they clasp talons with each other, fold their wings in, and free fall right out of the sky. It's part of their mating ritual, and of course they land safely on Earth. But for Icaros, he decides to swoon, and he goes down to the water, and the water makes his wings wet. And then he thinks in his muddled mind, "Oh, my wings are wet now. I will now fly up to the sun, and I will dry them off." And so he flies up to the sun, and his leather harness cannot tolerate the heat of the sun. It becomes brittle, it cracks, it begins to break, and of course the wax melts. That is secondarily holding the feathers into his harness. And as the feathers fall, Icarus begins to fall, and he falls, spiral down, still in a rapture, down, all the way into the Aegean, where he dies. When people have their first taste of standing in the other world, of being free, whatever it might be, of people who have or can do you harm, being free of a prison that you've been in one way or another, it is a rapture, and it can be a rapture, and it should be a rapture to be free. But there is the problem here of the father who, remember we said that the Urkönig, the father in the Urkönig story, represents the dominant culture that doesn't pay attention to the creative spirit, to what it sees, what it feels, what it needs, what it knows. And the same is here. Daedalus flies on by himself, not interested at all in guiding his son. So at this point in the story of the birds flying over the many vaults in order to go find the bird of all birds, you find this idea that some do not leave adequate instruction to the disheartened. They don't leave adequate instruction to those who have soared and felt such glory. They don't feel that they are meant to take care of others. And on this journey forward of all these birds, all this huge, enormous carpet of birds, they are really all in the care of each other, but some of them stop. And they go, "Look, we have wings, we're out of prison now, and you know what? Things are getting a little bit hard here. You're on your own." They're like Daedalus. They fly ahead. They say, not with their wings, they fly ahead with their thoughts, and they diminish other people, and they say, "Well, it's not so important. The guiding is over. And there's probably nothing to this after all. It's not such a big deal." And as a result, those creatures become disheartened, and they stop, too, the same way Icaros fell from the sky. He stopped also. He stopped because of lack of guidance. And it is true that when we're free for the first time, we can be in a rapture and do destructive, dangerous things. and that we need others to stay close to us and guide us. But in this story, the birds who are talking down the whole experience get to the ones who are vulnerable first, and they poison their minds, and so they stop. And the rest of the birds lift up into the sky and fly through more storms, more harsh weather, predators, all manner of troubles. And in those storms, birds are injured. They fall. Some die. It is not a pure, sweet, happy ending story. There's true luchas. There's true struggles in order to find the Great One. And so the birds are across these valleys, yearning, which is the first one. Remember, as they see the gold feather, and oh, I want to know that. I want to find this. And then they go through love, which is whether you can care not only for self but for others enough to inspirit them and to help them across the great divides that you're going to have to fly through to find the Great One. And then the third valley is knowing, and that is where we wind up with Icaros and Daedalus, is that one knows, but he doesn't bother to really help or tell. The other just disheartens them and leaves them to fall. Knowing is a challenge. Staying with what you know, how you know it, why you know it. And sometimes you don't even know why you know. You only know that you know. And that's the third valley in this story. The next one is detachment, which means that you have to have the ability to not take care of every single tiny little detail that comes along while you're on your journey to find the greater, so that if someone calls you a name, or someone says, oh, you're out of your mind, or someone says, I can't support that, or someone says, you're kind of strange, well, I would say that that's a blessing in many ways. So if that occurs, then what we see is that people get snagged and they stop. They don't lift up with the rest. They don't go on with the rest of the people, with the rest of the birds flying toward the one. They stop. And there's a little teeny story here, teeny tiny story I want to tell you. My grandmother used to talk about Santa Sombra. Santa Sombra is Saint Shadow, specifically. And Saint Shadow is the way that she conceptualized how you would help other people. You would, as some people might put it, you would care and not care. You would care so very much. But also you would be able to detach after your work there, or your touch was done, and go on to the next. Santa Sombra was described as pulling his shadow over everyone he touched. A comforting shadow that if one needed to be made numb, then the shadow would make them numb. If one needed to be warm, then the shadow would make them warm. If one needed to be cooled, then the shadow would cause shade and they would be cooled, and so on. But the peculiar quality of Santa Sombra wasn't those elements. It was that when the shadow had passed over people, Santa Sombra never looked back to see who he had touched. That he would only go forward to the next and the next and the next, and not remain attached to what had just occurred or what had been. So he is free in full energy to move forward. And so this vault that the birds must cross in the Conference of the Birds, the one about detachment, is like that. To, if we could just be some portion of Santa Sombra. And then the unity of God and the bewilderment that comes usually after having contact with a great source. And finally, a kind of selflessness or complete unity with all, not just with the one, but all. And the way the story ends, the Santa Sombra goes on as the birds, central theme, you might say, of detachment, so that they move onward and onward. They're not tied particularly to what's been lost, but are moving forward. That they are moving in the interest of seeing finally the Great One. And they do arrive there. And the great Seymour does come out. And the Seymour is, yes, a large bird, and yes, a golden bird, and it demonstrates to them that it can set itself on fire out of its gold, and that it is reborn right out of the fire again. And it is the phoenix. It is that which can reconstruct itself over and over again, no matter what torment, no matter what torture, no matter what lack of refuge, no matter what lacks of support a person has experienced. They can go forward, they can find those supports, they can find those refuges. And the ultimate lesson of the Conference of the Birds is that the Seymour says, look at your own breast. Look inside yourself. And all the birds turn, and there are only 30 birds who have come at long last before the Seymour. And they turn and they look inside their own breast, and they see a golden feather. I see that they each carry that capability, that they will never be left behind, that they belong to something greater, and that they can reconstitute themselves over and over and over, no matter what happens. And it's like Wendell Berry says, the last line of his poem, he says, practice resurrection. And there's almost nothing better than that I can think of to end this story of the Conference of the Birds. So I would like to tell you that taking the shadow back means going through all of those stages, remembering that you yearn, remembering that you are made of immaculate love, that you do have knowing that no one can take from you, no matter how logical or illogically they would like to argue or debate or discuss it with you, that you do have a form of detachment that is actually freeing your energy to move forward, that you do have a concept of unity with something greater than yourself, that there are bewilderments that come along the way, certainly, like, am I doing the right thing? I mean, this seems a little strange, but I don't know, I can't see real well in the dark. But you keep moving and you keep going, even so, and ask, others near you to help you with your bewilderment. Like I said last week, and I will say again and again, the way to make sense of planet Earth is to understand it's all anthropology. When people do things, say things, be things that you don't understand, it's because they belong to a different tribe than you. They have different rituals, different beliefs, and different understandings. And when you approach people and issues that are bewildering to you, it will make such perfect sense to you to understand that it's anthropology, that they are a different tribe than your own, and you can learn to bridge them in many ways. So we are finally in the last part of taking things, drawing things, pulling out things from the shadow in order to resurrect and reconstitute them in our own lives. And that is that final sense that what you were looking for is not only within you as some simplistic concept, but it's everything that you're made of. It is your rootstock. It is your ground note. It is your North Star that never moves. It is always there for you. Because you came to Earth gifted. It came with you. And thus, I would like now to put a blessing on you. Here is the prayer. They tried to stop her at the border. It is actually a little story that is a true story about a group of people in New Mexico who had a gigantic statue 12 feet long made of Our Lady of Guadalupe in Mexico. And when they hired a trailer and a truck to bring her to the United States all the way up to Santa Fe, she got lost. She got lost somewhere at the border because people were very suspicious of her. I mean, this big, huge, enormous woman, 12 feet tall, made of bronze and colored and had the rayos all around, rays shooting out from her sides, and had a starry mantle on and a dress made of roses. And, I mean, what kind of contraband is she hiding? What could possibly be inside of her? And so they dragged her off the truck. They most definitely decided to take hold of her and prevent her from coming to her home. And they decided to x-ray her, because surely there must be something in that belly. There must be something wrong. Why would anybody make such a large woman? Of course, you and I know why. But they not only x-rayed her, then they lost her. And the people who had been bringing her home ran away because they were afraid of the federales, and they were afraid of the U.S. Customs people, and they were afraid of everybody. And all of a sudden there she was, and she was lost. And it turned out that she was actually laying on her side in a warehouse with an unknown address, as you know, at the border, there are a lot of warehouses, and it's down the left street, izquierda, derecho, and nobody knows where it is, right? But in the meantime, there was a little cleaning man who came to sweep the warehouse floor, and he saw her lying on her side and thought that she said things to him and blessed him. Then there was a young girl who was pregnant who looked in through the fences and saw her lying there, saw her beautiful brown face and her beautiful noble nose, and thought that Our Lady of Guadalupe was saying, you can do it. You can take care of your child. You can do whatever is needed. And as the story goes, different people saw her there, not realizing, of course, that she was lost, but that they felt, oh, my goodness, this gigantic woman, oh, out of nowhere, my goodness, this must have great meaning for my life. And so each person, almost who saw her, was changed in some way. And finally, the little priestesito, the little padrecito from the parish in Santa Fe, is actually a little Vietnamese priest who's ministering in full Spanish to the people of Santa Fe who come to Our Lady of Guadalupe Shrine. He went down with a contingent of, who knows, probably deacons and altar boys and women of the altar and rosary society and everything, everybody who had some kind of fierceness and strength, and demanded that they find the woman who had been lost. And as you know, the mordida, the bite, as they call it, mordida, meaning a bribe. Well, they refused to bribe anybody. They said, no, you have to bring her out to us because we are her rightful home. And sure enough, after a lot of shuffling and saying they didn't know and so on, so finally she was produced. And they hired a new truck bed and a trailer and a big truck, to bring her all the way back home again. And people met her at the side of the road for miles and miles and miles, cheering, and little flags and lots of fry bread and lots of good food to eat and pozole and, whatever. And finally, she was home, and she's standing on the front now of the church. And at night, you can see the stars move through her open rayos, and the moon in its cycles also. And she is the one they tried to stop at the border, but there is something so strong and so brave in human beings. They know where home is. And they know who belongs there, just like you. Now, you can put your hand over your heart, or you can hold your palms upward, outward, or you can just lean back however you like. Well, close your little eyes and rest your little head. And this is the blessing to bring us home. Let this be the prayer then in every heart, like the ancient woman of Eld. No matter what appearance we take, no matter what form, no matter how large we are, no matter how small, let all be honored who carry in their own hearts that which, no matter what else, no matter other details, remains immaculate in love for all. Let the memory of true home be in us ever. And let us all be found, be freed to be brought home to a place of love. At every kind of border, let the gates be opened, and let us pass through. May someone, always, an angel, a person, a creature, always come looking for us when we're lost. May we never be stranded. And may our sufferings be a message of worthy, even though wobbly, struggle to others who see us and watch us as we struggle. May we be an example of grace in some way, under fire. May we stand right under, open, standing open, right under the beat of the Immaculate Heart. This prayer for all others on this day and always is said in praise and in supplication by the soul who in this lifetime is known by the name Clarissa Pinkola Estés. And so may these blessings be on you, in you, and of you. So may they be for me as well. And so may they be for all of us. Amen. And as my grandmother used to say, Amen, and a little woman.
This concludes Session 2 of Mother Night, Learning to See in the Dark. Our program continues with Session 3. Sounds True presents Mother Night, Learning to See in the Dark, Session 3, Curanderismo, Aligning with the Immaculate Heart for Guidance and Recovery, with Dr. Clarissa Pinkola, Estés.
Curanderismo probably was brought to the New World by Sephardic Jews who had their own ways of looking at healing psyche and soul and the culture that they lived in. There are significant remnants in it that you see that look like they're Spanish, Italian, Greek, Mexican mestizo, African American, African from Africa, as well as various of the tribal groups that exist today within all of Central America, all of South America, and all of the United States as well. The practice of curanderismo is the practice of being the conduit between culture and its detritus, its, you might say, even garbage that is attracted to the psyche and hangs on it and muddies it up. To be the conduit that helps to see exactly what is needed to clear the person, clear the psyche, clear the heart, clear the soul once again. And in that regard, curanderismo is local, meaning that what you find in a curandera, a healer, in the northwestern United States, their practices, their belief system, and the practice of people who are, say, in Costa Rica or Panama or in Rio de Janeiro, you will not find the same practices, prayers, and not even the same herbs that are used in some of the natural healing methods, because different cultures grow up their curanderas and their curanderos out of what grows on their land in their own biosphere, out of what animals live near them. And so each person who is a healer in the curanderismo tradition is different than the other. And the other thing that's interesting is, unlike psychoanalysts, unlike psychotherapists, they do not live on top of each other. They have territory that's more like wolves. They have a broad area that they practice in, and usually there's not another curandera right on top of them, but rather miles and miles away. And they all serve their own communities, so that people often know their curandera or their curandero from birth forward until they're very old. So the concept of curanderismo in the United States and in the Western world, you might say, has fallen from grace in a way, in part because many of the people who practiced it were non-literate. They did not read or write. And so others took a look at them and decided how they were and wrote about them, often in ways that were derogatory and without respect. So a group of people, a rather large group of people here in the United States, for instance, petitioned the Library of Congress. And I was one of those people. In order to get the ISBN numbers of books on curanderismo and Voodoo and other practices by ethnic people to be called religious practices or spiritual practices rather than what they were being called in the foreword of every single book that was labeled by the Library of Congress, which is the federal library, was labeled as a cult, as a OCCULT or as a CULT. They are literally the healing practices of normal, ordinary, everyday people who have spiritual beliefs. And in doing that, it prompted me to also write to all of my colleagues who are Jungian psychoanalysts and are at the institutes worldwide to ask them to please stop calling a study of indigenous people like us, mestizos, stop calling those studies the psychology of the primitives, that we are not primitives, that so much of what is said about us, who are built in certain ways and have certain backgrounds, is someone else's idea of who and what we are. And that, in fact, would like to speak for ourselves, and that we don't truly believe that the sacrificing of virgins will make the sun rise the next morning, that there has been some kind of interface between what has been written about the indigenous people and what has reality amongst the people, just plain ordinary people like you and me, that is at crosshairs with each other. So in many parts of the world now, there is more respect given, meaning, too, more learning, more interest in the empathic psyche, that it is not considered some strange, weird thing that only people who wear, bones in our ears participate in. I only wear bones in my ears just every now and then, not all the time, That we are, we wear regular clothes and we have, relatively straight teeth and we go to school and we drive automobiles and trucks and so on. And that this about the healing world is normal, not odd, not unusual. This about the psyche is normalized, not some oddity or eccentricity. So that's one of the most glorious things about curanderismo, is that it is down to earth and it is perfectly normal. There are many kinds of curanderas, and here are some of them. There are curanderas who are called yerbiadoras or herbiadoras. They tend to know every plant within 100 miles of where they live that grows up out of the ground that has medicinal, poisonous, soporific, or other effect on the physical body and thereby on the spirit as well. And that is their specialty, although they may be also oracionadoras, prayer makers. They may be people who make blessings over people. They surely will do that in combination with the herbs that they know how to administer and how to make infusions of. There are also parteras. Parteras are midwives, and there's many kinds of midwives. Two of the most common are those who literally, you might say, accompany or sister or mother a woman through her pregnancy and through the birth of her child. They are there not only to help and to nourish and to suggest, but also to love and care for the new little life that's coming, as well as the mother who's carrying that new little life, and the daddy and the siblings and the aunts and the uncles and the grandparents. It's a very familial way of relating. It's not like going to a therapist where you see the person for an hour and then you leave. There's an ongoing relationship that goes on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and for a long, 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 long time. The other kind of partera is a person who midwives other people in their sueños, in their dreams, in their callings in life, in their creative works, in their mastery of something significant or meaningful to the community. Another kind of curandera is a platicadora. This is a person who talks and listens to the so-called patient. Person comes to them and says, I have now a fear of horses since I fell off my horse. And I can't seem to come back. I can't seem to come back on. And the platicadora will literally go out into the corral, into the paddock, and speak to the horse, speak to the person, listen to the horse, listen to the person, have the horse and the person speak to each other. And platicadora is not just it's not like in psychotherapy where people come and they say something and the therapist listens and then the therapist says something back. It is an idea in curanderismo that everything is included, that whatever the issue is, that it is not just in the person who has the plaint or complaint or the situation, that it is in everything around the person as well, in the family, in the land itself, and in the creatures and the animals. Another kind of curandera is a sobadora. A sobadora is a masseuse, is a person who can wring memory out of your cells by touching you. It is a person who can soothe the pains of arthritis and rheumatism by different aguas of different temperatures, different waters of different temperatures, both inside as teas, infusions, as well as outside in terms of bathing. So many of the curanderas live near hot springs, somewhere near water, because water plays such a big part in caring for the body in terms of massage. They will be the ones also who will massage the animals, like horses, for instance, or other animals who are having trouble giving birth, and a difficult birth. They would be the ones who will go out and help the ewes, that will help the cows, and they would help the mares give birth by massage. There's also the sueñadoras. The sueñadoras are the ones who listen to dreams, and they say what they think the dream might mean and explore with the person, sometimes through artworks like retablos and ex-votos, which are paintings and drawings with words attenuated on them, which we'll talk about later because it's something I would like to give you the practice of doing. And they are the people who listen to the stories, literally, that come at night through other means while we're asleep. So curanderismo is an idea that will return the person to their most pure, unadulterated strength that has been covered over or frightened or shocked or has been denigrated so that it no longer feels clean to be in one's own body or in one's own mind or in one's own heart or thinking process. One of the most common difficulties of curanderismo is the ability to see what you see, even if the person who you're seeing isn't ready to see. The curandera has to be very careful because often they are sensitives. They do have sight and insight and inner sight, all three, and sometimes can see beyond the obvious, down deep into the psyche where there are various landmines, various diamonds glowing in the dark, various small fires that are lit waiting for the person to show up, and other things that are darker, more monstrous, more difficult. So when a person comes to a curandera, one of the first things that they will assess, no matter what kind of curandera they are, partera, platicadora, sobadora, doesn't matter, they will be looking at the state of the soul. How is the soul in this person? Only soul there? When you ask the person, how do you feel? Do they go, yeah, I feel fine? Well, the soul wouldn't say that. And they ask the person, how do you feel? And the person says, I feel okay. That wouldn't be the soul speaking. I'll say, well, go deeper then. How are you doing? Silence, silence, silence. I'll say, what brings you here? Well, I think what brings me here is I feel sad. And the curandera at that point will say something like this: who is sad? Who? Because in curanderismo, the person is not seen only as a single brain pan, as a mind, but as a mind and a heart and a spirit and a soul and a body. And then beyond that, a family and a culture, so that all things would be looked at to see what the state of the soul is. Susto, that's S-U-S-T-O, is a condition by which the soul has been shocked, bruised, blinded, cut off, bound in some way so that it does not have full access to its person. A susto is considered a state of not being quite ensouled. The soul is somehow halfway in, halfway out. And in some cases, if the shock was great enough, it may have wandered off a bit. The curanderas that I've known over my lifetime, including my grandmother, who, most of our grandmothers, I think, were healers in their own right. They were either one generation or two, or maybe straight from the old country, and they brought all of their ways with them, and they weren't particularly taken by books, and television probably wasn't even invented in their lifetimes when they were young, so they carried an oral tradition, I think. And my grandmother used to say that there was an umbilicus between one's soul and oneself that was made of very fine, like silver floss. But it was like a conduit, that things could move back and forth in that conduit, just like a blood vessel. But also that it stretched mightily. And that if you felt discomfited, in other words, uncomfortable, even in your own body, that it meant that the soul somehow had gone out. And it was stretched, yes, and still connected to you. And still things could vaguely, at least, flow back and forth between the soul and yourself. But that it was not seated. The way I put it to you is, a plug in a socket? How you have a computer, for instance, that is filled with all this vast information. Just consider for a minute that the computer and all its data, all its files, is the soul. Has all this knowledge, all this memory, all these pieces of information. And then think about, now, you have the plug from the computer to the wall. And it's a thick cable, plugs into the wall, usually has a grounding plug on it, so it's a 3-prong plug. And everything's fine, and it works right, and everything's good. Except for that day that on your way to the front door, you slightly trip over the cord, but you don't realize that you've pulled it loose slightly from the wall. And the computer still works, but it doesn't work exactly right. It slows down, or else it stutters or hiccups every now and then and closes itself down. And you can't figure out why. You think, well, is that the fan, or is it overheating, or, what's going on? And saying a motherboard going out, what's going. And really all it is that the juice is not connected tight. And that's the state of susto. That's that the soul is the great convener, the great huge library of knowledge, of sensitivity, feeling, insight, inner sight, and precognitive sight as well. And that it just cannot flow properly into the person. And not only that, some of the curanderas that I've known when I was a child said that the soul has weight, physical weight to it. And you know how when you sleep at night, I don't know if you're like me, I have a certain comfort level with the heaviness of the blanket. A little lightweight blanket doesn't feel right to me. I like a heavier blanket. Not too heavy, not talking about being crushed by a lead blanket, but a certain weight, and it feels just right. It feels just right. And in curanderismo, there's a sensation that's spoken of sometimes that when the soul is seated, your tummy, your gut, feels just right, that the soul has weight, and it is like a centering magneto in the middle of the body that causes the body to feel like it is at rest and at peace and has a sense of goodwill about life in general. Susto can be caused by many things. Amongst the Native Americans in the United States, amongst the Latinos, often when men and women have come home from war recently, they have experienced susto. It is a concept in their ethnic background, often called by various things, that says that seeing death, creating death, being in the midst of death all around, killing, doing what needs to be done in those arenas actually causes the soul to stand beside the body rather than in the body afterward. And that the person must be mended and put back together. A long time ago, this is called shell shock. And then it was called, as it is now, is called post-trauma distress syndrome. However, the curanderos would look at it differently. And they would say, it's not because the person experienced all these things exactly. It's the context in which they experienced them, with no family nearby, having to leave or divorce themselves from certain parts of the psyche and the culture that is dear to them, and the values that are dear to them also. And therefore only suffered very much the loss of everything around them that would perhaps have brought a different outcome, maybe, but more so would have brought in them a different healing that would be ongoing. They wouldn't wait months and even years before someone would ever touch them with healing again. So when they come home, often they will go to a curandera or to a healer in their own tradition, and they'll experience what in curanderismo is called a limpias. Limpias means to wash or to cleanse. It is a ritual that has many, many different aspects to it and many different ways of doing it. For instance, one way to do a limpias is to take salt. Don't do this at home unless you're experienced at these matters. To take raw salt, like coarse salt, and put it in an aluminum or a metal pan, and then to pour green alcohol on top of the salt, and then to set it afire, and to ask the person who's before you in that moment to enter into that greenish fire that is coming, asking to burn away everything that is not needed, that is harmful, that is grotesque, that is monstrous, that is sorrowful, that is sad, that is grievous, to let that green fire burn away everything and to enter one's soul right straight into that fire. The preparation for doing our limpias is to pray first. And one of the differences about praying when a person is cleansing themselves that I've noticed between Western culture and other cultures is that the prayer is not particularly centered on self. It's more so oriented toward wanting to occupy a hollow or a opening or a shelter that is compatible with the soul's shape, not the ego. As we all know, the ego and who can blame us, wants to not experience pain. But doing away with pain in the ego actually will not fix most issues. It would be finding the refugio, the refuge for the soul, the place where the soul can rest in peace with what it has seen, what it has done, what it will do in the future, what its hopes are, what its dreams are, and what it's called to on this earth. So, coming to find the soul place is the context of the story about the bell underground and the zapatitos. The bell underground flows into the story of zapatitos in the way that I've learned it, and I will tell it to you now. So you'll see at the beginning the story of the bell, but then without naming it, los zapatitos, no, it just flows right into the next story. Once a long time ago, there was an old man who was sleeping in a little village. The village might have been Chupadero, or maybe it was down around Raton. Some people say maybe it was over at Del Norte. I don't know. Some people say, maybe it was down in the Darien. Maybe it was over in one of the, jungles in, outside of El Salvador. But wherever it was, in the valley, some people say, in San Luis, the old man was sleeping in his little bed. And he had this little one-room adobe in the middle of almost nowhere. But he was suddenly awakened by the sound of a bell, loudly but sweetly pealing and pealing in the night. And he threw on his long wool shepherd's coat over his sleeping gown, and he ran out into the night under the streaming stars. You know how they stream where there's no street lights. The stars look like rivers of spilled salt in the night. He ran out into the night under those stars, and he tried to find where the sound was coming from. It was underground somehow. It was muffled, and yet it was clear. And his feet, they were really old but tough. And he walked, without shoes, on the floor among the chamisa and the sage and the piñon and the scrub. I was seeking the source. And meanwhile, the bell kept pealing sweetly back and forth, ringing. Finally, he came to a certain spot, and he realized the bell was ringing right under his feet. He could feel the vibrations right up through the bones of his legs. And he ran home, and he brought back his spade. And he dug, until he unearthed the edge of a beautiful bell. His village was so poor, they had no bell in the tower of the church. With great effort, the old man dislodged the bell and brushed it off with the sleeves of his coat and dragged it home. And he thought, I'm going to donate this to the church. And the people would be so happy to have such a fine bell. But in the morning, when he awakened and he went outside, the bell had disappeared from where he had left it, right there, outside his door. And thinking, he thought, thieves had taken it. And he searched all day, everywhere. He even went back to the place where he had dug, but you know what? It was as though he had not dug there ever. There was no disturbance of land. And so he had no luck finding it. And that night, he didn't sleep very well. He slept off and on. And again, after midnight, he was awakened again by the bell ringing beautifully again. And so he threw on his coat, and he grabbed his spade, and he followed the sound of the bell, and he followed the sound of the bell, and he wove all throughout the desert there. And he kept thinking, where? I know I'm close, I know. Then he felt the vibration in his legs. He felt it again, and he dug it up again. Very carefully, he brushed it off with the sleeves of his coat, and he dragged it back home, thinking again, what a great surprise this will be for everyone in the village. How happy everyone will be. But the next morning, when he wakened, the bell was nowhere in sight. And again, the old man, he went out again into the desert with his old feet bare, anxious to find it, and couldn't find it. But at high noon, the Angelus hour, the hour of the angels, the old man heard a bell. And it was the very bell that he had dug up, and it was up in the tower of the church somehow. It had gotten all there into the empty bell tower all by itself. And it was pealing beautifully for all the people to pause in the Angelus to praise the Creator. So now he was satisfied, even though mystified. as to how the bell had gotten there, the self-same bell he had twice unearthed in the middle of the night, but, there are some things that you can't quite ask the right question about in order to receive the right answer. And so he was happy. And he thought, now at least I'll get a good night's sleep. But no. In the middle of the night he was awakened again, this time by the sound of a tiny child crying. He threw on his coat and he ran outside into the night, desperate. Oh, desperate and distressed, he followed the sound of this child weeping. He tripped over things, he fell over things, he got back up on his hands and his knees, and he rose up and he ran, zigzag through the desert, looking for, where is this little child? I hear this child crying out here in the middle of nowhere. Well, then he felt like maybe the crying was coming from under the roots of the cornfield. And he ran into the cornfield and he fell to his knees, and he could feel the crying right in his knees. And he brushed the dirt away with his hands, and there, in the roots of the corn, was a beautiful little baby boy. Oh, the old man's heart, filled with instant love for this little tiny child. And he cradled the child under his coat, and he hurried home calling to all his neighbors, come help me with this child. But the neighbors, when they arrived, the child, who he had laid down on his bed, had disappeared, was nowhere to be seen. And the old man was beside himself. And the neighbor said, abuelo, he's getting old, now he's making up cuentos, he's making up stories. It's very sad. But the old man spent all the next day everywhere trying to find that sweet little child. And he ran through the cornfields, and he looked, and no matter where he looked, there was no land disturbed, and there was no crying either. So that night, when he went to bed, he thought, okay, I don't know how anybody can expect me to sleep. There is a child somewhere, I just know there is. And sure enough, just when he fell into a troubled sleep, he was awakened by the sound of a tiny little child crying. And he ran out in the night, didn't even put his coat on, beside himself to find and rescue what he was not sure was a little infant, but certainly it was a little child. And sure enough, on the other side of the cornfield, just under the ground, in the roots of the corn, the old man found the child again. And he brushed away all the dirt and twigs, and he carried the child home again. But again, by morning, even though this time he didn't call the neighbors, the little child who had been lying beside him on his bed with the old man's arm cradling the child, little child had vanished. Well, thought the old man, now, I don't know, what shall I do next? And all of a sudden, all the villagers came running to the old man to tell him about the most beautiful little statue of Santo Niño, literally Saint Baby, that had suddenly appeared on the humble altar of the church in the village. And all the old men and all the old women came to give this little child statue the nicest little skirts and shirts and nice little shoes and a little hat. Oh, they were so happy to see this little statue of this little child, Santo Niño, Saint Baby. And that night, and for all nights after, there was no more crying of a child to be heard underground. Oh, well, thought the old man, now the child must be safe, and the bell is safe, and that is that. We never know what part of the greater we're asked to do. Even though we can't see the bigger picture, we just have to do what's being asked of us, and I have done that. But the old man didn't sleep well as the nights passed by. Something was not quite right. And one night, he decided to go to the little church and to light a vela, a candle, in thanks to El Niño, Saint Baby. But when he arrived, the beautiful little figure of the child was missing. He looked everywhere on the little wooden altar, and then he looked behind the altar, and then he searched the church up and down behind all the little wooden benches, but the little one was no longer there. And the old man, he began to cry, and he cried himself to sleep on the wooden bench in the church. And when he awakened in the morning, much to his joy, little El Niño was back on the altar again. Santo Niño, the old man admonished him, you must stop running away. Stay here with us. We will take care of you always. Look at you. Wherever you were walking about, your clothes are all dusty and torn, and you've worn out your shoes. They're worn clear through on the bottoms. And sure enough, the little child's shoes were worn completely through. The little child spoke to the old man kindly, said, do you not realize that I must be about my work in the world? Oh, and that day, people in the village talked about seeing a little light passing by their doors at night, but didn't quite know what to make of it. They thought maybe someone had a little procession they had put together and they were carrying the velas in the procession or something, maybe a falling star outside the doors, something. And so the old man slept in his own house that night. Then in the middle of the night he thought, I want to go see Santo Niño again. I love this little child. And so he padded over to the church in his greatcoat and his bare feet. And again, Santo Niño was missing. Oh, he was nowhere to be seen. And the old man said, Santo Niño, I hope you're all right. Maybe somebody stole you. You know, there are lots of churches that don't have statues. Maybe they stole you. Oh, no. And the old man sat down on one of the old wooden benches, and pretty soon his head was nodding and his chin was on his chest, and he fell asleep into a deep, deep sleep. And in the morning, when he awakened, there was little Santo Niño. He was back up on the altar again. And the old man said, Santo Niño, look at you. Look at you, your little dress and your little shirt and your little trousers are all torn and dusty and dirty and muddy. And where have you been? And look at your little zapatitos. Look at your little shoes. They're worn all the way through again. Oh, it's just, some of the nice people at the village had given you new shoes, and look, they're already gone. The little child said, Abuelo, I'm doing my work in the world just as you've done yours. And that day, suddenly many people in the village began to claim that sick people had been made well during the night, that a little light or a little star or a little child in some cases had appeared at their bedsides and laid a tiny hand on them and said a word or two and blessed them. And from that moment on, they began to recover from their travails. And so it said in that village in the desert, that one, maybe it's in El Salvador, maybe it's down in the Mato Grosso, maybe it's over in San Luis Valley, maybe it's down near Chimayo. But by that day, they say that Santo Niño Atocha always stays in the sanctuary, that people go to him and they bring him many zapatitos, many shoes, because for some reason that no one can quite figure out. The little statue, the little Santito, wears out his shoes almost every night and needs new ones. And they can be seen playing in the sanctuary, sometimes people say, with the many little toys the villagers make for him of sticks and strings and wheels and little scraps of cloth. But at night, he always disappears. And farther away, other villages have reported a little star or a little vela, a little light, and sometimes a little child appears at the bedside of those who are struggling, and says a prayer with them, or washes their fevered brow, or puts a tiny hand on their hand, and says a blessing, and that people afterward begin to recover from whatever travail they were facing, that they are stronger, that they feel better, that they feel they have been touched by the holy. And so Santo Niño every night disappears, always returning by morning, with his little zapatitos worn through. And now no one any longer asks where he has been in the night. They know, as you know, as I know, as we all know. Sometimes when you go to the small villages, anywhere, along the Pan-American highway that I drove when I was in my early 20s from Denver all the way down through Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panama, and then floated my Jeep over to South America and went all the way down to Tierra del Fuego. Anywhere you go along that road, there are little churches, little villages, tiny, tiny villages of maybe 50 families. And often in the church, they have a little wall for Santo Niño. And on the little wall are shoes and shoes and shoes, little baby shoes. They have baby shoes made of felt, and baby shoes that are knitted, and baby shoes that are crocheted, and baby shoes that are woven out of sisal, and baby shoes that are made out of burlap, and all kinds of sandals and baby shoes that are all for Santo Niño, so he will always have a fresh pair of shoes for his journey. I would say that there is a wall of little zapatitos inside each one of us that help us to recenter ourselves in the world we must live in, with all its cacophony and all its admixtures and so on and so forth, on that it is, in part, by wandering to lay a prayer, wandering to put a blessing, wandering to put the tenderness of touch on ourselves and another person, that literally is the cleansing, the limpias. It is the way to bring oneself back to oneself again. That everything in this story, the old man, the villagers, the little Santo Niño, the bell, the child crying, that all of those are elements of the healing force of the psyche too, as well as a healing story in and of itself. The old man in this tale is not like the king in a German fairy tale, which is often representative of the dominant culture. Like, remember the Erlkönig that we talked about in the first session we had together? He represents the dominant culture that in no way recognizes the soul. This old man is completely different. He's the exact opposite almost. He recognizes it immediately, even when it's an object, such as a bell ringing. It isn't the bell that is as important in itself. It is the ringing sound, the awakening, the calling to praise and gratitude that gives the hint about where to move next when one feels their soul is lost. Gratitude, graciousness to be filled with, grace, praise. Instead of give me, I need, I want, it has to do with moving outward towards something, gathering it all together and then bringing that in. But first going outward and then in. It's very much like Aikido in a sense. He moves where he's called to move. And he doesn't know. He only knows that it's compelling for him. So one of the first steps of limpias is to go toward what is compelling for people, what they believe, what they think, what is interesting to them, and what is heartening to them. Secondly, when he hears a little baby crying, there are a lot of people who don't hear babies crying. Frankly, if you are a sensitive or an empathic person, when you go through a grocery store in a restaurant, when you hear an infant cry, it hurts. It cuts across the body like a blue knife. It is a sound that wants you, your whole body, mind, soul, spirit, to respond, to help that little one that is in distress of one sort or another. And this is, again, returning to the soul means that you are sensitized to the world around you. Not oversensitized, so you pick up everything that goes on and weep over it, but as the old man does, that you hear it when it's important and you go seek it and comfort it. And this is part of limpias because so many people disregard themselves and disregard others as a result, and disregard their own difficulties, their own pains. Oh, it's all right, go away. Well, tomorrow's another day. No, hear the child crying under the ground. Go find the child, because the child carries, in this story, all the elements of healing. It has knowledge of how to touch, to tender. In Spanish, the word is tierno, to be tender, to walk tenderly, to be a tender person. It's often related to people who are young. This is the joven, the young person. To be in that sense of psyche. The old man doesn't really act like an old man, does he? He really acts like a young person. He hears, he goes, he sees, he relates. He doesn't have all kinds of, no, I shouldn't, or maybe I could, but I'm not quite sure, and I'm confused, and all this and the rest. He's very clear. I hear, I go. There are two aspects in this little story that I want to mention before we go further, and that is that ability to have empathy to hear what others do not hear. That is what the old man is, and symbolizes in the story. To follow what others may not hear. To dig down to free whatever appears trapped or whatever is newly born. This is the element in the story, the operative element that's talking about the psyche of any individual who is trapped or stuck or doesn't know which way, or who is stunned or numbed. This ability to open one's ears to hear, to follow what others may not hear, to dig down to free whatever appears trapped or whatever is trying to be newly born, and to bring holiness to finding that. The little one is the immaculate heart. It is the core self that responds to harm, peril, to hurt with healing, grace. Thus, this immaculate heart in this child, which is totally pure and unruined, by caring for that immaculate child, by caring for that healing self, literally reseats us in a sense of purity of self and thought. The Immaculate Heart in Catholicism, belonging to La Señora, La Virgen, Blessed Mother, is literally portrayed as a red heart with white flowers all around it. But sometimes it's also portrayed as the sorrowful heart, which is a red heart also, but it is pierced by 7 swords. And the juxtaposition of those two is a healing element in curanderismo, in that while there is wound, there is usefulness for the wound in order to see, be, and become again the Immaculate Heart. That the wound is where it begins, in red, rubedo, and is translated into the albedo, the white, the Immaculate Heart, meaning clarity, purity as clarity, being able to see clearly, being able to hear clearly. Which brings us to the condition of mal ojo. Mal ojo is a way of seeing that is a wrong way of seeing. It's literally, some people translate it as the evil eye, but that's not quite what it is. Although it could be, because certainly you've probably seen the evil eye come at you from someone who disapproved of you, who stopped you in your tracks with the fire, sort of I don't know what color that is, orange fire in their eyes. And you stopped immediately because there was something so sharp and reprimanding about what was coming through their eyes. But more often, mal ojo is a way of thinking about life, about oneself, and about others that's off base, so that the person has no clarity, only condemnation, for instance, or too much judgmentalness about others or about self. And you can be sure, I think that we all have been through this, where the things that we say to ourselves about how we are, oh goodness, start anywhere from too stupid to too fat to too slow to too uncreative to, name it, too busy to uncoordinated. It's a very long list. That those are ways that we would tend to see others as well. We would tend to have sharpened sensitivity to others who are uncoordinated, to others who we think are slow, to others who we think are too fat, to others who we think are too whatever or not enough. So in order to come to peace with oneself, actually begins with not what I would call loving oneself. I think that's so vague. It will come from curing oneself of wrongful thinking. And how one would do that in curanderismo, the curandera would talk about the difference between the meanings of mezclar, for instance. M-E-Z-C-L-A-R, mezclar, to mix. To mix means two things. In curanderismo, it means to mix up, like to confuse, or to mix, like if you mixed ingredients in order to make a delicious cake. And as you might imagine, we're after the beautiful bread, the cake that's made, not the part that flies apart and is confused. And yet, the process somehow is the same, to turn in a circle some ingredients with intent to make something of it, is mezclar, that makes something clear, puts it all together, mixes it well, pours it out, puts some heat under it, bakes it, and there it is, to be made and to be eaten, versus stirring things up So they fly apart. So the container is not big enough or it's not deep enough, and things fly all over the place, and we are undone and we feel horribly unsettled. In curanderismo, the cure for mal ojo, one of the, incidentally, many cures, would be to teach a person the difference between those two maneuvers in their thought system of how to think in an orderly fashion, how to use various ways of thinking about various things in one's own life, or thinking in a scattershot way that throws things all over the place, so that, the equivalent of the, as we used to be when we first learned to bake and cook when we were little kids, so you have all kinds of stuff hanging up from the ceiling and all over the walls. And I don't know if you've ever had a mix master, those old Sunbeam mix masters with the black thing on the end that looks like a bullet, like a great big fat bullet, and you turn that and it makes the metal things go around and around. And you learn to not lift the beaters out of the bowl, to not tip that bullet thing back by its handle, because what happens is that the beaters keep revolving very fast and throw the cookie dough or the bread dough or the kolache or the kipli or the whatever kind of dough all over the ceiling and all over the floor and all over the cupboards. And then you have to spend a lot of time with a toothpick, and your mother looking, that orange fire at you, that mal ojo at you until you get it all cleaned up. So some people don't realize that they live their lives that way too, that they're not making something out of what's happening to them every day. Instead, they're mixing it up and tipping the mix master out of the bowl so things fly all over the place. That's to be corrected. It's mal ojo, the cure for it. It's cultura cura is one of the sayings that comes from curanderismo, which means that it's the culture around you that cures you. It's the part of the life around you that helps you or hinders you, so that if you wanted to think clearly, move clearly in your fullest strength possible, that you would also have your familia, your companions, and your familiares, those are your extended family people, who support you mixing something in order to make something, rather than intruding on your life and causing the batter to fly all over the kitchen. So how one chooses the culture, their little culture, their inner circle culture that they live in, becomes increasingly important in order to avoid mal ojo, especially insensitive people who take in so many details that they're often overwhelmed by them. So this, in its own way, is one of the aspects that curanderismo can help with immeasurably, in part because it restores the person to themselves again, to the core self, instead of these funny phalanges sticking out all over the place. Or in many cases, people act one way in one environment and act a different way in a different environment. In fact, the place where I've seen this happen the most is a group of girls in a restaurant, young girls who, are my Latino girls who have their, hair all sprayed up like hood ornaments in the front. They're so gorgeous and beautiful, and everything's going fine and swimmingly, and all of a sudden a handsome young vato comes in the door, and the girls change. It's like shape-changing. They change from just talking to each other, seriously and carrying on in a usual way, to all of a sudden, they sound like songbirds all of a sudden. Oh, well, hello. Oh, so nice to see you. That's another way of lifting the mixmaster out of the bowl. It's to be one way, one place, in a different way, another place, in a still different way, another place. The solidification of the soul in the body, sitting in the center, means that you will be as you are everywhere. You will be as you are everywhere. Oh, you might forget every once in a while, or if there's a challenge or something, might become distressed for a moment, but it will pass. Or you will come right back to center again. And that's what the curandera will help with. There is, as I said, I think the curandera is an aspect of psyche, of one's own psyche, which is a qualified healer, has huge knowledge. It's also called the soul. It's also called Santo Niño. You will find amongst actual curanderas and curanderos that they have their favorite santitos that they ally with. And my grandmother had these little chalk statues, of the saints that were so badly painted, like the eyes were off kilter a little bit maybe, or the mouth was, wherever the mouth was in the statue, the red of the mouth, was like slightly to the side, like they had drawn their lipstick on crooked or something. But they were her little santitos, and she had her favorites that she would prayed to, like Saint Anthony, Antonio, and others. Saint Anthony was the saint of finding things, finding lost things in particular, which incidentally is not to be taken so literally. It will be lost heart, lost soul, lost memory, and other things that could be material, like a lost ring, for instance. Probably some of you know this old prayer that a lot of the grandmothers used to chant. They said, "Tony, Tony, look around. Something's lost and must be found." It's like, "Tonio, Tonio, look around." So she had all these little chalk statues, these santitos, and she would address them as though they were living creatures, as though they were living beings. And they are, in their own way. They are ideas that hang in the air, that are considered healing ideas, that each of those santitos has a life story, for instance, about how they struggled and they were in la lucha and they didn't know whether to go left or right, and something happened to them, something holy, and they learned. And as a result, they are a half a step ahead of most human beings, and that's why they're santitos, little saints. But every now and then she would pray for one thing or another. I remember one time she wanted Adlai Stevenson to win the presidential election. He didn't. And she was so upset with one of her santitos, she put him in the freezer. I know that temporarily. And I know that other times that she would say that the saints weren't helping fast enough, and every now and then she put a little paper bag, like a little sandwich bag over them, and she'd say, "Okay, I'm going to talk to you later. You just sit there and think about it." So every curandera I've ever known has their own relationship with the santitos, and they have loving, admiring, respectful, but also sometimes seems like humorous relationships with them. But the humor is because the curandera is human, not because the saint is less saintly. So these little santitos are all like little ideas about how to go forward. If you read the lives of the saints, which is an incredible way to learn about all the ideas that are hanging in the air around the soul, you will see what their luchas are, what their struggles are, and how they found their way through. The places that invidia seems to insert itself. Invidia means jealousy and envy, both. Jealousy is sort of, it's sort of like wanting what someone else has, whether you really wanted it or not. All of a sudden your neighbor, wins $500 in the lottery or something, and you go, "Well, look, look, she bought new shoes, look." And you don't even buy loteria tickets. You're not even interested in that. But something jumps up in you. And envy is a little different. It's like longing without love. It is a deeper form of jealousy. Jealousy tends to pass, because people return to the idea that they're meant to have certain things and want to have certain things, and that they should just put their blinders on and just stick to their own stuff. But envy is longing that almost has a malicious component to it. So when people come to see about being mad, angry, rageful, resentful, retaliatory toward others, the curandera will often say, "Where is the love in you? Where is the love?" And the person might say, "Well, I don't feel any love." And they'll say, "Well, that's the problem then. The problem is not your envy. The problem is your lack of love." And so then the process will be begun. The sobadora will massage the person and literally squeeze the envy out of them. We'll literally start at the shoulders and work all the way down the arms, all the way down the torso, all the way down the legs, all the way down the toes, all the way up the neck, all the way up the top of the head, to literally squeeze that poisonous feeling that's in the body out of the body. And platicadora, the one who has platicas, the talking with people, will probably ask them to remember back to times of great love and mercy in their own lives, when someone took mercy on them, when they were lying wounded by the side of the road and everyone passed by except one, even a dog who came to lick their wounds, anything that intervened and showed an act of mercy. No, ask them to remember, in other words, who they really are. They are stuck, captured, trapped, caught by longing without love, but that's not the real self. That's a fake self. That's a self that doesn't really exist with substance, although it can burn a fire that burns the psyche down day after day after day, which incidentally is exhausting for the person. To feel sustained anger, to feel sustained envy is actually more tiring, more exhausting than feeling sustained sorrow. It uses up much, much more firewood. So in these areas, I have at center, what is the condition of the soul and what is the condition of the heart? The idea of returning to the immaculate doesn't mean returning to the perfect, because none of us can do that. None of us. It's like life, this journey. You can't say that it would be easy, but you could say that it would be worth it. And that is the moment, and that is the center of the idea of reclaiming oneself, of bringing one's gifts back within your own reach, is to center yourself right in that immaculate space that loves, rather than in any other space that pulls at you, because it's all temporary. It's all dry leaves. It is. Tomorrow, next week, some turn of phrase, some new person show, and you'll forget whatever it was that was such consternation to you in the past. And so there are heart-centering prayers that a curandera will pray with people in order to return them to heart. And I brought one for you tonight, and I would like to ask you to join me in this. I will ask you to do two things. One is to just put down whatever it is you might be doing, even if you're knitting or whatever it is you might be doing, and just relax for a moment and think about your image of your own immaculate heart. And let us just be still for a moment and attend to the little dance of the heart. No matter how still you try to sit, there's a little movement that goes not just with your breathing, but with the beat of your heart. If you put your fingertips against the pulse of your throat, at the bottom of your throat, you feel that little dance going on. So let us attend to our heart and listen. Listen to your heartbeat. Be in touch with Creator, who dwells inside the little red church of the heart, little red temple, little red cave of the heart. And that is where we have our being. Listen. And take your finger and trace in a circle around your heart. Doesn't matter which direction. Just trace in a circle around your heart, just slowly. Keep going. Though we're made of many parts, we're only one. Though there are many people, we're only one. How broadly will we draw this circle? Does this circle in my heart include only my family? Or only people like me? Or are we all one? Listen. We are many parts, but we're only one. And this circle of the heart is where we live. Those who try to pull us out of this circle may not be friends of the moment, but friends of the future. For now, listen. Be in touch with the one who dwells within. That is your true home. Because it's not easy to stay in the true home as you know, as I know. And yet there are things that we see every day that bring us there today. When I was driving in the almost dark, even though it was broad daylight outside, it was dark because of the heavy snow hanging in the sky. I saw a father and a child who threw me straight back into my heart again, right into the center of my being. The father was tall, and of course he looked like the Michelin tire man in all his overcoat. And the child was little. He was probably up to, like maybe 3 feet tall, something like that. And he looked like a baby version of the Michelin tire man, all in his many round tires of eider-down coat. And the father had the child's hand, so was the little boy. And the father's walking in the snow was up to about his knees. But the little boy was much smaller, and so the snow was up to his waist. And I saw his father reach down with both his arms, and you could see he was saying, "Come on, I'll lift you up." And you could see the little boy is shaking his fingers, going, "No," because he liked plowing through the snow with his body. First one side forward, step, next side forward, shoulder first, next step, plowing through waist high in the snow. And his dad just kept holding his hand. His dad was grinning like to beat the band. It was just one of the most charming, beautiful things I've seen, a father and his son in a moment of pure happiness. And so another way that a curandera will tell a person who is suffering from sadness or sorrow is to not only, of course, be sad, to have the sorrow, carry it, pour it out though as well, but also, as one can, little by little, to also take in sights that to them make them remember happiness, make them remember how it all once was for them and will be again. So this is the way that we move forward after shock, after an episode of malojo, after an episode of envidia or susto. This is how we come back again. Gratitude, just this. I know that there are people who write gratitude every day. I like that idea very much. In curanderismo, the focus is a little bit different. The focus is never without Santo Niño. The focus is never without La Virgen. The focus is never without a great other, the Santito, El Dio, La Diosa. It's never without the great one. So that when one moves in gratitude, the gratitude is literally aimed at one greater, not just a list of what I'm grateful for, but what I'm grateful for to whom. So, remember I told you about the santitos that lots of curanderos have and grandmothers have, abuelas, abuelos. Well, they often also will either paint a picture of, and if they can write, they will sometimes write words on the picture too, of what they're grateful for. So you have a Bonifacio Camargo lived alone and she was sad in Puebla. I'm looking at a little picture right now that one of my patients drew. And she prayed to San Antonio and found a good partner to cure her loneliness. And she now gives thanks. And now, here's the picture. And shows her on one side, she's all lonely. She's a stick figure, incidentally. Nobody needs to be Leonardo da Vinci to do that. She's a little stick figure, and she's looking sad. And on the other side, she's standing with a man who has funny trousers on and a funny hat on. But they have their arms around each other. And above is San Antonio, who, incidentally, carries Santo Niño in his arms a lot. He carries a little baby in his arms a lot. So floating in the sky is San Antonio. And in those very simple words, using her own name and her own little voice, she is saying, this is my gratefulness in this time. And this particular person gave me permission to use her name here, which I have done. And also the next person, whose name is Ixtarnio, and calls himself Tarno for short. And he has made a little tiny drawing on the back of a little, a hotel pad of paper, that they have near the telephone. And it's just a drawing in pencil. And it's dedicated to Saint Cecilia. And it says, I thank you, Santa Cecilia, for helping me get rid of my gambling. And there's a picture of him looking like a borracho, looking like a drunk at a table. But above, floating, is Santa Cecilia, and she is pulling energy out of him, energy to be drunk and energy to gamble. And so he is thanking her. This is a way that you can bring this down to earth You can write the words and include a person who is greater than you, an idea, a creator that is greater than you to give thanks to give what we call praise prayer to. So you can make your gratitude journal with the one, and thanks and praise, not just about what delights you, but to you and your angels. Let me bring this blessing prayer to you here at the end of our time together. This is from a holy card. This is a holy card that our little nonprofit that supports adult literacy in the world, that you probably know if you know some of my background. My own families could not read or write, so we know how important it is to support adult literacy. And I received this prayer from Los Angeles, and I wrote it down, and then we made a holy card out of it. This holy card is black, and it has on it a brilliant red heart, and it has flames coming out of the top of the heart. Flames, blue, orange, red, flames against this black background. And this heart is pierced by 7 swords, 4 on the right and 3 on the left. And this is the heart of learning. This is the sorrowful heart. This is the condition that all of us are in. And by learning what we learn through being pierced in these ways, there's hardly a person on the face of the earth that I know who hasn't been pierced so many times. By thinking that there might be a way to learn from those piercings, we're returned again right into the center, into the Immaculate Heart. So on the back of this card is the prayer. It's a received prayer, meaning that I heard it and I wrote it down. Mater Dolorosa, the unruined heart. The swords through our heart are not those which caused our wounds, but rather the mighty swords of strength earned by our deep struggles through hard times. And so I have named the swords, and I will name them to you now as a blessing on you. 7 swords, the sword of surrender in order to withstand this time of learning. The sword of veils to pierce hidden meanings of this time. The sword of healing to lance one's own agony, one's own bitterness, to let it drain. The sword of new life to cut through, to cut loose, to make an opening in the ground, to plant anew. The sword of courage to speak up, to row with, to touch others with, to gain their attention. The sword of life force to draw from, to lean on, and to use to purify. And the sword of love, often the heaviest to lift consistently. This sword turns one away from war to instead fall into the arms of immaculate strength. O Immaculate Heart, give me shelter in the beautiful chambers of your heart. Keep me strong, fierce, loving, and able in this world. Remind me daily that despite my imperfections, my heart remains completely unruined. I say this prayer to Creator in the name of the person I am in this lifetime, Clarissa Pinkola Estés, on behalf of all the souls listening, those who belong to the tribe of the Sacred Heart. So may it be for you. So may it be for me. So may it be for all of us. Amen. And as my grandmother used to say, Amen, and a little woman.
This concludes Session 3 of Mother Night, Learning to See in the Dark. Our program continues with Session 4. Sounds True presents Mother Night, Learning to See in the Dark, Session 4, Premonitions and Apparitions, Valuable Protection and Grounded Intelligence from the Other World, with Dr. Clarissa Pinkola Estés.
There is a concept that's relatively new called mirror neurons, and it's something I'm interested in because it is a neuron in the human body, but also in other animals, that fires when an animal acts, like when we do something or say something or think something, but it also fires, that very same set of neurons, fires when we see someone else acting a certain way. So that that idea, old idea, of birds of a feather fly together, there's something to be said for that, as well as that other proverb. And, proverbs are these little tiny cuentitos. They're little tiny stories that if you shake them, a great deal of wisdom falls out of them. That other proverb is water reaches its own level, meaning that who and what you expose yourself to will have an effect on you and how well you yourself may function. Therefore, being with people who are conscious, at least from time to time, so that you remember your own pool of people, your own tribal group of people, actually affects you to become as conscious, equally conscious, and perhaps even a bit more conscious than the most conscious member of that group. The mirror neurons, that theory means that what we're exposed to, we might become ourselves. That's a fascinating, incredible idea that is relatively new in science, and one of the ways that it's been applied is in trying to understand negative outcome behavior is when people, for instance, see someone being hurt and no one says or does anything. And the moral issue, or the ethical issue, the issue about safety of each observer, all of those play into people's reactions. However, neurologically, it appears that people's neurons mimic one another when they are highly intent or there's a great intensity of emotion going on. So that, for instance, you've probably seen this happen maybe at your own family holiday table, where one person is crabby and the next person next to them says, "What are you looking at me for?" And the person after that says, "Why are you picking on him?" And the next person goes, "Well, who asked you anyway?" And it goes on and on. From there, it's sort of like the father yells at the mother yells at the child goes to school and yells at a playmate goes home, yells at the cat yells at the dog, father comes home and the dog bites the father, something like that. That would be an example of mirror neurons, where it appears that we're deeply affected by what other people do, and that we might catch, in a way like as contagious, we might catch what they are feeling or even what they are thinking. Well, this is a fascinating idea. Catching love and generosity from other people is clear. The Dalai Lama travels, and I'm thinking of Archbishop Desmond Tutu as well, and some of the other people that I've met, where you have tears in your eyes before they even open their mouth, because you can feel something about them that is pulling you upward into a way of being, seeing, feeling that is so more pure than just the day-to-day detritus that accumulates all around us as we're going about our daily business. In other words, the more prayerful people are, the more conscious they are, it appears, the more that we're touched by that. Now, in terms of apparitions, there's several ways to look at apparitions, precognitions, angels, and so on. And what I'd like to do is just list a couple of the more popular ways, but then I'd like to veer away from that and talk about a whole other side of those phenomena. a lot of people have, let's just say, 3 different ways of relating to what is invisible but can be palpably felt, sensed, or thought. Some people become hyper-fascinated with the material. And I remember going to a religious supply store, that sells little, crosses and little medallions of santitos and so forth. And there were a little group of people poring over a photograph album. And they were pointing to each other in the album. Look, see, in this Polaroid, you can see, the angel there. And in this one, see, you can see it even better. And I thought, well, I would like to see the angel in the Polaroid. So I peeked over their shoulders, and it was whatever it was that I was looking at. I became aware in that moment of something that I think is useful and important to bear in mind, and that is that the phenomenon itself should not take precedent over its usefulness. In other words, whatever the phenomenon is, no matter how beautiful, no matter how arresting, that there is a use to it. And the discussion of the use, the question, how shall I use this? How shall I become with this? Where shall I go with this? Is the essential part, not the simple cavilling over what has occurred. It's like my grandmother used to say to us, she'd say, if you see things, if you hear things, it's just like your heart beating. And I translate that to mean that what we see, what we feel, what we think, what we sense, that feels like more than just who we are, is, in a way, a big so what. In this sense, I certainly find it holy and often blessed. But it's the same as though you have blood pressure, as though you can hear with your ears. It's the same as though you can look at your fingers and count your fingers. It is elemental and ordinary, not extraordinary. When we were born into this world, we were born as full human beings, fully alive and fully angelic. In the Quran, it says that Creator literally taught the first people, Adam and Eve, taught the first woman and first man to be as much as and even more than the angels. And that the angels crowded all around saying, I'm not so sure about this. Look, God has made these human beings in the image of Creator. That's special, something special. And so the way that the human being is in the earth is in knowing, in having scientia, knowledge, a kind of knowing that has to do with knowing all the discrete parts and how they all go together, and how nothing is in real conflict with anything else, that everything works as a whole, like a gigantic clock that moves through time. Except that in over-acculturation, which we're dumped into almost immediately as soon as we're born, via whether it's radio or whether it's television or whether it's film or whether it's the outer culture, or the school, the society, even the family around us, we're told, oh no, you can't think what you think, you can't see what you see, you don't hear what you hear. No, that's your imaginary friend. Isn't that sweet? Oh, I have an imaginary friend. But imagination is considered one of the angelic qualities. There are beautiful paintings by inspired painters, like Caravaggio, for instance, where people literally who are writing a book or who are reading a book, an angel is leaning over them, telling them what those words mean in an angelic sense. That those words that are being read are not to be taken only literally about this world, but that they have other meanings as well, radiant meanings that are useful in this world, but only from seeing from the other world into this world, seeing from the soul, in other words. So the idea of imagination, if you look at paintings of angels and apparitions and appearances of various, all the way back, you used to go back into Greek and Roman mythology, Assyrian, Byzantine, it's all there, that the Spirit comes to speak to the person either through their hearing, through their sight, through their body sensation, through their mind. And that this is just regular. It's interesting if true, but so what? in a blessed way. It's normal. However, the over-acculturation, you might say, is a thief, steals this perception from people, this imagination, this knowing, scientia, from people, and then people become bewildered. I mean, much more than necessary. They become bewildered. So, if we were to cease dreaming, if we were to cease imagining, if we were to cease sensing, hearing inwardly, seeing inwardly or outwardly, seeing things sort of suspended in the air before us, if we were to cease all of those senses that came with us, that we were born with, if we ceased all of that boldness, then bold actions in this world would not be possible. They would cease also, because they originate in that kind of seeing, sensing, knowing, hearing. If dreams and imagination and apparitions and knowing in your body, just knowing in your mind, sudden thought, just knowing, first thought, right thought, if that is the primary fuel for the engine of doing, then it must be so. And every single person who imagine all those sensory gifts as lights, as lanterns lit inside of you, as each one is doused by the outer culture, the culture becomes the poorer for it, because people cannot see, feel, hear, sense what is important and useful in the here and now. They cannot invent, they cannot innovate without being afraid of not following a previous pattern established by the culture, approved by the Minister of Apes, the High Court of Simians, all the creatures that stand in and outside of our mind saying, oh, no, not that way, no, this other way, the way we say. So, if goodness can't be dreamt, then it can't be done. And because you can see, feel, sense, know goodness, it will be done. It will be done. The very first thought that you have that is useful, decent, and good is meant to be enacted in some way that brings bounty. So, apparition, the word, is related to the word apparent, to be able to see, feel, sense, know. Apparition means that it is apparent. It is right before you or in you in a way that you cannot deny. So people talk about seeing things out of the corner of their eyes, for instance, or I talk about a sudden gut sensation that they have, or they talk about hearing. They thought they heard something in the middle of the night, maybe, a voice or a song or a bell or any number of things. And the fact is, immediately the overculture colonizes what people sense and feel and know, and colonizes and invades and says, oh, no, that belongs to us. That doesn't belong to you. That belongs to us. And what we're going to tell you immediately is that that's foolish and stupid. So, as you were born, fully developed sensorially in more than the five senses. I mean, if truth be known, there's a depth sense to each one of those senses. That is a neurological sense, but then there's another sense underneath that parallels the first of seeing, hearing, touch, taste, and so on. The culture will say, those thoughts you had, what you saw out of the corner of your eye, what you felt, oh, your father appeared to you? Oh, your dead father appeared. Well, I'm sorry, you must have imagined that. And yet, hear what the culture's saying to you. It's saying you imagined that. And that's right. And so your answer is not, oh yeah, I guess I imagined that. The answer is, yes, I imagined that. In other words, I saw the image either through my body, through my eyes, through my hearing, through my gut. I saw it. I saw it. I apprehended it. It appeared to me. So this is one of the most beautiful, is to be able to sense other things that help us with our lives, and sometimes help us to see clearly, to hear clearly, to avoid, to divert, to veer, to run toward, in ways that may not make sense to the people around us because they don't necessarily see what we see, hear what we hear, think what we think, feel what we feel. But my experience is that how people see and feel is validated immediately by the soul and the spirit and the mind, and invalidated often by the outer culture. So it boils down to this. The way we used to say it, those of us who are former girl gang leaders is like, so what are you going to do about it? Yeah. So what are you going to make of that? Huh? What, you want to fight over it? Well, I would suggest that no fighting, just aikido, just turning with the energy that says, oh no, you must be silly, you must be out of it. Turning, okay, yes, okay, I'm silly, I'm out of it. And then moving into your own trajectory that you have just sensed and gotten additional information about. I would like to tell you one of my earliest experiences with apparition. I was a little girl, I was 4 years old, I think, or thereabouts, not old enough to know how to swim, and not old enough apparently to wear a coat that wasn't down to my ankles, as dress little kids back then in hand-me-downs, which was, I always thought, a great treat. To get a couple pillowcases full of clothes that other people, had worn, and maybe the cowboys on the shirt, would still be, they wouldn't have faded out by all the washings, and have pearl buttons down the front, all these wonderful things that you'd never seen before. But I remember having a really long coat. And one of the people on the road got a car. I think they might have won it in a poker game, I'm not sure. But nobody had cars, and we didn't have telephones, and there was no television. But the people did have radios, and people had lots of work. I think most people work 6 days a week, if not 7, and had more than one job. So there wasn't a lot of time for recreating. So when someone had a car, felt like sort of like, I don't know, like probably the equivalent of today's Disneyland and Exploratorium all wrapped up into one. At any rate, it was the middle of winter, and we all packed up into the car, now wearing my leggings and my galoshes, those black kind with the buckles that go jingle, jingle when you walk, They were too big, though, and they wouldn't stay shut. And I had a cap on that had a string tie on it that would chafe under my chin, and my coat. And we all piled in the car. I think there were probably about 40 of us in the car. No, not really. But there were probably 12 of us. And, cars used to be built like back in the 40s. They used to be built like living rooms, really, on 4 wheels. And so there were a lot of people in the car, aunts and uncles and neighbors and all kinds of people. And we drove, 20 minutes, even less, to Lake Michigan, the great inland Mother Ocean, frozen. And there was lots of snow heaped up on the dunes, but the water was moving, and the snow and the jetties were all covered in ice. And there is, I think, in a child as well as an adult, the first time you ever see big water, it's stunning. I couldn't believe what I was seeing when we got to the lake and we got out of the car and we went to the cyclone fence that was on the bluffs overlooking the lake. It was huge, endless, couldn't see the end of it, not left, not right, couldn't see the top, it just went on and on and on and on, and it moved, it rose up and it came toward you, and then it pulled back slowly, slowly, and then it gathered itself together and it rose up like it wanted to come see you. There was a long concrete staircase that went down to the beach. And while the grown-ups, they were drinking, yellow and amber-colored liquid in little tiny glasses and throwing it back, that was good. That was good. And I sidestepped my way down the concrete staircase, holding onto the iron rail over my head. I got all the way down to the bottom. And the sand was, sort of gray, brown, dirty, snow-colored, icy, and I clambered over all that ice, and I found that if you fall, and your hands are bare like mine were, that ice actually can cut you. But I kept going on, and my little hands were all red, but I kept going on, and as I, hear the crash of the waves, I saw out in the waves, lifting up in that beautiful green way they have, I saw a beautiful woman. She was so beautiful. It was like rags she was wearing, except they were long and they were rippling in the wind, and she had a beautiful red dress on and beautiful green rags that were long and flowing out from her head. I felt so happy. I ran toward her. I ran into the water. I ran up to my waist, my boots filled with water. They were so heavy I couldn't walk anymore. And all of a sudden, the lady said, "No, turn around. Go back. I'm going to chase you." And so I tried to turn. It was really hard because my legs were like lead in the water, and I could hear her calling, "Go on, run up on the shore, run." And so I began to chug my way through the water, and finally I hit the shore, and I looked to see if she's behind me, and she has her hands out like she's, like lofting little chicks or something. And I ran up all the way on the beach, laughing. It's a game. The beautiful lady was playing a game with me. And it was suddenly cold, so cold. I felt my life was leaving me. And all of a sudden, galloping, literally galloping like stallions, down the concrete steps sideways came all the neighbors and all the people of the family, yelling, shouting, No, come to us, no, come to us, come to us. And all of a sudden, someone scooped me up under their arms sideways like a cord of wood under their arms. And someone hit me really hard. Then I began to cry, and there was a cacophony of noise all around me. And people were saying, "Oh my God, oh my God, the child, oh my God. And I kept saying, the lady, the beautiful lady, did you see the..." No, they didn't want to hear about any lady. They took me up the stairs, stripped my clothes off in the car, bundled me in a blanket. I rolled down the window crying, "But the lady, there is no lady, But the lady, no lady, but some red dress on. Look, see there? That's a red lighthouse. That's what you saw. See the red lighthouse? That's what you saw. You didn't see." But I knew what I saw. I knew I saw the lady. And even more importantly, the lady saw me. The lady saw me, and she's been with me all of my life. And so may it be for you, and so may it be for me, and so may it be for all of us, that each of us has a spirit that comes to us at some time in our life. Maybe an animal, maybe a creature, a furry child, a relative, a familiare, a tree, a presence, an essence, water, comes to us and loves us and helps us in the midst of great travail and stays with us for life. We are in such clutter and chaos most of the time that we might not pay complete attention to all the feelings and thoughts that run through us. I think that the mirror neurons are the place to focus. People who have near-death experiences, which also incidentally are a big so what. They are. I know they seem amazing to us when we have them. But they're ordinary as far as I can tell. And also, as you know, in most matters of the other world, of seeing in the dark, of instincts, of intuitions, insights, apparitions, precognitions, and so forth, no one can judge what you see, think, feel, hear. Only you. No one can judge. Because we have no proofs. We only have evidence. And the evidences are us. So we can't say, okay, well, here it is, all cut and dried, and this is my proof, and I'll replicate it 43 times. So I don't believe that that is the usefulness of reading into and learning from the other world. I think it is in order to help us in this life, sometimes directly, physically. What would have happened to that little child running into Lake Michigan? What would have happened to her? So sometimes physical aid, sometimes spiritual aid, in the midst of a great conflagration or lucha, struggle of some sort. The spirits come. Sometimes great loneliness comes over us. The spirits come if we pay attention. And no one can judge that because it's useful to us. And sometimes it's useful to others, but mostly it's useful to us in the moment to clarify, to elucidate, to help us imagine the next step that would be the greatest step that we could possibly take, to get us to stop, to get us to go forward, to get us to go left, to go right. In other words, guided. So near-death experiences, which I think are a part of this conversation, near-death experiences, I've read a study, I read a lot about dreams, being a psychoanalyst, that some scientists had determined that near-death experiences were merely the firing of the dying neurons in the brain as the person expires, giving images, setting off images of some sort. And that it was what we'll call reductionistic science, which doesn't particularly ask what a thing is, but it seeks to reduce it down to something understandable, manageable. And I would say there are mysteries in this world that are mysteries because they're not understandable, but they are comprehensible. We can apprehend them. They can appear to us. They can help us, and we can derive from them aid of one kind or another. But whether we can reduce them to, well, it happens this way, and it always happens on Thursday at 2 o'clock if you do this and if you do this other thing, and so on, maybe not. But also not, it means nothing. It would be an odd universe without any sacral, any sacred quality, if all things could be reduced to a big nothing. So the idea that when people come near death, in other words, the body, whether it is starving of water, for instance, or starving of food, or their heart fibrillates while they're being operated on in surgery, or they're clinging to life in ICU, or laying under a car in a horrible accident, or whatever it might be. What's peculiar to me is the majority of people have similar understandings. Similar curtains part and similar ideas come forward. So it's curious to me that if we are only randomly firing out of our brains when we are in our last moments, in our physical body is starting to shut down, while that may be true, something else is true, and that is, why do people have similar experiences? What is being said to them about the strength, the length, the breadth, the depth of spirit that most people experience? Now, I'm well aware that some fellow wrote a book about that when he had a near-death experience. He was sort of aggravated about all the people who had written books back in the, I think, going back to the 60s at least, and probably before that as well, but 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s, was aggravated about people who had written about their images, ideas that they had received near death. And that so many of them, if not all of them, were radiant. They were elucidating. They were beautiful. They were loving. They were embracing. They were glorious. So he wrote a book about his so-called near-death experience, saying that he was taken to hell, his idea, I guess, of hell. And that brings me to this. It's a question I'm often asked on the road when I give lectures or seminars, and we talk about these matters. People say to me sometimes, how do you deal with negative material that comes in? How do you handle, things that either are horrible to see, maybe about someone else, or horrible, almost like an attack against yourself? And I say this, that I believe the Sacred Heart is over all of us, and that it's gigantic, and that it sheds nothing but love. Nothing but pure, immaculate love into all of us. Where ideas and thoughts come that are harmful and cutting and severing and bewildering in a way that discombobulates the psyche instead of giving it information, that I'm not sure of. I suspect that it's a form of a complex that's within the person themselves that somehow may attract thought from outside themselves, from the culture, because there are a lot of thoughts that fly about in the culture, and perhaps from even beyond that, and that they mix together in a way that's extremely painful, hurtful, and negative. And so my way of saying how we move forward in that is to learn 2 words, and possibly a few more, but 2 words at least, when that material comes in, and that is, be gone. Be gone. Those thoughts cannot exist without listening to them, seeing them, feeling them, sensing them. The person, you, are the radio. You can change the station. You are any broadcast that can reach your antenna. You can turn the antenna so it does not pick up that broadcast and instead picks up another broadcast. And the only reason you will want to turn the antenna is to ask the question and answer it. How is this useful to me? How is this useful? How is this blessed? How is this goodness? What does this bring that will elucidate, that will increase imagination and creativity, that will solve problems now, right now, here, right now in this world? So there are people who don't pay attention to the apparitions and the visions that they see. I would like to, instead of saying, well, I saw an apparition of, the end of the world and it looked this way, those kinds of things are the ones that I either lower or turn my antenna. There are plenty of people who think the end of the world, fine, okay, fine. What there is little of in this world is useful, down-to-earth goodness and blessedness and sacredness that we can apply in this very moment. So I will suggest always that that's what people seek. However, many people don't listen to what they see, feel, think. Many people who have sensing, in their gut, in their physical being, they don't listen. Again, that's over-acculturation. The culture says, no, don't listen. It's crazy to listen to things like that. You think you know to turn left or right at a stop sign? No, you need to look at a map. Well, maybe you do. Maybe you do need to look at a map. I certainly often do myself. But there are times when you're lost. There is no map of where you're lost, whether it's psychic, psychological, or on the road. And you just know. You just have a sense. If you go right, that's going to lead you back to wherever you want to be. And if you go that way, sure enough, it does. And if you don't, if you go the other way, sure enough, there you are, as I once was on the continental divide, between the mountain range, between the United States, and the left side is to the west and the right side is to the east, and it divides our whole country, this huge, enormous, tall mountain range. And I was there, and I said, okay, I think I should go, no, it can't be left. No, the sun doesn't seem, no. So I went the other way, right? And all of a sudden, the forest got narrower and narrower on the road. In other words, the trees grew closer and closer to the Jeep, and closer until I could reach right out the window on both sides and grab the trees. That was the wrong way. It was the wrong way. So I had to turn around very gradually, inchingly, painstakingly, and go back in the other direction. And isn't that the truth that all of us have? Whether it's your creative life, your personal life, your family life, about your children, about your parents, about your loved ones, about your lover, about the creature that you live with, you know. You were born with at least 5, if not 6, ways of knowing that are over and above regular sight, regular hearing, regular taste, smell, touch. Every single one of those has an extraordinary capacity to it. So, I want to tell you a little bit about Tiresias and the Sibyl, and I also want to tell you about Tzquelonen, who is an Aztec apparition that has appeared to many, many people over the centuries. And Tiresias, you'll remember in our first session we spoke about Tiresias a little bit, that he is peculiar in that he's blind and he can see. He's blind. Some of the stories are that he did something or looked at something he shouldn't have looked at, and the gods punished him. But those post-Arrestian stories often, I think, are more about the way humans think than about the way the spirit and the soul actually interact. But the focus, I think, that is so poignant with him is that he not only could see, but he also is both male and female. He has the ability to, quote-unquote, turn himself into a man or a woman. In other words, he can move his consciousness culturally in other ways, to see what it's like from another person's point of view, from another gender's point of view, in a cultural sense, especially because culture appears in part, and in large part, to designate what each gender is supposed to feel. So, as you know, a long time ago, in analytical psychology, the idea was that a male was the warrior and the king and the so on and so forth, and the woman was the queen and she was the mother. Well, you know, I'll bet a lot of you are former girl gang leaders, aren't you? Yeah. Do not call us warriors. What? Meet you on the playground at high noon, huh? So those qualities belong to everyone, really. But until you can be in all of those ideas and act in them or enact them, you don't get a feeling of all the things that are available to a single human being, regardless of their gender. So culture actually cuts away experience from the female and from the male, saying, no, you cannot be this, and no, you cannot be that. And that's over-acculturation also, because of course you can be whatever you want. You can. This is God-given right, as you're born with it. No one has the right to say otherwise. So Tiresias can be both. And one of the stories about him is that he advised Odysseus, who was trying to go back home with his many men on ships and was always getting lost and always running into trouble and always, you know, the whirlpool. If it wasn't the whirlpool, it was the mountain. If it wasn't the mountain, it was the, you know, big iron man that was going to smash them with his foot. And if it wasn't that, it was something else. And Tiresias literally appeared to him in a dream. As you know, there are many, many, many angels who appear in dreams throughout all the holy books. Bhagavad Gita, sa Mahabharata, sa Holy Bible, Quran, Tanakh, Torah. Every book you can imagine has its angels that come, guide, aid, help. And you could see them as angels, but you can also see them as senses, ways of knowing. So Tiresias comes and he says, listen, I know that you're stuck out there on the ocean. You don't know which way is home, but I'm going to tell you that one way to get home is to go see Helios. And Helios is the sun that flames and flames. And so Odysseus goes to the sun. And he says, Helios. And Helios says, yes. I says, my men are hungry. And Helios says, anything they would like to eat, they can have, that I have. And Helios, of course, oversees all the crops and all the animals, all the everything. However, Tiresias, who cannot see, but can see, has told Odysseus that he must not allow himself or his men to kill and eat the sacred cattle of Helios, that those are special beings, that they cannot be harmed. Odysseus tells his men, but his men have a hunger that's beyond hunger. It's a different kind of hunger that will make you do something you've been told not to do, because to do it would be a desecration, that what is sacred is to be kept sacred. It doesn't matter what it looks like, what it acts like, but it's to be kept sacred because it is under the dominion of the one who sees all, who brings heat and light and fire to all. Well, his men tear the sacred cattle apart and devour them. And they die. The only one left standing is Odysseus. And so Tiresias says to him, your comrades were not able to withstand. And what was it that they weren't able to withstand? Physical appetite of this world, applied to something sacred. Something in that story about not getting confused between the appetites of the ego and even the body and the appetite for the sacred. Because isn't it true that if you long for the sacred, which I believe is inborn in all of us, if you long, you would never slaughter the very thing you long for, would you? But who would? The overculture Yes, the overculture. Get rid of those cows. They just exist for us. There's no reason not to. And yet, Tiresias has appeared in a dream. He has given what some people call hidden information, occult information. Occult means hidden. Information to the hero, to the one who is in charge of the whole life of that ship. To die because you violated the sacred. I mean, most of us feel, especially those of us who have raised children or who have even just tried to build a business of our own in this world, or who have worked for a corporation that may or may not be a conscious one that cares deeply about its employees. Almost all of us have experienced the death of people as a result of appetites to destroy the sacred, to not bring the sacred into the boardroom, into the, and I have to tell you, you can bring it all the time and too much in the wrong way. It's not that it is missing only. There's a way to bring it. And the little story about Tiresias, even though it's a small story, it's a big story. It's like a lot of dreams that are very short are very big dreams. They have great content to them, huge content, huge meaning. This story, as Tiresias is saying, don't destroy out of appetite to what? To be momentarily fed? And as we turn toward many of our cultures, we see that definitely the carriage is running without the horse. The driver is insane in the seat above, now wild-eyed and red-eyed, and going toward who knows what horizon, with a whatever on the horizon that seems like that's what all the appetite is aimed toward. And everything in its path is trundled underfoot. Everything in its path is smashed. So the story of Tiresias and also the Sibyl, to talk about in a moment, there are stories about where to fasten yourself in this life, how to fasten yourself, and to not violate what you know to be so, as given to you by that which is apparent, by appearances of various and sundry kinds. Now, I know from listening to people for years now that everyone has had apparitions. Whether they validate them or esteem them or respect them or not is a whole other story. But it appears that most everybody has had apparitions of one sort or another. And so anytime a person does, Tiresias has spoken. He says, take this, use it, put boundaries around it, don't be a pig about it, put it to good use, put it, and then you will thrive. And otherwise, no, your soul will die. And anytime a soul is removed from culture, not dying exactly, because I don't think souls can die, but being removed and being stunned, and certainly being without wherewithal, the culture becomes soulless. As soul after soul, whether it's young people or old people who are all crabby and selfish, or with middle-aged people who are all diverted and wrapped up in themselves, whatever it is, incidentally, those are all wounds. All comes from being wounded. The culture becomes soulless increasingly. So the Sibyl exists because she has the ability to see the future, but not care about it. Isn't that interesting? She has the ability to see the future, but not care about it. So she writes her visions on oak leaves, and she leaves them at the doorway of her cave. And the wind comes along and sometimes scatters them. And people who have come to read the oak leaves and find out what her prediction is, or what her vision is, or her sight is for their lives, or whichever, she refuses to reassemble the leaves once they're scattered by the wind. It's like, I'm here, I see what I see, I'll tell you what I see, but if you don't take advantage of it, and you just let the wind blow it all away, in other words, you disrespect it, or you just blow it off, literally, I'm not going to tell you again. Not for now, anyway. And the reason that I like this story, which, of course, is also ancient story, is because I think that the Sibyl is a factor that exists in the psyche that is the center of knowledge. Now, you could call it any number of things. People who are Christian might call it one thing. People who follow the Hebrew scripture might call it something else, and Buddhists might call it something, and different people call different things. But it is something that knows. It's la que sabe, something that knows. And more than that, it acts to inscribe it, to literally put it out in a way that is seeable. I remember when we did a blessing together, we talked about, please show us what to do next and let it be understandable to us and something we can easily put to use, right? Well, that center of us is the broadcasting station. If we're the antenna in the radio, then that's the broadcasting station to us. And as you know, I know all of you know this because I've looked at many letters from you. And what I know is that all of you are wildly creative people who are deeply heartfelt souls. And what I know for sure is that you have woken up in the middle of the night at least once in your life, if not 200 times in your life, thinking a thought that is so radiant, so unbelievable, so beautiful, so extravagant, that you thought you would remember it in the morning. And so, what did we do? We didn't write it down, right? And did we remember it? You know, the chances, I think, might be about 10% that maybe we would remember it. And it was so stunning, it woke us up. It woke us up. I was like written on the leaves at the entrance to the cave. And going back to sleep, the wind blows. And when the wind blows, then we lose what has been told to us, that what I would call intelligence that we received. So this is the Sibyl. Her only reason for being, raison d'être, is to sit in her cave and write on the oak leaves. And that's in us. We are so rich. There ought maybe very seldom in our lives be a moment when we say, I don't know. More properly, it would be, I haven't asked. I haven't asked that core self that knows. Or I haven't paid attention to it. Or I don't respect what it says. And so we move and we move and we move. And I want to say that being with people who are well grounded in these matters will literally raise and elevate your consciousness to a level where, yes, it's all normal and it's all useful. And it pours directly into the creative vessel that you are. And you can pour that out, that intelligence, information you get, in any number of ways. So that you are never alone. Never alone. I had a really odd experience. One of the listeners wrote to me and said, you pronounced a word wrong. And I felt, oh no, I pronounced a word. You know how, I mean, I don't know about you, but when I was growing up, my parents, my family, could not read or write. And I read painfully slow, but I loved to read because I could tell there were stories, you know, in all those black marks, that there were somehow stories in there. So for years and years, I'll read without ever hearing the words out loud. And so I think I was maybe 60 years old, which is a few years ago. And I stood before an audience of health professionals, nurses, and doctors, several thousand people, and I said, well, the problem is that things go awry. And afterward, a kindly doctor came to me, a woman doctor, and she said, that word, awry, did you by any chance mean awry? I said, I have never heard the word said out loud. Awry. Oh, that's what, okay. Well, thank you so much. So it's sort of a constant with me that sometimes I don't pronounce words right. So the word that I mispronounced was, I said the word was Seymour. It was in the story about the conference of the birds, about all the birds who flew to see the great being that had dropped a golden feather. And all the birds flew together like a great carpet, colored carpet, through the sky. And by the time they actually arrived, after they flew over 7 mountains and storms and travails of all sorts, and some decided they didn't believe there really was a golden bird, and others said, no, this is too hard, I have to turn back, and others died in the struggle. There were only 30 birds left. And they found what I called the Seymour, who literally is the phoenix, who told them that the gold is inside them, and that no matter what happens, no matter how destroyed they become, that they will rise up out of the fire again, golden just like the fire. So a person wrote and said, it's not Seymour, it's Seymour. Say, and not like Seymour, not like Seymour, not like the man's name, but Seymour. So I was okay. And then I thought, I wonder what it all really means. So I asked my friend Lulu, she has a deep addiction to coffee. And so she every morning goes to a little coffee place, and she knows everybody who is also addicted to coffee. And I called her and I said, do you know anybody who might speak, Persian, Farsi, Arabic? And she said, I might. Called back and she said, here's the phone number of Abdul. So I called Abdul, whose name is also Raja. And I said, this is my predicament. Can you teach me how to pronounce this word, Simorgh? And he said, oh, yes, it's easy. And he said in his beautiful accented English, and I tried to pronounce it, and I am afraid I failed. And I tried again. And of course, as you do when people are learning English, when people speak to you in English, when some other language is their mother tongue, you're always very enthusiastic. You say, oh, that's really good. Even though they just said, my mother wept on the table under the Christmas tree, last July. So whatever they said. But anyway, so he was being very enthusiastic. And finally he says, you almost have it. And I said, okay, when I go to New York, the Arabic men, they stand on the street corner and they scream at each other. And it sounds like they're arguing, but they're really just talking about the weather. And so what if I just sort of yell it? So I said, okay, so it's not Seymour. I'm going to try it's Simorgh. And he went, perfect. So I said, well, what about the poet's name? Remember the Conference of the Birds is a poem. It's like thousands of lines long, and it has stories within the stories. I said the man's name is Farid Undin Attar. And he said, no. And I said, okay, well, tell me. And I want to tell you this story, dear listeners, my Sacred Heart tribe, because this is exactly what is so about knowing something and respecting something, learning something and holding on to it, and learning the meaning of it, finding it useful. Before my conversation with Abdul, Farid Uddin Attar was a poet, a Persian poet from long, long ago. But now I find out from Abdul that Farid is pronounced Farid. Farid means alone. It means to be lonely. Oh my goodness. And then Ud, U-D, it's not pronounced Ud. It's pronounced Ud. Uddin, and it means religion. Uddin means religion. And then Attar. Attar, like attar of roses, we say in English. Attar is actually a Arabian word that's come into English, and attar of roses means to crush the roses till the oil weeps out of them and to bring the roses' scent down to its essence. And so he said, no, not attar. Go So I was going He goes, no, like the eagle. So I was okay. Attar. He says, yes, that's it. Perfect. So I felt so happy. Farid, Hurdin, Attar. Oh, good. That's the poet's name. Now, in Arabic, atar means the spice man, the one who sells spices. Now, Abdul said, I don't know why his name is that. I said, I know. See, there, what happened? Somebody came and said, I know. What the heck do I'm not Arab. I don't speak Arabic. It's beautiful language to listen to. It's like music. I said, I know. Now, acculturation says, no, you don't. How could you come on, you know nothing. But something, the Sibyl, knows. However you would like to call that part of yourself, knows. And I said, I understand that you stand lonely. You stand alone. When you understand religiosity, creator, through your senses, the sense of smell and taste, like the spice merchant, the richness of all the smells and the flavors and the scents of creator. And he said, oh, perfect. So we had a meeting of minds that was not based on how the culture would say we're supposed to talk to each other, but on a different level. His, on mine, I was, I think, able to meet him. And I'm not sure I've ever had anyone say before, say like the eagle. Where did that come from? Where did that come from? Something inside him that spoke to him and said, say this. And he said it. He didn't hold back. He didn't give up. He didn't go, well, it's a non-English speaking Spanish original speaker, she can't say these words. No, it wasn't even in his mind. So I give you that as an example of how not to silence yourself. When you want to say, do, be, act out, charades, whatever it is, whatever it is guided by something that is good. And so there's so many stories about where a person leaves the culture and they turn into an animal. So you have creatures who come and go, and they are always have something that shows that they're actually human inside. Speaking of angels, I would like to say that I have no proof, but I have pure evidence that animals are angels. They are angel, angel, messenger from another world, not from this world, but from another world. Angel, angelito, is a messenger. I was bringing something important, useful, funny, perhaps even bringing something to you. And when you see the angels in artwork, look at what they're doing. They're not only delivering messages, they're protecting people. They're writing books. They're painting paintings. They're dancing dances. They're playing musical instruments. I would like you to understand the carrying of angelic blood. The bloodline is pure and straight, and it is a messenger into this world. And there is not a soul living on this earth who cannot bring that into the world. It is, again, if you want to know about angels, maybe you could read books, but I would suggest you simply look at people's abject kindness in life. You look at the things people have done they didn't need to do. You look at the things where people have lifted great weights, run great races, gone 1 inch more that managed to save something precious and important, and then you see that that's the angelic force. That is more than just mere human. It is angelic. I always suggest, too, that you look at paintings, that you look at all the different ways that angels manifest in this world that are outside the usual. The usual, there's a cute little angel with little wings, like Tinkerbell is an angel, which I like Tinkerbell. I clap for her. I definitely clap for her. Keep her alive. But also, there are, what my grandmother used to call the muddy angels, and I think, if I were going to be an angel, and maybe you too, we'd be the muddy angels. The wings are always not, quite clean. Then we drag them through who knows what. And, maybe last time we ate, it's a little bit of food on our feathers. And maybe we're not afraid of being dirty. of being down in the dirt, of being earthy. Maybe we're not afraid. Maybe we're not all pure, pristine. Maybe we don't belong to the seraphim. Maybe we don't belong to the cherubim. Maybe we belong to la tierra. Maybe we are the angels of the earth, the muddy angels of the earth. And I hope it will be for you. And I hope it will be for me. And I hope it will be for all of us. And I would like now to place a blessing on us. And it is a little poem. It's called The Littlest Lazarus. And this is, I think, why apparitions and angels, spirits and goodness comes to us way out of left field seeming, but really right from the core self, right from all that surrounds us in goodness. I believe it comes because we're all being led to our deaths. I believe we're all being led to being pierced completely through the heart. I believe they come to us, and all these things come to us because we could not survive without them. And that we will survive. Remember, if we were to cease dreaming, if we were to cease imagination, if we were to cease dreaming bold dreams, then bold actions on earth would cease too. So the strengthening that comes to us in our time of travail is so very important. If you would like to close your eyes for a moment, or bow your head, or put your hand on your heart, or turn one of your palms upward, or just relax. Put down your papers, your pencil, put down your knitting and your crocheting and your painting and put everything down. Relax for a moment. Now I'll tell you a little storycito that is also a true story and also a blessing on us. The littlest Lazarus. How can you have died? No, too young. That's what the owls say in the night pines. Too young. How can you have died with your wings spread out so beautifully? Two little silver gray fans with the veins perfectly aligned, literally zip shut so as to make your feathers airtight, impervious to being split by the wind. Also, you could fly, so you could sing and fly. Weren't you meant to remain airborne, dear one? I can see you fledged from that 200-year-old cottonwood right there. Some branch way up high. Did your parents build the nest too far up? Are they mean old birds who stalk around the cottonwood castle like mad Medeas bent on butchering their children? Are there wicked stepbrothers who try to make all death look like an accident by pushing you out of the nest? Or did you, dear soul, just push your luck? Did you? So excited to be alive, so eager to do what you saw everyone else doing, all the other birds. You just rushed to the edge before you were strong enough to sustain your weight, and your tiny body of mere feathers alone plunged, fell down, instead of pulling back on the little stick near your heart, till you caught the wind ladder no more. Dear little thing, you lie here in the road like some thin silverware tossed into a pile. All the scroll work, all the filigree, the parabolas of your bones, your meant-to-fly feathers, still somehow filled with life. I can feel it. How can this be? Isn't dead? Or is some huge soulfulness released in death that does good works in corporal worlds? Is there something in death that is released and comes to speak to us and help us? So I bend and I take you, little thing. I lift your scrawny legs and I put the palm of my hand behind your head and I move you to the grass, away from the black tires, just to a quiet, soft place where, belly up, you can sprawl and smile and see the stars. And I walk across the road to home. I'm brushing those little tiny bugs from my hands, these creatures who come dressed in their little black morning suits, the infinitesimal pallbearers who take the dead down into humus. And 2 snows will go by. on 2 springs from now. Some weed, little Lazarus, some wild vine, some accidental tree seed, all not yet born right now, will grow here. Whatever falls into this earth, made fertile by your life, dear one, will live on as juniper or pine, or catalpa or chokecherry or sweet pea or nopalito. And as the old people say, you will have a soul twice born, part wild green and growing, and part eternal, essential, small raptor who is born with the courage to soar. May we all come back. May we all come back in goodness, growing right out of the deaths that we've experienced. Let it nourish the roots of what we are and who we are. Amen. And the little woman.
This concludes Session 4 of Mother Night, Learning to See in the Dark. Our program continues with Session 5. Sounds True presents Mother Night, Learning to See in the Dark, Session 5. Gold in the Darkest Dark, Understanding Repetitive Dreams, Nightmares, and Disembodied Voices, with Dr. Clarissa Pinkola Estés.
The soñadora, the dream analyzer, the dream translator, in curanderismo, is a person who relies on the information that comes from dreams in order to literally translate, not interpret, translate to the dreamer the information that is flooding in from the other world into the current world. And that entire fantasia of dreams, nightmares, sudden disembodied voice dreams, repetitive dreams, dreams of sounds that seem like they exist in actual reality, but they are in the dream world and they play on the neurons of the body. All of those kinds of dreams, including waking dreams, are a map home to the truest self, the most fabulous, rich, lush, creative self. And the only problem is that dreams are often written in invisible ink, and they have to be held over a fire that's built by the soul in order to understand what is being written. And those of you who made invisible ink when you were children, and then you wrote on a piece of paper, sometimes even backwards, so you could do mirror writing, and then you held it to a candle. Dream analysis at its core is very much like that. Something is already written, already known, and we'll find out what it is by holding it to light and to heat. Now, I want to lay out the idea of understanding the momentum behind dreams, that they're not simple leftovers from the day, although they might draw on leftovers from the day symbolically. They are not necessarily telling us exactly what to do, but are showing us a picture in the espejo, in the mirror, of what our psyche looks like in the moment, where it might find its possibilities, what it's coming to grips with, what is flooding into it in order for it to be used creatively, and so forth. There's been a study done recently on people who have amnesia, who cannot remember not only long-term memory, but very short-term memory. I remember playing a game, for instance, a few minutes ago, and then not very long later, maybe an hour later, have forgotten that that was the game that they were playing. And the theory was, initially, that they would not dream, that because the theory was based on an idea you often find in science, that dreams might be just the rapid and unusual erratic firing of the neurons of the brain, creating images that don't actually have any meaning to them. However, turned out that people with amnesia do dream, and they do remember their dreams, and they remember them upon awakening, but they might not remember them 3 or 4 hours later. And further, in that particular study, it was determined that when people played a certain game, it was a computer game that had to do with stacking blocks falling to the bottom of the screen, and catching them before they fell, or catching them so they created a certain pattern, that those dreams of that night would actually incorporate the game that they were playing during the day. And at the end of the study, which I just read over the past couple months, it said at the end of the study, what's so nice about the images in our experiments, this is a quote, is that they so accurately recreate the reality of the person playing the game during the daytime that there's no interpretation of the dream necessary. We would say that's not so. We would say that we live in a semiotic universe, one filled with not only signs, like a cross on a church is a sign that that's a church, but that we also live in a world of symbols, that same cross symbolizes to many people something way beyond the fact that it looks like 2 sticks crossed over one another. So the world of signs is the world we live in, which is the mundane world, and then the world of symbols is the world of the unconscious, and it carries great content to it, carries great poetry, imagination, stories, ideas, all manner of things that are highly, intensely creative. So we would say, even though a dream picks up a notion from our day-to-day life, that the dream maker is weaving that together in a very special way in order to give us a message. So once, a long time ago, the night was also called La Espera and La Esperanza and Lichtblick in German. The first is Latin, the second is Spanish, the third is German. And it means, all of those words, a ray of light, because it was considered at night the light was let into humans through the stars and the moon, and that espera y esperanza y Lichtblick was the state of hope, that light and hope were the same idea, and that hope was a kind of light that shined into the dark, giving new ideas, revealing new pathways not seen in daylight, and that the whole phenomena of night being somehow the place against which light is played was because night has a quality to it that is very much like the dream world. Messages, ideas, entities, spheres moving through the sky that can only be seen in the dark. So like the stars, which are gigantic lights that swirl through the universe, but in daylight you can't see them. Only at night. Those orbs and those nebulae and those pathways made of stardust, they become crystal clear to us, and dreams are like that. The intelligence is ever there, ever present, in daylight and at nighttime. But it's also unseen most of the time in daylight, and more easily seen in the dark, in the Lichtblick, in the Espera, in the Esperanza, in the light that's shed over us from that gigantic spirit that we call Dream Maker, who walks through our night dreams, sprinkling symbols and ideas in order to lead us back to the true self, back to home, the most powerful self. So there is a idea that you can see dreams from several angles, and you can. You could take a single dream, and you could take it to 52 different analysts, soñadoras, and they will all have somewhat slightly different, perhaps, aspect of it. Not because they don't see the whole thing, but because by the time you move from the first analyst to the second one, even if only a day has elapsed, your own psyche has turned like a universe and changed. So your thoughts, your associations to that dream will change over time because you change. You are like a universe. You do not stay and remain static. Also, in curanderismo, we see dreams from several angles as the avenues of development of being ser humano, true personhood, and as median lines pointing the way to recovery if there are harms or errors or anything that has disturbed the psyche. And there is often a way of saying in soñadoras that they'll make a prayer over the dream, that it's not just that you bring the dream, the person sits there, writes everything all down very carefully, asks questions about it, but even more so, blesses the dream as a holy thing the moment it's told, and says this is something precious that has been drawn up out of the unconscious, star out of dark, for us to perceive, something that not ordinarily can be seen in usual time, but we'll have to step into another time to see it. So too with dream dictionaries, although I find some of them fascinating that are a little bit more poetic than others. Some of them read almost like a grocery list. If you dreamt baseball on Tuesday, then it means that you're going to wear blue socks next Thursday. And that's sure, not saying that's wrong, just saying I don't know how that's useful, since you are the universe and you keep turning on different sides of yourself, keep showing upwards so you can see them, and then they go into darkness again and they cannot be easily seen again until the next revolution. So the meaning of things, the meaning of symbols changes also as you change. However, a soñadora, or a person who's helping you with your dreams, they'll say, sit here, I'll forget the dream for a minute. Tell me about life as you see it, from your little self, from the self that lives in the culture, in the mundane world. And then tell me how you see your life from the larger self that you are also. In some way, I'll ask for a perspective from both worlds, from the littler world that is the cultural world, or from the greater world that is the world of the soul. And then, as the person who has brought the dream, you are just thinking, then you'll tell your dream, and you do, and instantly you become a cuentera or a cuentero, you become a storyteller. Because what is a dream? It's a story. Nothing more, nothing less. It's a cuento. And so you'll say, here is my story of my life at this moment. It's a little peek into the unconscious that shows us what it is. And so there's a beautiful poet named Alicia Gaspar de Alba who wrote these lines that I want to tell them to you, because I think that they hold, as many poems do, as many song lyrics do, they hold the holiness of the dream in proper perspective. She writes, bent over a stone sink in the courtyard, she scrubs her patrona's laundry. That means this is about an old woman who works as a housekeeper for a family. The patrona is the head of the household, who's a woman. She scrubs her patrona's laundry. But nights, in her colonia, in other words, in her own little village, in her own little space, her niche, her lacuna, she is known as the dream reader. See, she lives in both worlds. She lives in the mundane world where she washes laundry. But she lives in another world too, and in that world, she's known as the dream reader. And she soaks her neighbor's dreams in a bone basin, hangs them like wet sheets over her eyes, and she watches them until their meanings grow bright. Isn't that beautiful? Until their meanings grow bright. In other words, light in the dark come from the dreams. Light, something is illuminated. Esperanza y espera y lichtblick is illuminated in those moments. So that is the container that we would like to present dreams in, both to someone who's helping us to translate and look at them, but also the way that we present them to ourselves. Now, there's a way not to know what your dreams mean, and that is to either say that they mean nothing or to say that they mean everything and nothing in between. I mean, maybe there is a dream every now and then that is such a hard nut to crack that you just can't get down to the bottom of it yet. But maybe in a year or 10 or 20 or maybe on the very last day of your life, maybe if it stays with you. And there are others that in the moment, they are revelations. They are big aha moments. You go, oh my God, I can't believe I dreamt the answer to this thing. I've been puzzling through it, and it's a perfect, and yet, again, you are the universe unto yourself, and you turn and you change. And 5 days from now, 5 months from now, 5 years from now, that dream that was so immediate and so helpful, it may have been used up, all its jing used up, and now you pass on to other dreams. So the story of the 4 rabbinim is this. The 4 rabbinim mean the 4 rabbis. This one night, 4 rabbinim were visited by an angel. The angel shook each one, now till they were awake, and literally, without even asking, carried each one so gently up to the 7th vault of the 7th heaven. And there they beheld, each one of them, the mysterious and sacred wheel of Ezekiel, a glowing wheel that spins slowly in the sky. And somewhere in the descent from Pardes, which is a Hebrew word for paradise, somewhere coming back from the other world into the mundane world, one rabbi, having seen such splendor, lost his mind completely. And he wandered frothing and foaming until the very end of his days. Oh my God, I have seen what I have seen. I cannot even tell you. It is so. And he was lost as a result. A second rabbi, he was carried by the angel down from Pardes to the earth. He became instantly cynical. He said, I just dreamed Ezekiel's wheel, it's my imagination. That was all, nothing really happened. And as a result, when people asked him this space of mind and time that he was absent on earth, he said, it's nothing. Yes, big nothing. And as a result, he was lost. The third rabbi, when he was carried down so gently into the earth again, he said, well, I saw it. I saw it all. Not only I saw it all, but I'm going to lecture on it, and I'm going to tell all about it, and I'm going to speak about it, and I'm going to write a book about it, and I'm going to write it all down, and I'm going to make a film about it, and I'm going to carry it into the world, and I'm going to tell people over and over again. And what happened was that by him being taken by a way of bringing what he had experienced to the world that left his soul behind, that was of materiality only. He was lost also. He wanted to tell initially what it all meant and to speak of the heart of it, but was carried away by how he could become famous for all of it, or how he could become well known for all of it. And so he was lost. And the fourth rabbi, who was a poet, as most rabbis are, he took a sheaf of parchment in hand and a reed on some ink made of pigment from the earth. And he sat near the window, writing song after song, praising the evening dove, praising his daughter in her cradle. It was now he could see the evening dove had a little pulse in her throat as she sang. And he could see that his little daughter would twine her little fingers together while she was at rest. And he could see that all the stars in the sky moved and glittered, shuddered and shimmered, trembled even. And he lived his life this way, and therefore better than before, but most of all, not lost, but truly in himself, for himself, and for all others. In dream interpretation and translation, humility of the translator, humility of the translation, humility of the one receiving the translation of their own dream, is how one walks in both worlds, To leave one or the other is to be lost. Was to be held together. This is an important dream, and it means so much to me. And here's how I'll bring it to the world. That's the attitude we're looking for. Now, Jung talked about the collective unconscious. And oddly enough, he writes in Memories and Dreams and Reflections, his autobiography, he writes about a dream that he had that led him to, I think, what he called the discovery of, but I think perhaps more accurately it would be the building of the concept of the collective unconscious, or the perceiving of the concept of the collective unconscious. And it has an odd characteristic to it, that dream, in part because at least 100, if not 200 and 500 and 1,000 years previous, there's an old story that is almost identical to his dream. Sometimes it's called The Fool and His Feathers, sometimes it's called The Three Feathers, and it was recorded by Grimm brothers, who often did not acknowledge the people that they received and took the stories from. And this particular story was told, as people have traced it back almost 150 years ago, to Dorothea Wehmann, and to the Hassenflug family, and to the Wilde family, some of whom were uneducated people, and some of whom were educated people who loved folkloric tales. And in that tale, there are three brothers. And the three brothers are given a task by their father, who is the king. And each of them is given a feather in order to complete this task. And the gist of the story is the eldest brother and the middle brother, when they throw their feather into the air, as the king has instructed, the feather, one goes far to the west and one goes far to the east. And both brothers are clearly given a plan of action to follow those feathers. But the fool, who is the youngest brother, who always doesn't quite know what to do or where to do it, who often feels like, is afraid that he didn't do it right, that he has nothing to offer, that this bad feeling will never lift, that he's unseen, that he's unimportant, that he'll never be accepted. The fears that we all live with ourselves. The fool, the dear sweet fool. He throws his feather in the air and it falls to the ground right in front of him. Oh, he's so disappointed. He says, what kind of adventure is this to go off to, and to bring back the wondrous thing that my father has asked for? I have nothing here. And yet, the way this little piece of the story is told in my Mojor family, he decides he's going to dig in the ground a little bit. And so he does. And he finds a trap door in the ground. And he opens the trap door and he goes down a stairway that's inside of the earth. And at the bottom he finds another trap door. And he opens that little door and there's another entryway down even further into the earth. And as the story continues, he is the one. No matter how far and wide his other brothers have ranged looking for the treasured thing that would please their father, he's the one who finds the treasure. It's under the ground, and under the ground even further, and it is all there. And because he decides that he will stay with where the feather fell, rather than having grand ideas about how it all should look beforehand or where he should go, he finds the very thing that's most important. Carl Jung had a dream that he entered a cave, and in the cave there were dirt and saw in a stone floor a door with an iron ring on it. And he pulled up the ring, and there was a staircase that led down. And then at the bottom was another door in the floor, and he pulled up that one, and another escalera to down, down, down he went. And there, the cave, at the beginning of the world and the end of the world, it seemed, skulls everywhere, and ideas flashing in his mind as he dreamed. And when he came back from that dream, he developed the concept of the collective unconscious, that place down underneath the ground where everything that African people in all the tribes believe, that indigenous people throughout the world all dream about, that European people, people in the Americas, all dream about, that people who live in the very tip of the top of the world and the bottom of the world, the people who live in the Polynesia, the Hawaiian Islands, or Santo Domingo, Haiti, Cuba, people who live in Australia, New Zealand, people who live everywhere in the world, all dream similar dreams, archetypes, archetypal symbols. And Jung felt he was being shown that when you go down in the unconscious, you find a place that is ancient, and that all peoples, ancestors, are gathered there with all the ideas that have ever been thought, all the rituales y rites, all the rituals, all the rites that have ever been done, all the symbols that mean something are all there. So in terms of interpreting dreams, I have an idea that a dream has to be held with humility or reverence, but also that even if the dream seems unpromising about its direction, it's leading you in, or what it is mirroring to you, that nonetheless that dream may have great meaning if you'll dig down into it. And so that brings us to nightmares. Nightmares. Dreams have 4 parts. They are based on an archetype of story. Story is, as far as I understand, or can understand, the most ancient concept we have for something that has a beginning, a middle, and an ending to it. So dreams are like theater productions, or like ancient drama. The most ancient stories, like Gilgamesh, for instance. Your stories has an exposition, as it's called by some, which means that all the characters and the setting and the time and the place are all delineated somewhere at the beginning. The scene opens, the curtain draws back, the dream begins to unfold. And soon enough, usually, there's a crisis. It comes, the second part, mounting action leading up to the crisis. And so says or does one thing or another. Someone creeps out from behind the woodwork. Something falls from the sky. A person is drawn to walk down near the ocean. They are in their own home, and they suddenly realize others are with them. Whatever it might be, mounting action leads to a crisis. And the crisis can be any number of things. It means that something occurs that must be resolved in some way in order to go forward, or to go backward and pick up stitches, or to move sideways, or to, you might say, annihilate something, or to create a great something. But something has come to a head and must be dealt with. So in crisis, in dreams, we'll have people who find an animal that is injured and bleeding. You find a person who is in a traffic jam and they cannot get out of it, but they must be at a certain place at a certain time, or else, or some big else, something will happen. Or you find people who are climbing a brick wall, and all of a sudden they realize they're climbing a brick wall, and they realize they can't climb a brick wall because it's smooth all up and down, and they're somewhere around the 7th story, and they begin to fall. Oh, that's a crisis. I find people who suddenly realize that they don't have clothes on anymore. For them, in most cultures, that's a crisis, especially if it's in public somewhere. And when people have the crisis, then comes next the process of solving it somehow. And most dreams actually have a resolution. In Greek mythology, the resolution is called lysis, Lysis. It means that thing will come to some kind of, not finality exactly, but some kind of better resolution than whatever the crisis was. So the person climbing the brick wall often finds that he has something that happened falling down that actually reveals something useful, or something that needs to be seen in order to be useful, or that suddenly they have suction cups on their fingers and they're able to cling to the wall, or that the person who is late in the traffic jam finds that a angel descends from the sky with a little blue helicopter and says, "Get in and I will take you. Oh, you will not be late." Or else they don't make their appointment in various other ways, but something else happens instead. They decide to walk there and they take a shortcut through the forest, and they meet a bear that has lipstick on. I mean, one of the reasons I love to listen to dreams and to help to translate dreams is they are the most incredible, imaginative things known to human beings. They are so beautiful, even when they're scary. This is what a nightmare is. It is a dream that is a story that has an exposition, mounting action and a crisis and no lysis. There is no ending to it. There is no resolution. Often the person awakens in the midst of the crisis. And it's scary. It hurts. It's frightening. The person who has a nightmare often feels like they're neurologically involved as well. They're perspiring. Their heart is racing. Their breathing is fast. They feel like they're frightened. Their heart is in their throat. Those kinds of dreams often engage physicality, but so do sexual dreams often. And more than that, dreams of something intense that you have done either in your lifetime or perhaps that very day also engage your body physiologically. If you read poetry, for instance, which I think are like small dreams often, you see that poets speak about sensation they're having as they are remembering something in the poem as though they're right there. And the dreams that human beings have are very similar, so that you have Robert Frost wrote a poem called After Apple Picking, and in it he describes seeing the apples and the apple blossoms and feeling the latter sway as he goes to sleep. This is called the hypnagogic state of sleep. It is not yet asleep completely, not deep sleep, not REM sleep, but it is not quite completely awake and alert either. And the hypnagogic state occurs right before you drop into sleep. And it is often filled with physical sensations and even sounds sometimes that are preliminary to whatever you will dream that night. So the nightmare also has that quality of the hypnagogic state. And sometimes we think that people actually come into the hypnagogic state in the midst of their nightmare, and that's why they wake up, because it's not a deep sleep, that hypnagogic state. It's the alpha brainwave cycle, right, between waking and falling asleep. So content of nightmares is not always interpreted as some crisis that is frightening. It can as much be something that is imperative to the person's creative life, their life of learning to be a loving heart, their life of learning to stand up for themselves and for others, that they have forgotten. And it's so serious and it's so important that it comes in a form that makes their heart race. A nightmare sometimes is also a recapitulation of something that happened that was tragic and or traumatic. And it's almost like a dirt clog in a carburetor of a car. It keeps coughing up the same over and over again until finally it can spit it all out. It keeps dreaming it until it finally can cleanse itself. There's a saying in the post-trauma work that I do that you tell the story. And tell the story over and over again, as many times as it takes. Doesn't matter that you are boring some people because they've heard the story 10 times now or 400 times now. But you find new and different people to tell your story to until it begins to lose its jing, until it begins to lose its energy. Literally until you wear it out, and wear the story out by telling it. Because presumably, each time you tell it, you receive comfort, attention, translation from others, even though it might be very tiny. You receive words that aren't words that sound like this. Oh, 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 like that. And those are words without words that are comforting to the human psyche, soul, and heart, that says the person is being seen, the person is being heard. And it goes a great long way toward healing. So telling the story over and over again of one's nightmare or one's trauma or one's tragedy is a way of eventually coming clear of it. It's like swimming through the riptides, trying to get to land, and eventually you do. But telling the story, you might say, are the oars that you're using to row through those riptides. So nightmares, sometimes are repetitive, and that takes us into the idea of dreams that are recurring. And there are many kinds of those. Some of them are frightening dreams. And again, they often mark a trauma in the psyche that the mind, heart, body, soul, and spirit are trying to deal with, to cleanse the trauma out of them by desensitizing over a period of time, by dreaming it and dreaming and dreaming. Even if in the moment the heart is racing and the whole body is on alert, even so, every time one wakes up from one of those, and you know, there it is again, there's that dream again. All right, I'll have different ways of self-comfort now. I'll have new ways that I'm constantly developing to practice, to calm myself. And one of the things that I've noticed about the war vets that I have worked with for many, many years now, and what some people call victims of crimes, which are human beings who have been hurt, harmed by another human being. There are places in the psyche that grab hold of trauma, somewhat like the Four Rabbinum story. Sometimes, instead of allowing the person to go on and develop their lives, they pull the person back and say, well, what you experienced wasn't all important. It wasn't that much. It was no big thing. Other people experienced it too, which is a disrespectful way of treating trauma. Trauma is dealt with by moving it out, not by holding it inward. Or some others might say, well, nothing I could ever make sense of, and the whole thing was stupid. And, it's not give one more moment of thought to that. And it's, very related to the first. And then there are people who go, my trauma, this is 90 years later, my trauma is my whole life. My trauma has become my whole life. That cannot be. We are not made. And I know it's difficult when you're in the midst of it, or even at the home stretch of it, but we're not made to be tied so that we cannot move or create or thrill or be joyous or be happy or to help others, because we're buried literally in trauma up to our necks over and over and over. So we have to be careful, because there could be a seduction that can come from the repetitiveness of dreams, because as you know, a dream makes a neural pathway in the brain, right? Anything we think more than once does that and deepens it. So we'll have to offset it. Repetitive dreams that are traumatic are actually healthy dreams. And they will diminish as self-care comes about. Repetitive dreams that appear to be incidentally pleasurable, and there are dreams like that. People dream dreams of being on a great oceanic landscape in which the temperature of the air is exactly right, and maybe they're naked and everything feels perfect, and they are in an ecstasy in their dream. Or maybe they have an arousing dream sexually, and they return to that dream unbidden. It's unsummoned, time and time again. And many times in dreams like those, it almost seems as though it was a travesty, a little bit, to try to translate or interpret beyond what the dream is in of itself. Because in those moments, the person is at peace. In those moments, the person is at heightened awareness and at peace. And in those dreams, there is no conflict. Maybe the conflict is waking up. I'm sure you've had recurring dreams in other ways where you were awakened, say, by the telephone or because you had to go to the bathroom. And then you tried to go back to sleep, but you tried to recover the dream. You tried to find the portal because it was such a wonderful dream. Maybe you were speaking with a loved one who's gone from this earth and how precious that is in the dream. And you want to go back and want to snuggle into the same position of warmth in the sheets, in the pillow, and the comforter that you were in before, hoping that dream will come back. There are also repetitive dreams that bring the same piece of information to you over and over again, reminding you that this is so. This is always so. This will always be so. It will ever be so. A dream that I had as a child. I lived in the attic, which is, one of those can't hardly stand up in the middle attics. And because I'm under tall as an adult, I was able to live there as a teenager too, because I could actually stand in the middle of the room without bumping my head. Only when you move to the sides of the eaves, start bumping your head. So I lived up there, and there was a closet. This is made of plywood. The door, a little thin plywood door, and the whole attic was covered in something like a chalkboard that's covered in imitation knotty pine paper. So sometimes I had this impression that all these eyes were watching me. When I read about the many-eyed one in Greek mythology, I felt like, they might live in the attic with me, that one who has 1,000 eyes. But anyway, there was this little closet, and the back of the closet was not finished. It went right into the joists of the house, which were covered with insulation that had tinfoil over it, silver tinfoil over it. Now I'm talking about a house that was built in the 1930s. What they used to call a salt box. And it's 2 bedrooms with 1 bathroom and a little kitchen and a little living room, and that's it. There's a front porch, stoop, and that's it. So when it would rain and the roof would leak, it would literally somehow hit the tinfoil on the other side, because this insulation was covered in tinfoil on both sides, and make the most wonderful sound. It's a little sound of tinfoil being hit by the rain. At any rate, I've had this dream since I was a little girl. Probably about maybe 5 years old when I came to my adoptive parents, and I had that dream ever since, and I just have it very occasionally. A dream that I opened the little cardboard face that's on the plywood door. And then I open the little plywood door, and under the clothing in the closet, there's a little tiny door. On it, it's like the door that you would see actually in the ceiling for a tiny place to turn the water off and on. Not big enough for a crawl space, but just tiny. Or you might see it behind a water fixture in the bathroom. So where to get to the plumbing. Little door. And I go through that little door, and the whole joists of the house are filled with toys. They're filled with little dolls and little stuffed animals and little ribbons and little tablets of paper and crayons and a little tiny blackboard and chalk and just a little colored paper, and just filled with these, what to me then, including incidentally carbon paper, little pads of color, which I used to think was magic. And all of that was behind this little tiny door. And then I will wake up. Then I would think, oh, and I would go look, when I was little, and there was no door. But there was. In the other world, there was a door. And behind that door were, I think, the implements of my calling, I think, at least insofar as I can understand. And I have dreamt that dream over and over. And I think it's a dream that maybe is a little message that says, it may not show on the outside, but it's all here for you. No matter who says what, no matter who does what, no matter what kind of odd situation you were poured into, no matter what kind of what they call now deprived childhood, because we didn't have any books in the house. Someone was telling me the other day that they consider a child deprived at school if the family doesn't have books in the house. But whatever it was, that was rich, nevertheless. So that's an example of a repeating dream that is a reminder dream that says you're not alone. It's all here for you, even when you've forgotten. So I want to talk then about disembodied voice dreams, dreams of people who seem like they're not actual, but they are somehow. And they say something, or an animal makes a noise, or in some cases there are dreams where literally you hear the front door knocking or the doorbell ringing. I talked about that in The Radiant Coat, how a person who literally was dying kept hearing the doorbell ringing in his dream. And I will wake up and think the doorbell was really ringing. And it wasn't that the doorbell, in this world was ringing. It was ringing in the other world. There were people ready and welcoming to him, and his body was very frail. His mind and his heart, his soul and his spirit was strong. But it was a moment of making the transition from maybe I will, maybe I can, maybe I'm going to have more life on earth too. No, I think the doorbell is ringing on the other side now, welcoming me home. So there are dreams like that. It's a knock on the door, but it can be anything. It certainly isn't about death every time. It can be anything. It depends on what the dreamer's life is like at the moment. You can also hear, sometimes I hear the snap of a twig or the falling of something. Sounds like maybe a book falling out of the bookcase. And when I go downstairs the next day, no, there's no book. There's no book that's fallen out of the bookcase. It's fallen out of the bookcase in the other world. And maybe it's a book I ought to read, or maybe it's a book I ought to write. But nonetheless, I heard it. And that means, there's an old saying, my grandmother used to say, whatever falls to the floor comes through the door. So whatever falls to the floor in a dream or in reality, you'll say, this must mean something. So those dreams, too, are to be paid attention to. And I'm going to tell you now a technique for dealing with all dreams. I'm very taken by the expressive arts. I like when people draw and paint. Doesn't matter what their skill level is. I like it when they draw and they paint and they write and dance and film and do whatever it is they do to create with regard to their dreams. Dreams, as you know, are the greatest outpouring of creative life that exists on the face of this earth. I'm not sure that we can even be more creative in daylight. It's just like an open fire hose at night. 5 to 7 dreams a night, 56 dreams a week, all of it with huge creative content. And imagine it, dream maker telling you 56 stories every week, stories about you and your life and the way you live and how you could live and how you ought not live, and telling you about people around you, giving you clues, giving you insights, all of those things. So what I like to do is to ask people to think about what is in their life now that they would like to tell me about. and I would listen. Then I would like to hear their story, their cuentito that they would like me to hear and listen to. And then we would talk about it. And the Jungian way is to take associations, which is to say, all right, so you dreamt a dog, and you dreamt an old man walking the dog. So what does an old man mean to you in the sense of what ideas, images, feelings, sensations come to you when you think of old man? And again, the same question when you think of this kind of old man who is in the dream, because old man in general is perhaps a different set of associations than old man in this particular dream. Same thing about dog. Well, what is your association to dog? What are your feelings, your thoughts, your impressions, your sensations, your ideas about what dog means to you specifically? This is why dream dictionaries are limited in scope, because I could have a room full of people in a dream analysis group and ask every single one, please write down, don't show it to anybody, what dog means to you, associations, and they will all be different. However, like the collective unconscious that Jung was talking about, and I think the concept of treasure being right under our feet, down below in the unconscious that the three feathers story tells about. Like that, there's also a similarity about everyone's association to dog. Most often people will have something in it about loyalty. Most often somebody will have in their association something about love, that dogs are loving creatures. So there's an archetypal idea that stands in the idea of dog. Also, we would listen to that too, that archetypal idea. Sometimes the people I work with, they have not studied archetypal symbology, so they might not know the different ways to see the archetypal underlayment of their dreams. So I will tell them what I know about those archetypal motifs that are in their dreams, like the dog, for instance, or the old man, the senex, the one who is wise and sentient, who is often the one who interprets the world to others, and depending on his mood and temperament. And the dog, too, relegated, in a sense, in the outer culture to a companion or pet, so to speak, but in ancient ideas is actually more developed often than human beings. It represents the prototype of consciousness, of eternal love and forgiveness and fortitude and all the things that dogs most often truly are. So one would move in that direction. And then let's just say a part of the dream doesn't come easily in translation. Then I would say, draw it. Just let's draw it. Let's draw a picture. I could draw the picture for them. If they didn't want to draw, they could draw the picture. We could both draw pictures. Whatever is workable in the moment, whatever seems most respectful and most right in the moment. And then we'll interpret the picture. We'll just ask that the picture be drawn freehand, however you want to draw it. Stick figures are perfect. And to just let your arm draw whatever it wants to draw until you're done. And then let's look at this drawing in relationship to the dream of the old man with the dog. So maybe someone draws a picture of a leash. And maybe the leash is on the old man instead of on the dog. Then we have something to talk about. Then we have reached, one of those critical, this little crisis moment in reality. It's like, wait, which world are we in? Are we in this world or in that world? How does this represented inside of you, this man on the leash? How is that? How could that be? How can that be like that? The old man's on, you don't let your ideas come to fruition. You want to pull them back. And have a narrow way of seeing and being. Just so it's comfortable, eh? I see. You don't want to go sniffing around things that are unacceptable, right? No. God only knows what would happen if you got, were let go and as they say with horses, given your head so you could run as fast as you wanted, as widely as you want. I see now. I see. And this has to be, of course, acknowledged by the dreamer. The dreamer, hopefully, because you've taken their own associations, their own artwork, or else you have managed to listen to their unconscious and help them a little bit with it by drawing something maybe yourself. And they are saying, yeah, that's it. That's it. That's me. That's me. And then we can move to the next, which is, all right, how do we bring this down to earth then, this dream? How do we make it so that the old man, maybe he should have a leash around him for a while? What would it feel like to live your life that way, consciously, for the rest of your life? What would it feel like to take the leash off? What would it feel like to not put the leash on anyone? What would it feel like to make the leash into a gigantic bow and put it on a gift? All these things will come from the person's personal associations. And even more so, we can ask the person to simply sit in a chair and be the old man and speak to us. Say, old man, tell us who you are. Tell us about yourself. And you can do this too with your own dreams. So put the dog on the chair and say, dog, Pero, talk to us. What is your life like with this old man? How is it with you? What would you dream if you were dreaming your doggy dream? What is your greatest dream? And by doing these things that are artful, this art is a way of knowing and seeing. That idea of night as being the time to see the stars and the moon and different forms of light is not only espera and esperanza and lichtblick, it's also specula in Latin, to see, to look, and to see. And all the arts are about seeing. Let me see what I have to draw, dance, act, talk. Let me see what I have to say so I know what I think, so I know what I am seeing. And that's why the arts are so powerful. So a second technique to analyze a dream is to do a method whereby you take one element of the dream, and this is something Jung talked about. He called it active imagination, but actually it's a trance state that indigenous people have practiced since time immemorial. They have engaged with the spirit in the dream, or the spirit of the dream, had a dialogue of some sort with that spirit. So instead of acting as, say, the old man in the dream with the dog, they would question they would say, old man, why do you come to me? What message do you have for me? Why are you here now? How are you here? How is it you come today? Where do you want me to be with you? How do you want me to be with you? Questions like that, with the intent that what has appeared in the dream is real, that it is an idea that has substance to it, that has thought to it, and that a person can actually dialogue with. And I suggest that if the dream figure is scary to you and it feels horrendous to you, that you never do that by yourself. That you always do that with a person who's experienced in these matters of active imagination or entering an altered state with a dream figure, but so that you have the protection of that person right there with you, so that you can learn what you can learn. And when you're not done, but when you've had enough, just close it down. It'll be there for you if you want it again, or if you move on to other figures, that's all right too. The whole idea is to get the stories together, to find the stories either by emphasizing something that is in the dream, elaborating it archetypally or otherwise, elaborating it with your associations, elaborating it by speaking to it, elaborating by dancing it, by writing it, by drawing it, by making clay sculpture with it, and sometimes by doing nothing, just sitting and seeing what comes to you. And if nothing, move on. And if something, make a note of it. And just see, maybe something more will come of that. We are not certain at all how dreams are composed. What we do know is that they are a lens for looking at all possibilities of action in our lives, all possibilities of understanding our lives, all possibilities of attitudes, new attitudes, different attitudes that we can take that will mean progression for us rather than staying stuck or staying stunned or remaining unconscious. Because that is the idea in all of history, is that a dream can start a revolution. A dream can show a person the way that makes the way for many others, not just oneself. That the dream is great treasure, and that the treasure is not at all different than a cell phone, you might say, that calls you on the telephone when you least expect it, saying all kinds of messages from whomever it is. And the interesting part about the dream maker is, even though Verizon or AT&T, they drop calls, dream maker doesn't drop calls. Dream maker is there every night, and every night. It's really quite remarkable. So just to sort of sum up, the dream is pristine. Our translation of it might be a little murky, never, totally, completely, wonderfully clear, but boy, way clear enough as a map to follow it to home, back to the center, where our greatest strengths live, where our greatest creativity lives, our greatest powers. So here at the end, I would like to talk to you a little bit about negativity in dreams, meaning that we live in a culture that is not easy. We live in an overculture that has, let's say, thorns and thistles and knives and swords and hammers. And it's like a gauntlet sometimes that we run through, and there are people, things, events, fate, destinies on both sides that aren't always kind, that aren't always good for us. At least not initially. I have the sense, I don't subscribe to the idea that if you will just become conscious, you'll feel good about feeling bad. I think that's cheap, and I think that's trite. However, I do think that, like the beautiful fool in The Three Feathers, that there is something deep and it's completely worthy, and it's ours. We came with it, we brought it here, and we connect with what is archetypal of it, underground in the unconscious, in the quote-unquote other world. And that's our meaning here, is to have both, because it sets us aside and apart from others who only see one way. And I don't know that you can see through the heart of love by seeing through the overculture. I don't know if you can see through understanding that forgives if you only see through the overculture or through the ego. I don't know that you can. Create to the very ends of your being, to the nth degree of all you've been given, if you come only from the little monkey ego, who really only knows what it can see with its eyes, but not with its inner senses. And so there's a little prayer that I wrote. I made an artwork of 118 multimedia pieces of La Señora for protection of humankind from the harmful matters that surround us. The 118 images that I created are that many because that's the number of elements in the scientific table of elements, 118. And I want to bring you one of them. I call her the Atomic Madonna. Her nimbus that I drew her with is an actual representation of the electronic shell structure of the lead atom. Lead, in proper proportion, can serve. But like our overculture, too much of it can shield light. So though it may protect us from something that might harm us, if ingested or too much of it aimed at us, it could actually keep the light from coming to us. Knowledge, awareness, creative works, ideas that are meant to be brought into this earth. So our bodies need certain trace minerals and metals, like traces of copper and zinc and iron, for instance, to keep our heart and our muscles and our blood, everything oxygenated and moving in a good manner so that we stay strong and we renew our cells and we go forward in strength. But lead, if we take it in, is like kryptonite to our bodies. And there's something equal to that in our culture. There are certain things in our culture, we cannot take them in. It's kryptonite. It's lead to us. It will poison us so quickly. And you know what your poisons are. I know what my poisons are. But we also have a group of poisons that you might say are archetypal. They are the ones that make our lives less rather than larger. Anything that makes our life smaller rather than larger, that allows us not to continue to create out of the heart of humankind, is led somehow in the most negative ways. And so, as you know, especially in children, but in adults too, once their bodies begin to slow in the cellular regeneration process because they're being poisoned by some kind of metal that they're ingesting in their bodies, then they have eventual, literally, loss of language, loss of brain power, loss of reason, loss of so many things. And this is exactly the way the culture works when it's poisonous to us. It also makes us lose language, makes us lose the ability to speak and say what we really think, and what, not only what we think, but what is being thought through us that is great, and that has divinity to it, that has radiance to it, that has daring and boldness through it. It will silence us. And so Our Lady, in apocryphal stories in my own family, there are many stories about Blessed Mother. One of the most beautiful is that she's bathing the little Cristosito, the little Christ child, in bathwater, and comes a woman who has also a little baby, whose baby is covered in sores. And the Blessed Mother is going to empty the bathwater out so the other mother can have clear, clean water. And the mother says, no, your child has light around it. Please let me bathe my child in the water that your child bathed in. And so the mother gently places her little sick baby in the water, and the little baby's sores begin to close over, and they're all healed up in just a little amount of time, and the little baby is all waving its arms and legs and happy, and the mother is overjoyed. And that's just one of the stories. You won't find those in the Holy Bible or the Scripture or the Magisterium. You only find them among the people who witness them, remember them, keep telling them. And también also, in those stories that are told among just the regular people, there's a story about Maria. It says she is one who is able to withstand any toxin, any poison, including rattlesnake bite, including scorpion sting. And her strength for life is so extreme, and her purity, that she not only could withstand poison, she could wear the snake. She could wear the scorpion skirt. She could wear the sash with the biting things hanging on the end of it, because all is tamed in her presence. All is brought into balance in her presence. And so, all the more reason that we, I think, because of our tics and, our travails, our challenges of health and our losses in life, that we are many ways like she is. We're walking miracles. We certainly have been poisoned. So you don't need to live very long before being poisoned by someone else's words or someone else's despair or denigration to you. So here is the poem, We Are the Atomic Children, and we are still dancing. And at the head of this poem is the Atomic Madonna, and she is sitting there with beautiful flowers in her arms, and behind her head is the nimbus of the atom for lead. She can withstand, and she can shield us, and she can teach us when to hold up the lead shield and when to take it down so the light can come in. It began when we went to school. We asked for live ponies, but we received inflatable whales made of polypropylene instead, but it was okay. We waited and waited for April so we could dance can-can tournaments in the rain, and we wore these eerie, iridescent swimsuits glowing like uranium. Our swimsuits were always too big and showed everything, or else they were too small and they showed everything. But it was okay. We were happy, half-drowned bird girls with balding feathers. We played with all those bright-colored toys, so cheap in price, so rich in lead. Those lead toy soldiers marched all over our bedclothes, and we slept on the sheeted and pillowed battlefield night after night. And our mothers were so beautiful, and the tobacco people ran ads showing happy pregnant women smoking and saying this was very good. And fathers brought love cartons home as special treats so mother with child would never run out of her cigarettes. In October, we hid under leaves and stalks just beginning to rot, and we shushed each other, hiding. And the silence made the wrinkles on the bottom of our feet itch, and the wet of the leaves washed in hyaline insect spray right into our skin. It was such a time of dancing. We danced our feet on X-ray machines in shoe stores. What sport to see our own growing bones in those shadowy boxes. Hours we spent X-raying our feet for fun. In January, in snow forts, our forefingers held endless ammunition, and the winter wheat had power to heal any wound it was laid upon. And we ate the snow that fell from the sky, seeded and seeded with field chemicals. And our dear mothers made snow cones for us with red dye food coloring, and the youngest, Hernandez girl, fell through the pond and was no more, and it began to be not all right. After 5 years in school, we saw too late the road before us. Our hearts demanded all our attention. We built into the mountain. We dug grieving caves. We were in the cemeteries more often than in the wedding halls. The cells of the stomach turned against the grandfather. The cells of the breasts made wildfire in the 3 aunts. The jitters came to uncle and to 2 farmers to the west. falling down, came to the farmer to the east. A child not formed came to the cousin. The loss of breath visited the dairyman, and there were many mysterious deaths of infants. And we set up camp, and we never slept. The animals began to speak. In foreign tongues, we were still children. We hid under our desks to practice for the bomb. We were pulled on snow sleds behind our beloved father's big slope-back cars with lead spewing into our faces from the muffler's smoke. We walked in the beautiful sunset haze left by the orchard crop duster in those canvas and leg-bone aeroplanes, and yet we still came out children, just children. As our breasts came on, no one offered happy red umbrellas against the invisible strontium rain, and we drank the white milk without knowing. We continued to wash floors and doors with acetane, washed our nails with acetone, packed aniline dyes onto our freshly washed scalp, and drew coal tar onto our lips. Like good women everywhere, we daily washed the house and all things in it and outside of it as well, as carefully as though those boards and tiles were our own bodies. We put our young hands into jars, holding gudge and junk, held our heads into buckets and jars filled with the sacred fumes of cleanliness, ammonia, lye, butane, bleach, formaldehyde. We visited doctors and hospitals hoping to hear the news, but so far there were only bodies, no causes, except for these. They said we lived wrong at home, that we were ignorant, that we were sick because we did not exercise enough. The farmers, factory workers, dock workers, men and women who had no cars and walked everywhere, those who worked from dawn to midnight, lifting, hefting, hauling, everything hot and smoking or else putrid or frozen in dry ice, did not exercise enough. And in the creek, the animals grew bulbous eyes, their skin cracked off, and over they died, and the oil tankers broke up in the Great Lakes, and yet we frolicked in the waves, but never came out clean as before. Instead, we rose up oil-stained by black, floating gibbets and globs of oil on waves, and these also sunk into the sand, and our mothers scrubbed our bodies bright red, using turpentine to remove the black tar on our skin. And summer after summer, we returned, the black tar always waiting for us, and the turpentine. And after a time, our wild gypsy hair was too often covered with our white mantillas for the black requiem mass, and it became worse as we got more years. But even today, with all our hurts and haltings, April is still divine, and there is still a museum in the unconscious, where September still carries the cargo of a decent childhood. No greedy bureaucrat nor lying politician has found the tree we once buried treasure under. It is still there, still mine, still yours, the treasure, still there. Though the atomic age was mighty, and 100 wealthy men had poisoned all the water, and the fish grew all crooked and too often, the human babies began fine, and by their 18th month could no longer speak nor relate to other humans still. Sometimes the trees come up from the river to our gates in the garden, and they ask, can they come in and rest with us for a while? And we say, oh yes. Reason enough, these good things, the treasure and nature, still at our doors, still wanting us. Reason enough for some wild dancing, for the unknowing, and for those who knew the destructions we were fed and immersed in did not bring us down. And even the atomic wind, unleashed across the western states, blowing its poison all across the entire nation, did not blow us away. For reasons we cannot fathom, that we may never understand, we are still standing. Many of us still here, living in the glowing cell of the life force that ever remains inside of us. No atomic wind can pervert or change this meaning that is ours. No commission or omission can destroy what we are making. Though they have brought the wild cells, we are the wild gods, and we are dancing. We are dancing the dance of the purest cell, and glowing not from radiation, but from divinity. The divinity set into us, the divinity that has ever been ours, that ever presses us to live, and then to live more, and then to live more, no matter whatever else, and all the instructions given to us through our dreams. So, here we are, together. I wrote this poem around the image of the atomic Madonna because I don't believe that you can understand the preciousness of life unless you understand really what we have all been through. It's one thing to say that flower grew in the perfect place, in the perfect garden, with the perfect rain. It's another thing to say a perfectly imperfect flower grew under the most grueling conditions. And look how beautiful it is. Like you. Like each of you.
This concludes Session 5 of Mother Night, Learning to See in the Dark. Our program continues with Session 6. Sounds True presents Mother Night, Learning to See in the Dark, Session 6, Mining the Mother Lode, How to Bring Diamonds from the Darkness, for artists and people who want to create, with Dr. Clarissa Pinkola, Estés.
Mining the mother lode. What is the mother lode? It's the unconscious. It's the second world that is often looked down upon by the culture that we live in, but that carries all imagination, all innovation, all invention, all new ideas. And if we are forced into living the way the culture tells us to live all the time, do this, do that, don't do this, don't do that. If we follow those rules that are made by others, for orderliness and for people to get along with each other more or less and to sort of all do the same thing at the same time. Not saying those are wrong, just saying that there are times to break free of those because all original things do not come from that world. They come from the world of imagination and the unconscious, the world of dreams that we have at night. There are very few artists, I think, at least in my experience, poets, writers, dancers, who will tell the truth about how they create. I would like to change that by making my own contribution to telling you about how I personally create. I don't think it's unique. I think it's actually quite common. But those who do it as a continual practice day in and day out, maybe they're too busy to codify, in words how they actually create, or maybe they are a little nervous about competition or something like that. But essentially, it's this way. Many, many, many people create out of what they dream at night. They dream 5 to 7 dreams a night. And they have the most fantastico images in those dreams, the most fantastic ideas of how things go together or could be put together, or really odd juxtapositions of, bears in the living room and wolves jumping through the kitchen and all kinds of things that strike the childlike imagination that exists in all of us, no matter how old we become. And so one way to create daily, think of it, 5 to 7 ideas given to you every night. They bypass your ego so you don't get a chance to censor them. Look there. Definitely look there. Another place is prayer. Prayer is an interesting idea. A lot of people think that it is about asking for things. Well, yes, it is. It's called supplicative prayer. But also, it is to ask to be filled with one's calling. In this moment, what will you have me do? And the U is a capital Y. Y-O-U, capital U. What will you have me do next? What will you have me do in this moment? Write down or move your body in a way that records it, or draw a picture of it, and then go on from there. The third way is literally to use your imagination in the way that it was really meant to be used, and that is to enter in daylight into the unconscious by sitting down with a piece of paper and a pencil and beginning anywhere, with your dance, with your painting, with your writing, with whatever it might be, your concept, your project, your anthology, whatever it might be, your idea, your ideal, your idea for this moment or for the future, for now, for family, or for the world, does not matter, but to begin. There's a story about the rabbi in prison. I think the thing that I see most often amongst creative people, and that incidentally would be every single soul who is born on the face of this earth. The thing that I see the most often that inhibits is an idea that you should listen to what I call the High Court of Apes, that talks to us about how we are inadequate, or how we are somehow unacceptable or not good enough, or that whatever we're doing, we're too slow, or we don't get it right away, or we tried it but we failed. And all those nasty ways of speaking to oneself that are not true. The universe is enormous, and we are also enormous in our capacities. We get countless do-overs in life. We get to do things over and over and over and over, as many times as we want, and there is no shame to it whatsoever. That is perpetrated by the council of apes that sit on their high chairs behind us and try to dictate to us about our goodness or our worth or our abilities, or whether we are beautiful or not, or whether what we are creating is worthy. We cannot listen to them. So there's a story, a little tiny story, about the rabbi who's carried away in the middle of the night by people who are his enemies, and he's thrown into a prison. And he prays out into the night for his acolytes, his students, to come rescue him. And so his students come close to the barbed wire around the prison, and the minute they see the barbed wire, they all run away. And the rabbi cries out, No, you didn't save me yet. And the students whisper, No, we can't, there's barbed wire. And so the rabbi prays out into the world for his students, please come liberate me, come rescue me. And again, all the students, they come creeping through the forest, trying to hold their courage. And when they get to the barbed wire, they see that there's a guard there, and they all run away. And the rabbi is saying, No, you forgot me. Wait, you came for me, but you forgot me. And the students are whispering loudly, saying, we can't go there, there's not only barbed wire, there's a guard. And so the rabbi, he is feeling, a little dejected. So he prays out courage over his acolytes. He says, come liberate me, come get me, come break me out of here. I'm being held here by these people wrongly, and come get me. And again, the students hear him, and somewhat emboldened, they come back into the forest again, except this time there's 2 guards and the barbed wire. And they flee back into the forest. And the rabbi says, wait, no, you said, wait, how many or how little of guarding me, of barbed wire, of thorns, of harsh, hard things must there be not present for you to liberate me, who is your teacher? And I love this story because it is the story of how you take the creative force, who is the teacher of us, the helper of us, that writes madly, without worrying about where it's all going to end, that paints madly and gets the paint all over the place, not worrying about how we're going to clean it all up, just knowing that we have our mind on something and that something has its mind on us, and we're going to go ahead no matter what. Except the Council of Apes, or however you might imagine it for yourself, it's a repressive force in the psyche, what some would call in analytical psychology a negative complex, meaning a set of thoughts in your own mind that tells you that you are not so hot, that you need a lot of improving, that maybe someday, 5,000 years from now, if you practice really hard and get it together, you'll be maybe semi-okay. So all those are lies. Those are lies. Those are not true. However, if one believes them and entertains them and God forbid, repeats them out loud or to oneself, then the rabbi, the great teacher, is put in jail. And what that means is that all of the psyche that learns from that huge creative force, that carries that great creative force out into the world, that they are somehow become afraid, frightened to liberate it. Oh no, I can't stand up and say to that teacher, I have to do it this way, because this is my way. This is how I'm inspired by Creator to do it this way. I can't stand up to that other person who says that my writing somehow should be shorter or longer or bigger or thinner or fatter or whatever. I can't do that. I have to run away. It's a barbed wire. I can't cross that. I don't have the sense of the value, the preciousness of the teacher deeply enough that I am willing to risk everything to liberate the creative force in myself. And so in the story, the rabbi says, what would it take for you to come get me? What? No challenges at all? What? No barriers, no boundaries, no walls, no difficulties? Dream on. That's not the real world. The real world is no matter what we are, no matter who we are, no matter where we are, we will be challenged to find our way through and to elbow out of the way when we need to, whatever is in our path that will not be respectful toward us, that will not care about what we care about, that will not honor the way that we are and be in this world, and will not honor that we are a piece of an enormous creation that will be the poorer for loss of us and our talents. So another story is about a man who sought treasure afar. There was an old man. Once he was a young man, but when he was really a young boy, he began to search for treasure. He had heard over and over again that maybe he could discover a pot of gold, and if he did, then suddenly he would be rich and he could have anything he wanted. And so he set out. And first he began to, walk down to the end of the road, and he would look around at the end of the road looking for the treasure, but he didn't find it there. And as he got older, because he was more able, he would walk farther and farther into the woods, up into the trees, down into the gullies, behind the mesa, looking for the treasure. He would dig with his little spade, and he would use his rope to bring down the tree limbs to look up into the trees. And he would do everything he could never find the treasure. Never find the treasure. And so he spent his whole life looking, high and low. And finally, as an old man, he laid under the tree in his own yard, thinking, I have spent my life, I have wasted my life looking for the treasure. I have not gotten anywhere. And in that moment, a little bird came and sat down beside him. A little bird was hungry and started pecking at the dirt beside him. And peck. Oh, all of a sudden, a little shiny something? What? Oh, a gold coin? Oh, a gold coin? Oh my goodness, another one, and another one. And the little bird flew away with nothing in her mouth. The way the story is told in our family is that the story is not about finding the gold. The story is about not listening to the bird, because that bird was alive all the years of the man's life, constantly trying to tell him that it was sitting right on top of the treasure. And that's for us too. I am thrilled when people learn, when they go sit with the teacher of their choice or teachers of their choice, when they go on journeys, when they go on quests, when they go on pilgrimage to learn soulfully, truly, really, ways that make their lives larger rather than smaller. However, they don't listen to the little bird that's been with them all their life, that whispers into their ear, because it's a soul. Espíritu Santo often shows up as a little angelic, little angel that we call birds. Yeah, little winged angel. And it carries the knowledge of the spirit and the soul and what is treasure there. And as I said, every single person is born with treasure. But as you know, certain things happen. What happens? Okay, I made a little listecito for you. Okay, so most of our lives go something like this. Okay. We get waylaid in some way. And we are told by somebody, somewhere, sometimes offhandedly, sometimes cruelly, sometimes they're just simply not thinking. We're told that we can't do that very well, whatever that is. And because we don't know, because we've only been on Earth for 5 years or 8 years or 10 years or 15 years, we don't really know. We believe. We believe what people tell us, unless there are other people in our environs who say, that's not true. That's not true at all. And so you have the liberation of the jailed person. Anytime there is a person who says, that's not true. What was told to you about that there's only one artist in this classroom, that there's only one person who's really good at mathematics, that there's really only one person who can dance, there's really only 2 people who can sing halfway well, there's only 5 athletic people, they're wrong. Everyone has the ability. Everyone has the joy of trying everything more than once and learning it, practicing it as much as they want until they become really good at it or excel at it. And maybe some things they'll leave behind because they're not really all that interested in it. Or maybe they'll come back to it in 30 years. But it's part of the creative spirit to say, I am all things, like my universe I was born into. I am universal. I am not monochromatic. I am all and everything. And it's not a matter of egotistical inflation. It's not a matter of saying, oh, well, that's meism. It isn't. It happens to be the truth about all of us. And suffering comes to us when we believe otherwise. Many people think that we're in search of our parts to put them all back together again. And that's one way of looking, using a metaphor that, like Osiris and Isis. Osiris is destroyed every night by the dark god Set. This is Egyptian mythology. Who tears Osiris apart, he's the sun god, and scatters him all over the earth. And in the middle of the night, Isis, Osiris' sister, who loves him, she goes through the world with a basket, gathering up all the parts and pieces of her brother. And she stirs them all together, and they cohese with one another, and the sun rises again the next morning. That's one way of looking at the world that we live in, the culture we live in. The overculture likes to tear things apart. It does. It just does. If it doesn't find you looking like the one pattern it usually has, we like to lop off whatever sticks out and dislocate by stretching whatever doesn't fit just right, is too small. Except in every species, flowers, trees, birds, even clouds, we glory in their variegation. We glory in their differences. And even within the species, no 2 are alike. No 2 tulips. No 2 floribundias. No 2 animals. No 2 anything. No 2 clouds, for sure. So another way of looking at it is that we are whole. And we would like to know what our parts are. Our creative force, our spiritual force, our sexual nature, our intellectual force, our animating force. We would like to know what our parts are, but we are whole, regardless of what anyone else says or does. So I like this story that I'm going to tell you about Coyote. Coyote, is a trickster figure, meaning that he's just short of a perfect being. He has too many flaws, though. Oh, gee, does that sound familiar? Would it sound like us? Yes, it does. Just short of being completely perfect, because he has all these tics and talks, and he has these appetites and these drives and these compulsions and so on and so forth. And so the story is told about Coyote here in the southwest where I live. It's told Coyote loved to dance. And, that's considered like a tribal trait, that all men dance, and that all women dance, and all children dance, and all old people dance. Everyone dances, because it's one of the ways that joy of Creator is shown in the body. Everything dances. And in the story, Coyote is a little, loopy. Maybe he drank too much wine, He's always attracted to parties and gatherings and powwows and anything and everything where there's a lot of people and a lot of music and, a lot of people laughing and having a good time and so on. And he stays for the serious parts, but he's more into the, the sort of raucousness. So he's going on his way home and he hears a wagon coming. And he begins to dance to the sound of the wagon wheels going around and around. So Coyote starts lifting his knees and dancing, and all the people are laughing at him, and they're saying, "Look at Coyote! There's no music, and he's but he hears it. As the wheels of the wagon go around, he hears the music of the wagon. And as he goes a little ways down the road, he hears tree branches rubbing against each other in the wind. And he begins to dance. And he is so delighted. He's dancing and dancing to the wind and the branches rubbing together. And the people are saying, "Oh, look at Coyote, what a fool he is. Look, he's dancing and there's no music." But Coyote can hear the music in everything. And next, he is walking further down the road, and he sees the cattails rustling, and he hears them. And he begins to dance. Oh, what a beautiful rhythm. And he dances and he dances, and again the people say, "Look at Coyote, what's the matter with him? He's loco, he's crazy. Look, he's dancing, there's no music, what's the matter with him?" And night falls, and it's very dark. And Coyote goes farther down the road. And finally, he sees a whole group of people dancing together. And they are dancing up and down. They are dancing sideways. They are going to the left. Then they're going to the right. Then they're going up and down. Then they're going in circles. Oh, he's so excited. He runs and he joins them. And they're dancing to a song that sounds like... Oh, he's just thrilled with the whole thing. Just thrilled and thrilled and thrilled. And he dances and dances and dances until he's so tired he can't even stand up anymore. And he lies down in the middle of the dance circle and he falls asleep. And in the morning, the people who made fun of him find him and they go, "Oh, look at Coyote. He's out in the middle of the cornfield where there was the windstorm last night." And he fell asleep. And Coyote said, "You know nothing about the spirit of the corn. They are all dancers, and we danced all night." I saw this story about hearing, seeing, the essence of things inside, what they look like on the outside, seeing on the inside, having this huge awareness of nature in which everything is light and dark and color and music and softness and hardness, all the things that Creator ever created to give to us as gifts. This is the creative nature. It sees, feels, knows everything. It notes. It is the ultimate supra-observer of all things in all worlds. And it remembers the things that mere humans alone, living only in one world, the world of our culture, forget. That we are fine-tuned to everything. When nature dances, something in us wants to dance too. When nature breaks, something is broken in us. When nature is wounded, something is wounded in us. When nature laughs, we laugh too. When nature rises, we rise. Something in us is resonant with all of creation, everything. Have you ever wondered, all the people who go out in the middle of the night to look at a comet, why do they do that? Why do they go outside, often in the cold, also bundle up in all their jackets or wear their jumping sleeping bags, and go out on a hill somewhere with a whole pile of other odd people and all their telescopes and hold it handheld and on tripods, looking at this teeny tiny little thing that is flying across the sky? It's because they feel resonant with it. Or something about that flashing, something about that velocity, something about that once-in-a-lifetimeness that they resonate to because they're awake. Because they're awake to the shifting and changing of the heavens and nature. This is where the creative force lives. This is it. This is it. So we are have these psychic taps and nudges and shoves trying to, get you, me, to unfurl that idea that dare not be thought, that new venture that, ooh, these are fingers in your mouth, it's a little bit daunting to a lot daunting. They would make you feel that maybe you're, out of your mind to have a meaningful project. But it's not. The world will be poor. It will suffer without us. It will suffer without us. I think anything within your reach that is creative, do it. Don't put it off. Remember I said perfect is the enemy of done? Remember? I have people who are working on the same sentence. And I believe that could be one of them in some ways. Working on the same sentence for 40 years. And, well, maybe that means something to somebody somewhere, and maybe that is their trajectory and something they, made a great big promesa about to the source, without source, before they came to Earth. But my sense is that the more that you can take the rabbi out of the prison, the more you can remember the teacher should always be free in us. The learner should always be free in us. That the more you will bring to the world, not only by your work, understand this, sometimes, and again I say, I think this is one of the secretos that artists keep from others. Sometimes it is not the work itself, although that's important. Sometimes it's because you become an exemplar, because people watch you working, and they say, oh, that's how it goes. Oh, they do it that way. That one does it that way, and this other one does it that way. And being able to witness you creating is a boon and a bounty to countless other people. Children, as you know, have had so much of the music teachers taken out of school, art teachers taken out of the school for budget cuts. You cannot live without art and music. You cannot live without it daily. Look at Coyote. Look at Coyote. He needs music to feel alive. He wants to dance in order to feel, he wants to move his body, not in an organized manner, but in a rhythmic manner, in order to show happiness. So as those very vital teachers were put into prison, like the Rebbe, no one hardly came to break them out. And so you have a smidgen of singing here, and you have a smidgen of music there, and you have a smidgen of, art, something drawing here and there. Also, it becomes incumbent on us even more so to model for all of the young and for the middle-aged and the old who were brought up in that same atmosphere where there was a council of apes that watched over everything they did and told them theirs was not up to par. Only certain people. Only certain people. So it's up to us to exemplify that and to let people know about it, to let them know what we're doing, what we're struggling with. One of the worst things in the world, I think, was when a person, and believe me, I've heard it from many, many people, darling, beautiful, gifted, lavish, personalitied people who say, oh, well, this part over here, what's messed up, and this part over here, well, I don't know what to do with it, and it's just a mess. And they don't understand that when they say that in front of their children or in front of other people, that other people think that that's the way they should react to their own creative work too. Think of it. Think of Burma. Think of parts of Manchuria. Think of Tibet. Think of the places where people are not allowed to talk. They're not allowed to write. They're not allowed to paint. They're not allowed to speak. They're not allowed to walk. They're imprisoned for being humorists. Think of it. Think of what bounty we have every day of our lives, the freedom to create. What? Being put in prison because someone doesn't like it? Hey, yeah, well, okay, it hurts your feelings. All right, it does. But so what? It's very interesting if true, but so what? It does. It hurts your feelings. Okay, so be hurt and go on anyway. My idea is if anyone hurts you, first of all, just remember, you have a whole squadron of people like myself who stand with you. So if they want to hurt you real bad, they're going to have to come through us too. There's no reason for people to be hurting, especially artists, poets, people, healers, people who are trying to bring good in this world. But you know what? That is planet Earth. Those are some of the lessons and challenges we have on planet Earth. So we have to face them. But we face them in a way that creates an example for those who come with us and behind us. So in one way, I would say, to try not to be so self-focused about whether other people are going to criticize you or not. Try really hard. I know it's hard, and I know people say, well, it says more about the criticizer than it does you, which is really, really true, but I'll tell you something. If your critic, internal or external, especially external though, as the internal critic often says just outright lies over and over again. But if an external critic, who's, let's just say cruel in their critique, takes on something that you did or wrote or felt or in whatever way let the world know about, do this. Just look very carefully at what they said and see if there is anything in there that would be valuable for you to know to create even better the next time. And if so, take it. Take it and leave the rest. They may have done you a huge favor and delivered it wrapped in poison paper, but that's all right. You can unwrap it and you can keep the gist of it. And it will help you. And the next time they critique your work, well, too bad. They won't be able to critique that again because you're not doing it because you made your work even better. So it's good. It's good. These challenges that we go through in the overculture, if you want to bring your work to the world, whatever it is, you have to realize, of course, that there is sort of a, how would you call it, like a roller derby going on the path that you're on. And sometimes you're going to have to skate really fast, and you have to do some loop-de-loops, and you're going to have to, every now and then, you have to just elbow somebody to get them out of your way so you can keep creating. And most of all, you're going to always, always have complete and total respect for keeping the teacher free, always. There is a idea that I like a lot. It comes from Dale Carnegie courses. 1,000 years ago, when I had an art gallery and I sold paintings, lots of people's paintings, a man kept coming into my art gallery, and he was very nice, and he was also very nice to me. And a lot of people, just sort of, how it's sort of like sales clerk-itis. They, the minute they see a sales clerk, sometimes they lose their manners and their courtesy. But he was extraordinarily nice. And what I learned was that he was a trainer in Dale Carnegie courses, which is like a how to public speak course, which is, I think, valuable, very much so. Because if you have ideas, hopefully you are able to speak them out loud in front of people. And also, he said that there were courses or classes that were free that you could come see how you liked it. So I went to one, and I, at the time, which was young, and I had a young daughter who was a baby, literally. There was no way I could afford to go to that school. But I remember something they said that I love. I love this. It's so beautiful. It's cogent, and I think maybe we should all write it on our walls. It is, do not criticize, do not condemn, and do not complain. I like that. Oh, that was worth the friendship of knowing this man. Do not condemn, do not criticize, do not complain. And interestingly enough, that was long before anybody knew anything about mirror neurons, where you go down to the level of the emotion that you are in. So if you are in some of the lower emotions, it's so interesting because people who have written and who know about chakras have said this since forever, that if you go down into the anger or you go down into the fear, that you might sort of get stuck there. And in this idea to not criticize, it's like, don't go there because it might take you down. And you stay there, criticizing yourself, criticizing your work, criticizing your output, criticizing that you didn't make it here or you didn't make it there or they didn't choose you or they, you know what? If they didn't choose you, somebody else is gonna. But if they don't, you know what? Forget all that. You do the choosing. Forget being chosen. You do the choosing. That's the way the universe works. So in this process of not criticizing, not complaining. I mean, you get to complain a little bit. I mean, like depending on what the situation is. But again, this is really true psychologically. If you have the same complaint over and 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 over again, usually one of three things is going on, all of which are going to keep you stuck in that place instead of creating, and possibly will need someone else to help you. If you repeat over and over and over again something bad, negative, complaining about something that happened and, has some seriousness to it, you may be traumatized. Seriously. It's easy to be traumatized, especially when you're young and all your pores are open, your mind is open, your heart is open, your soul is open, your everything is open. So if later on you keep thinking the same rotten thoughts over and over again that are complaints or criticisms or condemnation, possibly there's trauma that has shocked the psyche, that needs, as we talked about in susto, where the soul sort of is displaced slightly or by a large margin outside the creative person. They may need to have a healing and a cleansing take place. Another possibility is that the person feels helpless and is filled with a kind of resentment and wants to retaliate, but there's no retaliatory path to take without being put in jail or something. And in that case, it's called, letting go. It's called releasing your hold. Like boxcars are hooked together. It's like you open the lock and release the boxcars that are all being dragged behind you so that you are free. And the third possibility of a lot of complaint and so on and so forth is because you learned it and you are not conscious that you are doing that over and over and over again, that you are not aware that 90% of your speech is negative, or 50% of your speech is negative, or 40% of your speech is negative. And I don't know where the percentage should be, but for most artists, they do create a lot out of angst. But they don't sit in the complaint and the condemnation. They create their way out of it. They draw it, they paint it, they write about it, they dance it, they sculpt it, they do any number of things. They climb mountains over it. They do any number of things to express what has happened. And I will tell you, in ways, I think often, so that others will be protected and healed also. And that is one of the greatest ideas that I know behind the creative force, is that you use every disappointment in life, every wrong turn in life, every accident in life, everything, every failing that you made that you didn't do the do-over yet. Everything is used to create from. So when I mentioned at the beginning night dreams, the unconscious, just starting is also this, taking all that is in shadow, all that is in darkness, all that is in wound, all that is in feeling not quite, like you belong. We've talked about that. Of course we belong. We belong to our tribe. We have a special tribe, the tribe of the Sacred Heart, that follows the great heart that's been set into us, that's bigger than we are, and yet it's at the center of what we are. And so we, of course, do belong. And of course, we can create out of darkness, out of complete darkness. Those might feel like lumps of coal under the skin, but the pressure we feel as a result of feeling poorly is that it creates sparkling, glittering ideas that can be carried out into the world that are useful, helpful, and often healing of others. When you create, you're telling a story. I don't know how you can create without telling a story. To me, a story is everything. Everything. Everything's a story. There is traffic on the road is a story. How you got to work this morning is a story. Who came to get you after school is a story. What your hair looks like today, the kind of haircut you like, that's a story. Where you want to go in life, that's a story. Who you descend from, your ancestors, that's a story. Who you pray to, that's a story. Everything is a story. But a story is not only something we tell then, it's this living being that also shows up in answer to our questions about the mysteries of life. Sometimes a story comes forward on its own. Sometimes, we see it or hear it somewhere. But the whole point, I think, of story, whether the story turns out well or it turns out beautifully or it turns out halfway or we don't even know how it ends, I think the whole point is to remember us back into some layer of the mysterium, the mystery of the worlds that we traverse, walking in two worlds, the world of spirit and soul and the world of the overculture. And in the stories are often the parts that most nourish our souls. The nourishment of the soul mean the nourishing of the creative force. What nourishes the soul nourishes us creatively. One of the things that I think about a lot, early in the morning, as you know, after it rains, the birds sing extra sweetly. Extra sweetly. In the morning, the sun rises on the first ray of light. Across the landscape, across the city, is breathtaking. It's often gold, pure gold, and red often. And I think about how as the sun rises, it's often huge. on the horizon line. And I think about how all the buildings are bathed in that God's light early in the morning, and how all the creatures poke their heads out of their lairs and their holes and their little nests up in the trees, going, oh, it's morning. And what are we doing? What are we doing? We're dragging our children out of bed. Hurry, hurry, come eat, come eat. Hurry, hurry, put your clothes on. Hurry, hurry, is your homework done? Hurry, 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 hurry. Dad, Mom. Hurry, hurry, I gotta get to work. Hurry, hurry, where's my briefcase? Hurry, hurry. And no one dances with coyote in the morning. I watch the little metal uteruses on the highway with one little bebito in each one of them, incubating on their way to work. And all around them, crater is walking by with a flower behind its ear. It's amazing to see how broken away we can be from what actually matters and what is the greatest story that we're in, the greatest story of our time, the greatest thing that nourishes the soul on the creative spirit. And at night, same thing. Same thing. Who sees the sunset at night? Every night. Who sees the first star rise? Every night. Every night. Who has a window placed in their house for the full moon for all 12 months to shine through? Who has built their home in a way that faces the sunrise in one side and the sunset on the other? We've come far away from the two worlds. And yet, we can come back. We might not see every sunrise. We might not hear the birds sing after every rainfall. But we must move out of the inertia that many of us feel because we're in a routine. And yes, of course the children have to go to school. And of course mommy and daddy have to go to work. And of course people have to do what they have to do, what they've made commitments to others to give of themselves for. But also, they'll have to do the radiant care of the teacher and the learner at the center of their psyche. That is their entire creative force. And so we'll have maybe an idea that if we're going to write a book, it has to be a bestseller. If we're going to make music, it has to go to the top of the charts. If we're going to do a dance, then we better open on Broadway. If we're going to do a play, same thing. And if we're going to do a sculpture, hopefully Louise Nevelson or someone will recognize us and say that we are fabulous. And if we're going to just make a simple poem, it would be nice if Mariana Moore would step out of the woodwork, or maybe Gwendolyn Brooks, or, oh goodness, like maybe Federico Garcia Lorca will come out of his grave and say, yes, you are ordained. But for most of us, that will not happen. We ordain each other. We pat each other on the back. We say, keep going, keep going. What's important? Don't get lost. Don't get lost in all those, ways of thinking that are so, difficult. Let me tell you a story about how people maybe can get lost, but then they find each other again. It's, in my growing up with my relatives, especially the ones who came from Eastern Europe as refugees after the war, World War II, they, learned to speak English very gradually, and they have a very heavy accent in English all their lives. And yet, they were able to make themselves understood when I was a little girl, because they learned the words in English that meant the most to them. One of the words was the word story, and the other word was the word make, M-A-K-E. So, and you can do this, of course, with your children, your nieces, your nephews, your grandchildren. You can do it yourself. You can teach it to others, other adults, elderly people, all of our everyone. Actually, I hope will learn make story. They would pick something right out of the landscape, something in the kitchen table, when sitting there with the knives and, making the dough for the pastries or whatever it was we're doing. And they'd pick up the knife and they'd say, make story, make story. And I would say, oh, yes, well, a long time ago, there was an old woman and she had a big knife and she rode through the sky at night, cutting stars out of the sky, and you see them sometimes, they fall. And we see them on earth, and we're made happy somehow to see a great light reach out to us. And they go, oh, that's so good. Ah, that's good, 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 good. And then maybe another day, same thing, next story about the tree outside the window, or whatever it might be. So I was thrilled to find that in my own heritage, Latino, but also in all heritages, there's something like that in the people who have not shut down and put the teacher away in prison, that we're allowed to make story anytime we want to. We don't have to have a reason. So long ago, in my early 20s, I was living in New Mexico and Arizona, and I met La Señora Maria Elena, who was a muñecadora. She was a puppet maker and a marionette maker. And she lived in a fronterizo, a little border village near Nogales. And when I met her, I knew that she was an uncanny woman and that she was highly unusual because, most people, she'll make puppets in a little fabrication place, little, how do you call that, little atrium, in the home where maybe the whole family works on making the puppets and then they take them to market. So no, she was a performer. She was a person who took her puppets around, these little pupitos. And I would ask her these deep questions that, as they are to you when you're 20 years old, and actually they remain important, such as, why are we here? What are we doing with each other? And she would answer them by marching out her little pupitos, and she would do a little play right before your very eyes. She was doing make story. And so I said to her, I would like to make story, and you could. This make story is going to be about I think it would be about the cisnes, the swans. Los cisnes, I think I would like to make a story about that. So she went in and the puppets were like dressed in different ways. Like one was a businessman, like a lawyer in a black suit and a little black hat. And another one was, like a grande dame. And another one was like a prostitute. And another one was like a little sort of bird person who was actually human but kind of looked like a bird. And so she went into the back room which looked like it actually looks like my workroom. It looks like a Turkish bazaar that exploded all over the place with ribbons and colors and papers and all manner of things. So she come back and put these little white wings on several of the papitos, and then she brought a little hat for each one, and one hat was, red and one was blue, and so on. And she said, "All right, now we begin." And so I said, "Okay, here's the questions. Why do we have so deep in our souls such a longing to be reunited with our own people who are like us? In my case, a lost brother. We are separated when we were adopted, and we have not yet found each other. Or in cases of other people, a lost mother, a lost sister, grandparent, a lost child, a lost friend, a lost soul, a lost lover. Why do we yearn so hard to find the desaparecidos, the missing ones on this earth? Those, maybe we've never even met them. We just know they're out there. And they're so dear to us that we pray for them every day, not even knowing their names often. But even knowing where they lay their heads, we still think of them and pray for them because we know them somehow. We know we belong to them and they belong to us, that we are the same. And so we together, La Señora Maria Elena and I, asked to answer this question of such longing. And so here's how the story came out. Once, long ago, the swans, great, beautiful birds of soft plumage, were created not in white or black, but in many colors. There were red swans and black swans and white swans and blue swans. And the swans of all colors lived together, and they chose their mates for life. And they showed each other how to weave their nests with grasses and sedges and human hair, and sometimes red threads or blue threads or green threads that they found along the way. And the elder swans showed the younger how to care for their children together, how to shelter and protect each other, and how to fly out in marvelous wing-to-wing formations together, on how to sing and sing to raise the sun at dawn, and to bring the night at dusk. And thus the swans were at peace for aeons until one day came a terrible tempest, rolling across the land, raising dust in every direction. And Creator flew down to warn them to be saved. All swans must, under great duress, fly to the 4 distant points of the world. And now, Maria Elena, somehow, with only 2 hands, had all the little papitos going in 4 different directions on the dirt floor of her little place, her little casita. And so they were all clicking and clacking all off in 4 directions with their little wings wobbling and their little hats on their heads wobbling. As I said, Creator foretold that the tempest would reach all points of the earth and destroy much. But for the swans, they're being separated from one another, rather than being together as they have been all their lives, that they must separate now to ensure the survival of more of them rather than less of this great creature, Creator called swan. Also the swans, with their little bindle bags of underwater grasses and their little children and their lifelong mates, they flew as refugees. They rose up into the air in a flurry, heart-frightened. And they left most everything behind, not knowing where they were going, only knowing they were fleeing from mayhem coming over the land, only knowing as long as their feathers held out, they will fly through rainstorms and lightning strikes, or they will fly over mountains and over the wires that kill them and over the waters that were poisoned by the mayhem, and they would fly through the hails of bullets, and they would fly over wastelands with nowhere to land or rest, and they would fly and fly and fly in each direction as possible to preserve that which Creator called swan. And now Maria Elena was a very old woman with her pepitos in each hand, 4 of them. She's whirling. Her skirt is whirling out. The pepitos are whirling out. She's flying them in all directions all around. And their feet are straight out, and their little wings are straight out, and their little hats are falling off of their heads. And she's whirling and whirling in the middle of the room. There's a little casita. So the swans, who were red, flew as far as they could to the west, where in the color of the setting sun of the west, they would be given camouflage and refuge. And the black swans flew as far as they could to the north, where in the darkness of long winters they would be camouflaged, and thereby they would be safe from harm as possible. And the white swans flew to the south, where they took refuge among the spinners and weavers of white cotton, and there they were camouflaged and kept as safe as they could be. And the blue swans flew as far as they could to the east, where there was a great blue ocean. And on this ocean the swans could barely be seen, so blue were the swans, so blue were the waters, and there they made their homes as safely as possible. And so one would think now Maria Elena has dropped all the pepitos. They're all sitting on the floor with their little knees out in front of them. And they're all separate from each other, one in each corner of the room. I would think, well, maybe that will be the end of the story. But, in Make Story, you never know what's going to happen next, because you are no longer telling the story. The story is telling you. And so you just open your mouth and let the story pour forth. And it did. As the next part is that the swans cross migration paths when they fly, all of them, to the south once a year, the most dangerous of times, because their camouflages are not intact then. And so the old swans of every color were always seeking the swans who were descended from their first home place, which now numbered, these other swans numbered in many generations now. And the old people especially would keep their eye out for where are the generations that we all come from. And they would tell stories about the place of their origin before the mayhem had separated all of them. And so in their migration they would be reunited, and their souls fastened together by that one incorruptible place of origin that they had first all come from. And now, so Maria Elena has sort of a sweater on that has sleeves longer than her hands, and so she is making a little puppet out of her sleeves to make like baby swans, and the ends of her hands covered with her sweater, as she's making cheeping noises that the new birds now are going to learn the stories from the old people, from the old swans. And so I said, how are they going to find each other, the old people and the brand new born people, and so on. And then I thought, no, I understand now. Okay, how did they find each other after so long separated? For there are millions of birds in any sky. I think Creator took pity on the swans and said, I'll give you this thing to say to each other, so you always know each other by this one way. And he gave the swans a cry, The original cry sounded like this when they trumpeted it. ¿Dónde está usted? ¿Dónde está usted? ¿Dónde está usted? ¿Dónde está usted? But over time, to give the swans more breath to fly, and since the swans knew the full cry by heart, Creator shortened the cry to when you can hear the swans cry, even today as they fly overhead trumpeting, ¿Dónde? 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 Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? ¿Dónde está usted? Where are you? Where are you? Well, I thought now this must be the end of the story, because now Maria Elena has her hands back out of her sweater, and where all four Pepitos got these little ones hanging on their skirts on little hooks and eyes, all of a sudden they'll have little birds on the bottoms of their skirts, and they are all together in a little dance, like making a little circle in her hands as she dances them across the floor. They found each other, and they are so happy that the cry was granted, so they will never ever completely lose each other. And yet, there's something else. And it is maybe this, that while it's true that we're flying together, all of us, and calling out, ¿Dónde está usted? ¿Dónde, dónde? Where are you? Where are you? I think, too, now, all these years later, Maria Elena said there's probably another act to this mixed story that we wouldn't know for a while. And she is, of course, long gone from this earth, is still here. I think probably as a swan, who I actually see Mexican swans that come to the lake that I live on here in the Rockies. It's a little teeny lake you could swim across, and in the springtime come the white Mexican swans flying through the air. It was so beautiful. But I think maybe now I know, in terms of creative force that makes us all find one another and know we belong together and know that we belong to the same tribe, is that it's not just the cry, where are you, but this too. I think tribe of the Sacred Heart, Scar Clan, will always find each other. Because I think the answer to donde is aquí, 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 which means we are here. We are all right here. People lose touch with the creative force? Yes, every day. You get it back? Yes, every single moment. You can start over. Some of the most common, as you know, some of the most common things that we can say against ourselves is that we can't do this because we're not good enough, not talented enough, not rich enough. We don't know anyone. We have no contacts. We have no access. We're too old. No, we're too young. No, we didn't go to the right schools. No, we went to the right school, but it was the wrong school. No, we don't have the right credentials. No, we have credentials, but they're the wrong ones. Somebody else has already done it. That's one of my favorites. So nobody can do it the way you do it. You're not a copyist. You're an original. You'll do it whatever your way is. It's not going to look like anyone else's. Sometimes when I look at applications of people who would like to do psychoanalytic training, for instance, sometimes I can't tell who wrote it because 10 of them all sound like they're written by the same person. And that's because they're being too careful, and also because they're not telling the truth. One of the best ways to be creative, in a way, and in front of people who will do you no harm initially, for sure, is to be truthful. Let's just say the absolute truth. There's a reason why books about motherhood, like Anne Lamott's book about having her little boy, Sam, there's a reason why books like that are bought and read by people, because she doesn't go, oh, I love this child and I love this child and I love him, I love him, I love him, I love him, I love him. She goes, as he's getting older, it's getting tougher. Sometimes, there are these moments. And she's very truthful. And when people are truthful in their stories, whether it's of Mice and Men, whether it's The Old Man and the Sea, whether it's A Christmas Carol, which is a very psychological story, whether it's The Wizard of Oz, another psychological story, whether it's any of the old folktales, or more importantly, it's a story out of your own true life It has depth, it has weight, and it has glitter and shimmer. It's alive. Instead of looking like this dead thing that looks like it got copied out of the library Wikipedia or something. So, no, someone else already has not done it. No. And I can't learn because it's too late is another one. I tried already and I'm a failure. Lies, all lies. Set all those lies aside. Tell the truth. Get lots of chances, lots of do-overs, many, many tries. The imagination is inexhaustible. It is as real as intellectual thought, and as important, and sometimes even more important, in order for our world not to lose the most cherishable things. They're not based on the intellect alone. They're based on imagination of what can be, should be, and will be if we put our hands to it. I'm going to put a blessing on you here at the end of our time together. I am thankful to you for letting me be your traveling companion. Being at the fireside of Mother Night, learning about the medial nature that can walk in more than one world. The world of spirit, spirituality, soulfulness, creativity, and the overculture that has its rules and laws that we do well to learn also. I hope that you remember a little bit more who you really are, and that you remember what your work is here without equivocations. I just remember that your work withheld from this earth means the earth is poorer for it. There is a very old saying that is in the Holy Book, and it says that Creator notices even when a sparrow falls from the sky. And the same is so of all of us. Even though we all have challenges to our creative lives, we are radiant, we are full, and we are whole. So now, if you would relax, and you can, put down your busy work, or stop washing the dishes, or whatever it is you're doing, and just rest for a moment with me. And you can put your hand over your heart, or you can face one of your palms upward in your lap, and just be at rest. And I'll put this blessing on you. This is a song. I heard this song at a gathering of a group called Las Marias, which is a group of Las Viejas, older women, elders, that I belong to. One of the women of the group, Lauren, stood and sang this song to us. It was so beautiful. It's a song about the Blessed Mother. It was written by Patty Griffin, and I wanted you to hear it because it is about the creative life. It is about all the harms and wounds and challenges and cuts and triumphs that all of us have come through, and yet we are still standing. It goes like this. Mary, you're covered in roses. You're covered in ashes. You're covered in rain. You're covered in babies. You're covered in slashes. You're covered in wilderness. You're covered in stains. You cast aside the sheet. You cast aside the shroud. Who served the world proud? This one that you bore. Mary, she moves behind me. She leaves her fingerprints everywhere. Every time the snow drifts, every time the sand shifts, even when the night lifts, she's always there. Mary, you're covered in roses, just like we are. We are the Marias also. Mary, you're covered in ruin. So are we. Mary, you're covered in secrets. You're covered in treetops. You're covered in birds who can sing a million songs without any words. You cast aside the sheet. You cast aside the shroud of another man who served the world proud. You greet another sun on some sunny day. And always stay, Mary. You're covered in roses. You're covered in ashes. You're covered in rain. You're covered in babies. You're covered in slashes. You're covered in wilderness. You're covered in stains. Move behind me. Leave your fingerprints on me. every time the snow drifts, every time the sand shifts, even when the night lives, always be with me, always. Amen. And as my grandmother used to say, amen and a little woman.
This concludes Session 6 of Mother Night, Learning to See in the Dark. Our program continues with Session 7. Sounds True presents Mother Night, Learning to See in the Dark, Session 7. As part of the online broadcast of Mother Night, listeners wrote in a variety of questions to Dr. Estés. Here is a selection of some of the most helpful and insightful questions asked by listeners. Mother Night, Session 7. Questions and Answers, Part 1, with Dr. Clarissa Pinkola Estés.
In the first session of Mother Night, you talk about the medial woman, the archetype of the woman who stands in both worlds, the daylight world and the world of darkness, dreams, visions, gifts. How would you describe the medial woman? How does she operate today? What might she be doing? Working with whom or on what? How would you recognize her? So those are the questions. First of all, the medial. You remember when I told you about water, that it has all qualities imaginable. It flows, it's still, it eddies in pools, it rises up and it crashes down. It's muscular, it's sweet, it's bitter, evocative, everything one can imagine in qualities of the human being and of the soul is, you might say, in the agua vida, the elan vital, the essence of life. The medial recognizes all of these qualities, that they all belong to the whole, that they are not separate from one another. But in the mundane world, which is one world, often those qualities are either brought forward or repressed. So the medial means standing between, being the agent who carries messages back and forth from one world to the other, the world of the overculture, which is often starved of some of the most important things that belong to the soul, and the invisible world, as some people call it, which is a palpably felt, but needs often poetry, metaphor, stories to describe its essence and what is contained in it in terms of visions, dreams, ideas, gifts, and so on. The word mediator is a word that comes from interpres, which is meaning messenger, mediator, standing between two, delivering between two worlds. And also, interestingly, the word medicine, medicinal, they have a quality of the word mediate also, to bring the remedio, the remedy, from one place and apply it to another place, so that it is by a word called premedicus, premeditatos, premedicatos. All of those words mean to also protect via the medial or the medicinal, so that the idea of mediation is repair, is even curative, adds to and is a message at the same time. And in order to be in the medial, one stands between or atop of something so one can see both. For instance, right now, we're broadcasting to you from literally the top of the Continental Divide. This studio was very near that place, the top of the mountain, where on one side, if you had the eyes of the jaguar or the eagle, you could see the Atlantic Ocean on all the way across to Asia and Europe. In looking in the other direction to the west, you could see the Pacific Ocean and all the way to Japan and another part of Russia and Asia and parts of Africa. You would be able to see, as far as you could, two worlds that are normally occluded by a mountain range. In psychology, you could say, in depth psychology, you could say that the medial stands atop the dam, even, opens the causeways between two different worlds so the water can flow in both directions and so that many things can be seen in both directions. Now, my personal understanding of the medial is that it is filled with hope to be in the medial position in the psyche, to be able to see the overculture that we live in, the mundane culture, but also to see the hidden culture, you might say, that contains so much of the soul and all of our charisms and gifts that were given at birth, means that we will be filled always with hope, esperanza. For when you see both worlds, you see, yes, death can rule in wrong ways, on that in some ways it's inevitable somehow, but also you see in the other world that new life is ever possible and can be carried into the world of the dead, can be carried into the world in need, can be carried into the world where cure, protection, remedios are needed and applied there as poultice, as healing, as bandages, as medicine, all the things that are needed. So the medial is filled with hope, with the idea that things can be made, created, be made more balanced, more better, that even sometimes things that were wrongly allowed to die can be brought back to life, and that things were meant to die will die, but something will rise from them that is new and filled with energy again. So part of the question was, what might the medial woman be doing in terms of work and, with, say, one's home life, and what might they be working on? And I would say anything, because the medial is not defined by the work that one does or the home life one has or the creative projects that one is working on. The medial is defined as standing between all things and having a viewpoint. So it is a way of being in work life, in home life, in love life, in sexuality, in creativity, in all the things that are part of us as we are human beings. The word in Sanskrit for this place of being, media, is, I think, savastha, which means to be standing in and literally returning to one's own place or seat, even the throne, if you would, of your highest knowledge, your greatest perception, and to live from that place right there as much of the time as one can, and not allow oneself to be caged by the overculture, squished down into a little teeny tiny piece of what one really is, which is a cosmos in itself, and instead throwing off all the foolish parts of the overculture, over-acculturation that says you should be this way but not this way, and you should do this and you ought to do that, and you never should do this other thing. And being instead savastha, standing in, returning to one's own home place, the seat of the highest knowledge, insight, intuition that you have, which is great because it's inborn in all of us as souls. So, on one hand, not to be caged by the overculture, not to be hyper-fascinated by the dark and dreams and visions and be trapped there as a result, sort of ogling all of that and marveling over it. No, has to be brought down to earth to grow the soul, to water the soul with, and the soulful things at work, at home, in one's love life, in one's sexual life, in one's creative life, and so on and so forth. In one's religious life, you might say the religious life or the spiritual life, the life of the great, whole, W-H-O-L-E, actually means standing right in the medial nature, because that is the place of knowledge and sight, vision, gifts, creativity, ideas, innovation, invention. The work of the world that the medial nature puts itself to, again, is anything. The actual work may not be the most important. In other words, the job that you go to every day, for instance, or your livelihood, might not be the most important, but rather your attitude, your being, how you are being, not doing, but being. You know, I've, those of you who know me, I've spent a lot of my life in works and in jobs that some people will think are not my calling, but they are. They might say that, well, they're very menial works, and perhaps they are, but maybe not. Maybe that's not the way to evaluate them. I was a hairdresser for many years when I was young, and sometimes now when people ask me my background, I say, well, I'm a former little Mexican hairdresser from the North Woods. And back then, my joy was in making people feel beautiful on the outside. It was a great happiness to me. Just like now, helping people to find what's important and meaningful to them on the inside. Both inside and outside. I'm not sure that I do anything differently now than I did when I was doing hair or shaving farmers' beards on their front porches, or I went door to door giving old ladies stand-up pin curls and finger waves. Remember those? It makes people's hair look like a wavy river all over their head. So I loved their hearts. And as you know, when you touch people with care on your own peculiarity of the way that you are, the way you see into more worlds than one, often souls can relax with you, and the people in the chair, they will start dreaming aloud in your presence and talk to you the way you're talking to them, which I think will occur at any place of work, as long as a person is feeling that they can be themselves. And even if people at first scrunch up their eyebrows and don't quite understand that soulful way of being, they will eventually. They will be curious at the very least and come and say, what do you mean when you say such things? So, like, you know, many of you, I think that we are present in our work to help the souls of those around us as well as ourselves to grow just a tiny bit more in increments on the I've worked in a bakery, I've worked in factories, I've worked cleaning people's houses. And what I've always found is that the people who are near me are the people who seem to have been brought into my life for a reason. That has a medial quality to it, in order to show them or tell them or help them tell me or show me as much as we can with one another about the world of the soul. Sometimes the way it's covered over, or sometimes the way it's chipped or dented, but to teach nonetheless, to teach each other. And the work itself may not be as important. So I know that there are people who might say, well, our work should be the most important thing, or the ideal of following one's bliss, as some say. But you can't stand in between the worlds and live in soul only under certain conditions. That is not true. To stand in the medial realm doesn't require particular outer circumstances, because it's not a way of doing, it's a way of being. It's a way of life, of seeing, a way of loving this world and all beyond that contains this world. You can be in your bliss if it's your destino, if it's your destiny. But the fact of being in the medicine of the medial doesn't depend on following a bliss. It depends on being it. Being it. So the last part of that question was, how do we know who is who? How do we know, how would you recognize someone in the medial? And I would say that you know who has a corner on this medial business. The soul knows immediately another soul. The minute we're near people who are truly in themselves, fully inhabiting themselves like a glove all the way out to the ends of each fingertip in their souls. They're, despite any of their imperfections or the oddities, loose ends hanging, as they walk about, immediately. Like the plant, the green plant that can smell the scent of water. You remember I was talking to you about that earlier? Because you can recognize that even by the scent of that water, something nurturant, alive, and that contains all things is near. Know it also by the lack of judgmentalness on the part of that person. All of us are trained, literally, from the time we're little to decide yes, this, and no, that, and only this, but not that other, and so and so. And as we grow and develop, we set aside a great deal of that, or at least maybe we do it in the most, next minute. We go, oh, it's not important what I think about all that. All that is important is that it exists, and hopefully it will do well. And so you find in the medial nature that it's actually more curious about how to make things work together, what to not leave behind, but what not to pay so much importance to, and then what to pay attention to and carry from one place to another. So there's this beautiful line, beautiful, in the holy words of the Old Testament, and it says that the withered vine will come back to life even by the scent of water alone. By the scent of water alone. Can you imagine that? And being in the medial nature, being near a person who has a good amount of that, it'll make you feel alive again. And that's how you'll know. Next question is, what do you think are the main obstacles people face in learning to live in two worlds? And how can we overcome these obstacles? Okay, I'll tell you two obstacles. They're the same for all of us, and all of us have to come to terms with these, and incidentally more than once, usually. And most of the things that we learn on earth are not learned in one fell swoop. Most of us have to learn by doing them, being involved in them, being immersed in them over and over and over again. And we learn a little bit more each time. So because we're not perfected beings, we'll have a perfect bloodline, but we're not perfected beings in human form. So there is, and you can quote me, we get a lot of do-overs in life as a result, that lots of opportunities to be successful in knowledge and being. The world really is a land of blessings on us, with many openings for us to succeed, way far more than a world of open shut, no more chances, that's it, nope, you had your chance. So the first thing is to remember that so many opportunities, so many do-overs about spiritual development and growing the soul, so that even though we have these obstacles, they can be overcome. So the first obstacle to living well in both worlds is not telling the truth about the fact that you live in both worlds. When I say telling the truth, I don't mean telling someone that their habits aggravate you and you've been holding back all these years and you really want to tell them what a difficult person they are. Not that kind. But a holy kind of truth-telling, where you're living in both worlds and you will say what you see, how you see it, how it is with you, out loud, into the culture, into the waiting culture that is so dark in so many ways, waiting for your light, for what you see, and in whichever way you find most useful and effective. So most of the barriers that we have for being seated in the home between two worlds, in the savasta, the standing place between two worlds, the great health of the soul, the obstacles really are ours, made by us. There are our own bricks and trowel and mud that we use to build the dam between the two. And to reverse that and do the opposite and tell the truth about what you see, what you feel, what you say. And you bring the soul, in other words, into the world without apology, but in a humble way, sometimes a forceful way, certainly perhaps a poetic way, and in any event, in a real way that comes straight out of your being. The second barrier to being a citizen of all these worlds that come from standing between the worlds is fear. And this fear is something all of us are taught. They fear that someone will punish us and call us out and call us names, that they will think less of us, that we will lose status, we'll lose prestige, we'll lose finance, we will lose, oh God, who knows who might. We're taught to fear it all. And yet, really, when you think about it, you're being taught to fear things that are perishable, when in fact, the things we ought fear is to lose the imperishable, which is the soul, a sense of eternity, insight into the universe, the huge, enormous cosmos that we are at the center of in our own way. To lose touch with that idea of being rather than our entire lives as human beings being posited on the idea of what we can do rather than what we can be. That is an obstacle that every one of us has to come up against and say, all right, well, so all right, call me what you will, or look down upon me if you will, or in the opposite sense, elevate me beyond belief into hypoxia where I can hardly breathe because you've stuck me up so high there on the wall. In any case, not seeing me. In any case, not seeing the other's soul, but rather just seeing appurtenances, seeing like ornamentation on the outside. So to live out loud with all that you know, with imperishable principles that come from, living in a tree with the soul, as opposed to living in a house with all square walls. In your thinking, it's, for most of us, a long process of learning. That if you, as I said earlier, if you remember back to what you truly know in your home place, a place of your home, then my father used to say, he was an immigrant tailor from the old country, he used to say, if you be as you really are, some people will never like it. And if you be as you are not, also, some people will also really not like it. So, we might as well be as we truly are. And this makes sense. If it is a no-sum game, no matter what you do, and choose being as you truly are. You have to develop courage to be called out or to be called down, or up for that matter, to be spurned or exiled in some way because you stand for a very unusual idea that's not often heard in our culture. Not anymore. Then you develop yourself, your musculature, you might say, to be able to withstand that. And you resist people saying you're the third coming of the Messiah on wheels as well. And just be instead like water flowing over and around, or like darkness flowing over and around. Night and water never ask anyone's permission to come. They just gather and flow. They come back and they come forth and they go forward. So just know that any denigration, whether it comes from you yourself, which I think is probably the most obvious of all, has to do with limited sight from the ego or from the other person, and ego's fearfulness or other person's fearfulness about what might happen if you unleash soul fully. I'll remake the entire universe. Say, remake yourself, I'll remake everything within your reach. And as you know, a lot of people like it just the way it is, even though they are dead within it. And you represent life, which is the hope that comes from standing between both worlds. And, sometimes it hurts to be awakened when you're sort of happily dead. And yet, this is the force of life that is flowing in you. And you cannot hold it back. So, there are many of us in this world, even though we may not know one another. So you come stand beside me and others. We have our courage bones intact. We say what we say. We see what we see. We feel what we feel. We hear what we hear. We unleash it into the world in the most gentle way possible and as fiercely as necessary. Because this world of culture struggles in such darkness without the other world present. And we are here for a reason. We are here for the reason of being and carrying the message and the medicine. My third question is, can you speak to the concept of el duende as it may be an aspect of the medial nature? Well, it is. an aspect of the medial nature. In fact, I would dare say it is the heart. El Duende is a term that literally translated as the goblin behind creativity, the spirit, invisible and yet formed behind creativity, so that you'll have a similarity to an idea from Hebrew called ruach, the wind. There's like the wind that courses through, can course through anything. It's like water wearing away stone. It's ruach, the wind, comes as el viento, as a blast of wind or a sweet, gentle breeze. And in either case, you feel it. El duende means you really feel it. You are not numb to it. The wind, the duende, it comes in speech, the way you speak. It comes in tone of voice. It comes in the way that you walk, the way that you sit still, the look in your eyes. That el duende is like life force, but mysterious and very, very down in the dirt. It grows straight up out of the soil. Well, it's not something that comes from intellect. It is the ability to say what you see and to say what you hear at a deep level of the soul, so that it is considered like a not human quite, more mysterious. And it's other. It's additional. I personally will call it angelic. It is present in the fire of the self, the creative self, in all worlds that we walk in that are held all in one place. El Duende is the fire right at the center. And Federico Garcia Lorca, a poet from Spain, he wrote an entire essay on El Duende and gave it in the Havana lectures many years ago, I think in the 1930s. And Federico Garcia Lorca lived in the medial world. If you're familiar with his poetry, you'll understand what he is saying comes from seeing in a way that is not ordinary, is not usual. For instance, when I was a teenager, I read his works, and one in particular called La Casada Infiel, which means the unfaithful wife, was about a man and a woman who had gone down to the river at night, and they were going to make love. And he took off his shirt, and she took off her bodice, and he took off his revolvers, and she took off her sash, and then he says that when she dropped her petticoats, the silk of the petticoat sounded like they had been slashed by 10 knives. And I had to hold on to the staircase. I was walking down the stairs reading this book. I had to hold on because I was so overwhelmed with the duende in those words, the picture, the image, but even more so, the complete feeling behind the man who was writing the poem, who was somehow present in that moment and was able to carry the message all the way over in little black squiggles on the page. To me, a person, many decades later after he was dead, I could feel what he felt because he carried El Duende. So in his essay on El Duende, he gave this example, which is also written about, incidentally, in Women Who Run with the Wolves, that in one of the smoky cafes, they were having a flamenco contest. And there were all these beautiful, lively young women and men with cinturas de aguas, the waists like water. Can you imagine that? That's how he put it. And they were dancing, and they were so filled with themselves and with the fire of everything. And the guitarras were blamming on the strings, and the singers, the cantaoras, were canting, and everyone was excited, and everything was beautiful. And then out came the last contestant. She was looking very unpromising. She was an old woman. Her hair was all stringy and dirty clothes. She didn't have on a very nice shawl. I had lots of strands missing of the fringe, and she had on a little dirty apron and broken down shoes. And she came out onto the dance floor. And she stamped her foot once, and she threw her head back and poised her arm up in the air and paused. And she won the dance contest because she had El Duende. She had that can come only from the heart of the heart, from the sacred heart, from the center, from the medial place where you stand, where you are water, where you are wind, where you are more than just flesh and bones, It's the place where I would say that when you run, your hair looks like flags of sunlight. And you see in ways that you would throw yourself in front of guns for, because it's so beautiful to see other humans, creatures, nature, in the way that you see them in those blessed moments of standing in the medial, that you will have this idea that everything has its perfect form for what it is. Very different than the way the culture sees form, that you would see it as every being being exactly as they ought to be right in this moment, and that you would drink from the same cup as anyone who you truly love, that you would lie in bed asleep wrapped around your lover for the rest of your life if you could in those moments, and that you will have this idea that it is the essence that you're after, the essence always of everything that you're after, not the accoutrements, not what hangs on the outside, but what is so deep and alive on the inside, so that even when a old woman is dancing and she moves her shoulder, you see that her shoulder has eyes that can see you, and you can signal back to her, yes, the message is received. Our next question is, how can we strengthen and feed our medial nature? By practicing it. It's a practice. The practice, thinking something, seeing through it, feeling within it, listening to it, that's practice. Engaging with, acting in it. Those are all practices. The idea being that you are growing and developing the great heart of your own nature, or sitting directly in that fire of El Duende, and with the sight that is unusual because it's inner seeing as well as outer seeing, inner hearing as well as outer hearing, inside intuition as well as outside looking, factual, and putting all of these together, not as opposites at all, not as dualities at all, not holding to dualities, but understanding them as the entire whole, that they all go together with one another. And they are not at odds with each other. Only humans are. Only human beings who have certain particularities, who have certain preferences, who have certain judgments, who have certain judgmentalnesses, decide that certain things don't go together. But in the medial world, everything has its reason for being. Everything has its own harmony with other things. So practicing, seeing what you see, hearing what you hear, and holding it with tenderness. You begin to develop this, seeing the gifts that come from the dark, seeing your gifts that come from the dark, seeing other people's gifts that still lie in darkness, seeing dreams that give information that also come from the dark, from the other world, seeing the visitations and the images and visions that come from the other world, and holding them all as equal, not one greater than, but that they're meant to be messengers to each other. This idea of practice was the soul will be in service to someone or something on this earth. That there is no way to imagine that being medial doesn't mean being of service to others, or to one idea, or to more than one idea. The medial practice has an object, and the object is that some people will call it creator, some people will call it the great whole, W-H-O-L-E, some will call it merging with cosmos, with an idea, a way of thought and being that eliminates all dualities, all boundaries, where one feels against Savatha, feels standing and having returned to one's own home place, that is the highest health of the soul. So the practice is not just like, okay, well, I'll practice the piano, I'll practice the scales, la da 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 da. No, it's not that. It is that I will practice the scales, yes. I will practice them for the glory of one greater, for the source without source, in order to come close, in order to be immersed in order to enter into, and stay as long as I can. As you know, what we call real life pulls us out of those places, irritation, aggravation. Where are my socks? Oh my God, I'm not on time. Oh, I have to get this done. And yet the practice means, nonetheless, first opportunity, returning, because practice means also to prepare a place for you to live. Practice is not just an idle da-da-da-da-da-da-da. It's actually creating a world that you enter into, so that you prepare through your practice. And each one of your practices creates a comfortable place, like a nest almost, in that place that you learn to return to over and over again. At first, maybe difficult, because you're not quite sure, this is the place. Is this the place? You can be sure it's the place if you feel hope, love, mercy, compassion. If you feel those, you're home. You're very much home, and you're in the medial nature. So practice. Practice saying what you see, practice hearing what you hear, practice thinking what you think, put it into writing, put it into creative work, put it into your work at work, regular old mundane work. Just put it everywhere, everywhere. That's the practice. To be this at all times, everywhere. Is the medial nature different than the wild nature as described in Women Who Run with the Wolves? It is. The medial nature is part of the wild nature. I would say the wild nature is, overall, an instinctual nature, and an intuitive nature, on being medial, being able to stand in the content, on being able to see in all those directions is certainly a part of that. In archetype, archetype is an enormous, representation actually isn't a good enough word, it's an enormous state that has knowledge and has symbolic representations in it, so that we can take some of those and turn them over in our minds and know more about that greatness, that great idea, that enormous idea. In that enormous idea, the name probably is something like source without source. And under that enormous umbrella, if I could just put it that way, underneath that is the wild woman archetype, the medial woman archetype, the senex, the wise old man archetype, the wise old woman archetype, and so on and so forth. They are the exemplars of how we can return to the source without source while we are living in a human body. I wonder about what to do when my medial side impacts others as too big or too much. How do I manage so the impact fits and yet I'm still true to myself? Well, that's a good question, I think, because I always think there's two ways to work with that. One is to make yourself smaller. That's what a star does when it shines brightly. Do you know that? Stars that shine so brightly actually are being condensed. They're growing smaller. And as a result of being condensed, they shine farther. It's a very interesting idea, meaning maybe that the quieter you become, maybe you are actually seeding people with ideas first, on maybe doing a little bit of relationship building beforehand that way, but still being bright, very bright, but maybe not so loud, or maybe not so many words, or maybe not so many, handing out of pamphlets or whatever a person is doing. Maybe less that, more trying to find out where the other person's doorways are into their own medial nature, and then coming through those doors gently. A lot of us have brilliant, ideas that come to us, and we just blurt them out. And sometimes, it's what I call pounce and blurt personality, but you don't realize that the flashes of light that you give off in those times, you don't realize how big that flash can be to other people, and sometimes frightening and blinding to others. It's not that they're not built to receive that, it's that they're not used to it. They haven't had a chance to develop those faculties yet, and they don't have that kind of self-knowledge. So another way is just be exactly as you are, exactly as you choose to be, but be patient for others to catch up to what you have just done and said, and say to them, okay, well, let me explain that a different way. Let me tell you a story, or let me tell you a poem, or let me show you a picture of how that might look, and then do that with them. Also, in say Women Who Run with the Wolves took 20 years for me to write and to publish, and I sent it out 42 times, literally, and it was rejected 42 times. And it was rejected twice by the publishing company that finally published it over all that time, because it was in some ways too alien and too much for many people. They had not heard of these things. They were belonging to a different tribe. Their tribe didn't entertain ideas like this. Their tribe had different interests. And they were not wrong interests, but they were very different. And so they saw it as too much or too strange or too off the, whatever. And it took time. And yet, as we grow older, we think we don't have time. Yeah? But I'm going to tell you we have enough time. We do. We all have enough time to make our points, to carry the message from one world to the other, to bring the medicine. There's enough time. There's more than enough time. And maybe, would be like Moses, who wasn't able to see the promised land. But, the most important part of the story of Moses, I think, was that he was able to help people, to lead them, to go toward, and to bring them almost all the way there. And maybe on the other hand, we'll see the promised land in our lifetime. But for sure, we will see that we have made and contributed to a great progress that moves forward as a lifetime, say a vast ocean of peace, for instance. Water flowing all the fires of war into oblivion, or maybe we'll see a cure for cancer in our time, one of the greatest things that we could ever accomplish. And then maybe we'll see religious people leaning across the table with each other, with their arms around each other and loving one another instead of being so caught up in the minutiae of what is and what is not. Or maybe we'll see the things that matter to all of us, at this deep soul level that is medial, that can see so much larger than just the ego alone. And then maybe in that case, we'll all see that we made a contribution to this, and we'll stand back and know that we fulfilled our gift on earth. It was a little bit like the story I told in this series about the Conference of the Birds. There are these moments that come where you go, well, I'm not really living, my life fully. Maybe I don't so much want to, because in the Conference of the Birds, as they're all flying, to go find the bird that left the golden feather behind, the great bird of birds. Some of them say, it's too tiring, it's too much, I'm not understood. Some of us die, we can't go forward. They say, you're scaring me because it's too big an idea. See? But if people think you're too much, you'll have to just say, well, thank you. and to say, how can I say this in a way that's understandable or palatable, or in a way that you have something to carry away with you? Or maybe they say, no way, nothing, I don't want it. I say, okay, and bow your head and say, well, thank you for listening to me. And then you go forward. You can invite people to a larger viewpoint. I think it's a great, merciful thing to do with people. And I don't know that you can ever be strident with people and have them listen to you, or demand that they change themselves for your sake or for anything's sake, for the medial nature's sake, for the source without source's sake. Nothing. They'll have to come as pilgrims themselves. They'll have to come out of their own sacred heart to join, and then say, all right, if you would like to walk with me now, then we'll walk together. And if not now, perhaps later, and if not ever, then still, thank you so much for being with me in this moment. I have a fear of reaching the golden bird as described in the story of the Conference of the Birds because of a fear of retribution. How do I get the courage to overcome this fear of being punished as part of reaching the goal, which would be, incidentally, will be reaching the great self. It will be reaching the savasta, the standing place of returning to your own home. So your fear is about retribution, that someone will punish you for being entire, for being whole. And I think it depends on who's doing the retributing, It's like some people who are into retribution or punishing others or judging others or scorning others, you need to brush it off like it's dust on your shoulder. Brush, and it's gone. But when the people are close to you and you care for them, then sometimes, it's harder. But patience again, patience means to suffer. Patencia, it means to suffer, to wait, to wait and not have something right away, not have instant gratification. And that may be what we are all called to in those moments when we insist that we must live where we live. We must see what we see. We must hear what we hear. Even if that causes someone else to be cross or to be distant or to say, I don't understand it when you're acting so strange, that nonetheless we be there, but we be there in peace for ourselves, but also for them. And there is no promise that you can keep to the soul without someone wanting to burn you down. It's just a fact of the earth we live on the cultures that we live in. It isn't because you've done something wrong. Well, it isn't even that they're wrong. It's that we're all growing and developing at different rates. On some, we're on the fast track, the inside track. Some are on the, like most of us are on the turtle track. We one foot in front of the other, but making progress, but, slowly trying to see our way clear to take the next step, and then we take it, and it's good. That's good. If you make a promise or a vow and you say, I'm going to help such and such, or I'm going to do thus and so, or I'm going to mend or comfort or give refuge or make or create, I can guarantee the very minute you say that, the predators will show up. Well, that's the way the mind is organized by our culture, and it's the way our culture is organized. Any place there's beauty on this planet, in spirit, soul, heart, mind, body, land, guess what? The guys with the blue beards and all those women with the blue hair show up and they want to deconstruct the entire thing, take it over, move it, change it, tear it down, do whatever. I'll make it theirs in their peculiarly soulless way. This is part of being on earth. Well, it has to be accepted. Not accepted in the sense of, oh yes, well, do anything to me you wish. On least that part, not so. But accepted that, yes, it's part and parcel of being on earth. These things will happen. But they are to be resisted. And sometimes fought. And fought sometimes to the point of never giving in and never giving up. And never giving an inch. As one of my friends, Martita, says. Her grandmother used to say that to her when she's a young girl in a very tiny town in New Mexico. So those are words straight from the old woman. And they are good words. And yet, some people will say you're Satan with high heels on. Maybe you're not feminine enough, or you're not masculine enough, or, they might have little skull caps on with little horns sticking out when they're criticizing you. But you know what? It's all part of the territory. It's all part of the fight. The fight not against other people really. What's the fight to remain as a being in a culture that says it does not value that? It would like to use you as a slave to itself, to its own agendas. But you stand at a different vantage point. You see differently, and therefore you hear, and you feel differently. This question about retribution is a really good question. I recently got an email from someone who'd taken a vow to help in a very difficult part of the world. After 3 years of trying to deal with the old tribal points of view, they felt discouraged, and they had never realized it was going to be so hard for them to change out of the goodness of their heart, out of the vision of their soul, standing between the worlds, knowing that they could bring new light to this darkness of people doing harm to one another for generation upon generation. And, we have to have sympathy for all of us, really, who go to these great proportions to bring a magnificent idea to bear, and into places where it may not be able to be transformed immediately just by our goodwill, that we have to still go do something and go be there, and sometimes for a long time suffer the heartbreak of not seeing progress immediately, but knowing that we're contributing to progress, that maybe it will be us, but maybe it'll be people who came after us, who added to what we did, what we made there. And I find this often in some people who have come to me as patients, as adolescents, when they were young and didn't know, the unconscious at all. And then they went away. And they came back many, many years later, for the proverbial tune-up. And oh my goodness, how much they know. And so much of it is based on what we learned together when we were working together. So much of it, that is the foundation of, that they never could have built on if they had not had that rudimentary beginning. So we have to have faith that all things will come to pass in their own time, and that ask and it shall be received. But we don't know when. We don't know when, but that it will be received eventually. And sometimes people ask me, they're out in the world and say, how do I know if I'm doing the right thing, if I'm, giving myself to this work in the right way? And I usually say, are you taking any heat? Because if you're not taking any heat, you may not be doing anything of great consequence. Having to stick your neck out on to stand for the soul is a radical act in our culture, because you have been given the gift of seeing, and that it is awakened in you long before it's awakened in other people, in your own peer group, for instance, or in your own culture. Means that you have an imperative to follow, that you've been given the gift for a reason. And as you know, some will approve, and some will go ho-hum, they see nothing. And others will say, tell me more. Please tell me more. And some will abjectly disapprove. And you know what? Like water, you flow through. You flow through and you nourish everyone that you pass by. If they take, yes, they do. If they do not, then no, they do not. So remember what my adoptive father said. He was an immigrant who could not read or write, but he knew things, He could see. He'd say, you might as well be who you are, because half the world won't like you anyway. You're meant to be and do exactly what you're called to in all goodness. I fall into one of the symptoms of over-acculturation. I'll have great ideas, but seem absolutely frozen to follow them. I may begin, but never complete. Can you offer me suggestions to help me stop the procrastinating and follow my ideas to fruition? Okay, I think procrastination is one of the most misused words in our culture. Procrastination tends to devolve into thinking that people are lazy, when in fact they're indecisional. It's most people who procrastinate are afraid of making a mistake. And so making decisions is actually the cure for procrastination, so that, sit down, make decisions about whatever it is, and know that you can negotiate anywhere along the line once you take that decision and put it into action to change course. You're not going to make a mistake. It's highly unlikely. You sit down and make the pros and cons of what it is you want to do and all the different aspects of it, and then make the decision to do it and then put it into action. The idea of making a mistake has to do, and I've certainly felt it myself, it has to do with thinking maybe you have a duty to do things to perfection. But I have a sign on my desk and it says this: perfect is the enemy of done. And what that means is that I could noodle it out 2,500 times, a poem, a line, a painting, a drawing, an idea, a project, until I have spent days and days, weeks, months, years, and all it is 4 lines long. All it is something I could have put into motion and then adjusted as I went on my way. So this idea was that it was probably going to be good enough and beautiful and sincere, which matters a lot, whatever it is that you put into action. And that if you want to change it later or as you go along, that's permitted. In fact, it's required. So, like I said in the Conference of the Birds story, we all long for something. We long for something, and we have to long for it more than we fear it. We'll have to make that adjustment in our minds. So find what you long toward and make it important enough so that your fear about it all is left as the smaller part. If you inflate your fear, oh my God, I'm worried, oh my God, people are going to look at me funny, oh my God, it's going to be a failure, you really must come to terms with talking to yourself that way. That is not the self talking to you, that's not the source talking to you, that's your ego talking to you, and it's mimicking something that you've heard in your life from other people. So you have, in a sense, strangers in your head speaking to you. And they must be banished. Poof, they're gone. Say, be gone. And they shall be gone, because you cannot hold them in your mind unless you entertain them. So when you find all kinds of walls and structures falling away from you because you long for something more than you fear it, then you will not have the kind of procrastination that you're speaking of. It's just that you'll be in the soul. And the soul, incidentally, in terms of creating things, has mercy and pity and compassion on others who are going to receive what it is you're making and be made glad by it, or enlightened by it, or in some way nourished by it, or be made laughing by it, whatever it might be, on bringing life to the other person as well as to yourself. Can you talk about the connection between susto, soul loss, or soul imbalance, and creativity? For me, times when my soul feels out of balance, when I feel lost, disconnected, are also times of enormous creativity for me. Can you help me understand this connection? Well, first of all, some people who say to me, tell me that they're perfectly happy. And I always feel like that's such a great gift to them, for them, in them. Yet, saying you're happy is different than how I perceive people who are actually happy without saying so. If a person is perfectly happy, I think it must be a charism from Creator that they are perfectly happy, that for whatever reason they have lived and do live and will continue to live a life in which they are not particularly unhappy. However, for most of us, stories, fairy tales, mythos, our lives revolve around the idea that something going wrong creates a feeling, a tension, and a reaction in us. If nothing goes wrong, there's no story to tell. It's that the issue about balance doesn't mean that there aren't still luchas, which are struggles, that there aren't still challenges. It means that your response to them is balanced. Not that you have talked them away, imagined them away, or somehow made them less, or ignored them, or buried them, but that we meet them head on in balance. So I have a little prayer that I pray, and it is this: make me a radical. Make me a radical, a revolutionary. Make me stand for what I know and not fear the critic. Yes, just that. Make me a radical, make me a revolutionary, make me not fear the critic, make me stand for what I know. To me, this would be balance, in the way that not just my mind thinks, but in my way of being. Your mind might think something differently, or quite differently, but I would say that it is good, central place for most to stand when they're attempting to come straight out of the purest self that they have, is to stand in the radical. Stand in radical means root. It means the purity of your home. I think that it's true that you can make straw into gold when you suffer. That is true. In fact, I would dare say that so many people do not tell the truthful story of their own lives, and so many other people suffer as a result of that because they think they're the only ones who have ever suffered in this way, because no one else has created a film or stories or pictures or words or music or ideas about what true life struggle is really like. So I'll encourage you to keep creating always, and to stay balanced in the idea that you'll be radical, that you'll stand for what you know, that you'll be the truth teller about what you know and see from the medial point of view, that you will not fear anything left or right, that you'll go straight forward, that you'll go ahead, that you'll do it. And also, I would say that melancholy, and this is an aside, melancholy is often a state that many of us who are creative feel, because in part we feel ill if we don't create usefully. And we might not feel quite right as a result. In other words, we're susto at that moment. We're not centered in the body any longer. The soul doesn't feel that it's carrying its weight as it ought to be. Melancholy is almost a side effect of being on earth, I think. When you look around and you see the world from the medial point of view, you see, of course, people suffering. And you see their great gifts and creativity, some derelict, not used, and others unleashing with a fury in every aspect that they possibly can. And yet, because you see both in all, there is a part of a person's soul that says, I'm filled with hope, but also there's many things that go on earth that are very sad. We have a certain amount of not having the ability to cure everything, help everything, change everything all at once. But I think that as we move to touch what is within our reach, on change those matters which are in our reach, help, mend, love, cure, tender, those things within our reach, that we are then far less melancholy, far more balanced. And I think that is the way to go forward and to keep the soul intact, so there is no loss of soulfulness, is to be in balance with what one sees, hears, and acts, and is. Will you please talk about what you do to keep doubt at bay, that feeling that you are just not enough for the creative task at hand? I myself have used discipline, tricks, food, anything to keep the drive. I think the word is moving. How do you recommend we keep the creative fire lit? Here's the truth. The fire is always lit. Only you turn away from it. Only you go further away from it. The fire is always lit. It isn't that it has been extinguished. It cannot be extinguished. It's eternal. It is often too much ego, not enough soul. Soul doesn't think in those ways, that you have to play tricks in order to remain close to the source. And believe me, I'm commiserating with you because I have what I call the Council of Apes. Those guys, they sit behind me when I write or paint. They sit on these very high chairs and they're in a judgeship, and they'll have those, long white wigs on that have curls in them. And they always say the most atrocious things to me over my shoulder. However, what is really true about even those things that intrude on us is that they have no power unless we allow it, unless we entertain them, and bring out soup and crackers for them, feed them. All I have to do for them to disappear is to say, get thee behind me. Go away. Be gone. You're not welcome here. I'm sorry. I'm not listening. Whoosh. Turn it off. The famous technique of CP Estés. Poof. Say poof. And they're gone. Now, they might come back, because it takes some practice with this, magical poof technique. But the fact of the matter is your consciousness about them and your conscious resistance of them and your conscious saying, I'm sorry, but this is not the time, place, and you don't belong here. I'm doing my work now. So you can natter about all you want. I'll throw you a bone. You can go sit in the corner. You can gossip amongst yourselves, do whatever you want, but you cannot interfere with my work. So I would say that sometimes thinking that you have to do something in order to stay connected, it might not be so, or at least not so much as one might think at first. Maybe sometimes it is better to be still and act in that stillness and keep the Council of Apes out of the matter. Keep going, not ask or look left or right, top or bottom. Just keep doing what you're doing with your greatest being. You remember we talked about Santa Sombra, who doesn't look back at everything he or she just did or at everything that they just touched. No. Saint Shadow, Santa Sombra, flows like a shadow over everything that he or she has just accomplished, that they've just enacted. They don't look back to see the outcome or what's next. I'll just move in the present, the next word, the next color, the next load of paint on the brush, the next dance step, the next prayer, the next quietude. And you see, Santa Sombra is a good patron for you. You'll see, you're not meant to be tortured or tormented by these things. You're meant to be enriched by your own gifts you've been given so that you can bring them to the rest of us.
This concludes Session 7 of Mother Night, Learning to See in the Dark. Our program continues with Session 8. Sounds True presents Mother Night, Learning to See in the Dark, Session 8, Questions and Answers, Part 2, with Dr. Clarissa Pinkola Estés.
What if my Council of Apes always seems more powerful than my creative fire? How do I silence them so I can create? Well, here you go. Can you cuss? I mean, there's some Anglo-Saxon words that are very snappy, and they actually are very effective against the Council of Apes. And the Council of Apes can only exist if you entertain them. The minute you say, cuss word, be gone, or my favorite, technique, poof, they are gone. They may come back 5 minutes or 5 hours or 5 days later, but what you want to do is engage in the channel in your creative work rather than engage in any kind of conversation with those who are going to say the most unoriginal things that they repeat over and over and over again. They cannot harm you because you're engaged in the creative channel. It's like, imagine a radio. And on the band of the radio, you're going to tune to 100.2, which is your creative channel. And the Council of Apes is all the way down at 1.5. Yeah? You don't have to tune over there. And if, how we used to listen to the radio at night, and all the radio stations would come up from the border of Texas and Rio Grande, and they float over the top of whatever station you were listening to late at night, as to get sort of two stations at the same time. Well, that happens in the mind also. However, if you fiddle with the dial for a moment, you'll bring your own station in that you were listening to loud and clear on the other station. Goes away entirely. And that's what we have to do in our own minds. It's sort of like, if you remember making love, I remember someone telling me once that they had a dog next door that would incessantly bark all the time. But that when they made love, they would never hear the dog bark. And that's the channel. That is the channel on the dial. That is the altered state where the creative fire is intense creativity, intense feeling, intense knowing, intense way of being exists. When you're on that channel, you cannot hear other things. So the more deeply you can enter into the creative fire, into really what is an altered state of consciousness, just by the focus and concentration that you give to it, then you won't hear the dog's bark and you won't hear the Council of Apes carping at you. If people interrupt you when you're, startled all of a sudden by them, you often can tell you were in an altered state. If the door slams or the phone rings and you jar or you startle, that's almost proof positive that you've been in an altered state in your creative work. But that's the state you want to be in. And it is the idea that you get to the right channel and you stay there. And when you stay there, the Council of Apes cannot hurt you. Whenever I'm completely immersed in doing some creative thing, dancing, sewing, carving, this is when I feel the closest both to myself and to whatever is called God. My soul is at the most centered then. It's indescribably peaceful. No negative, noisy court of apes. Could you please comment on this quiet place of spiritual joy or wholeness that I experience? Again, you're experiencing what some people call an altered state of consciousness. You're awake, you're alert. I would call it just being. You're being. In your own home place, you're seated on your throne, on your being, just as you are. Beautiful person, greatest of heart, purest of thought, intense. There's a true self that you're in that moment, and you can't get any more pure than when you have a body on this earth, than when you are creating or in prayer or making love. Those are the points of entry, I think. And all of them are somehow related to each other because making love is very holy. Well, it's very creative. Well, creativity is also very holy, and it's very arousing. Somehow all three of those are united with one another, and in a proper and good way. And that you could say, that when you're in that state, that you are experiencing paradise, something very close to the white heat of first creation, something so peaceful and yet so compelling and energizing at the same time. I often think about this, that when people talk about peace, they sometimes think it's the act of lack of tension. And yet, what I know about the sobadoras, which are the masseuses in curanderismo, is that they will press the flesh, literally, so grab your wrist and squeeze really hard. The idea is that once they stop, the body has been taken to its fullest tension, and now it lets go of all of it, and it goes, oh, phew. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, relaxes. And the same thing is true of what is light touch in curanderismo. So people sometimes will run the tips of their fingers down the arm, the back, or the shoulders, or the neck, or the head, the scalp of a person very lightly, because the skin has something called excitopiliation, which means all the hairs stand up on the skin. And there's a tension that's created. And the minute the hands, the fingertips are removed, everything kind of goes, and sighs, and then is put back into peace again. So one of the most interesting things is that the tension of creating, because there is a beautiful tension to it, as there is in making love, as there is in earnest prayer, that also there is a release that comes from it at the same time as one holds that tension for moments at a time. And it's very interesting and mysterious. I'm not sure we will ever understand it completely, but it's as though all light and color converge all at once, except in perfect harmony. It's as though all the words ever spoken, ever known, are right near at your fingertips or at the tip of your tongue, and there's no argument among them, that everything is in harmony. That state of being is called different things by different people, including Satori and Nirvana, and it is often a sustained realization of the true self. Imagine that. Making love, praying, creating, we return to the true self. It's amazing. So, thank you for that question. The next question is, I notice that a lot of what keeps parts of myself in shadow is the guilt and shame I feel about past mistakes, about times when I acted in a way that was disconnected from my own integrity. How can we embrace parts of ourselves that we feel ashamed of? Well, what is there to be ashamed of, really? Being human? No, that can't be. You're created in the image of the source without source, the divine spark. So you wonder, really, the culture, of course, teaches all kinds of shame and blame. For myself, I'm not sure I feel ashamed, although I'm pretty certain I felt deeply ashamed because others shame me. But what I felt instead, that I think is real and I also think is holy, is I felt deep sorrow for something I didn't do or didn't say, or something I did do or something I did say. I don't feel remorse. Not sorriness, like, oh, sorry about that. But I wish I could have seen better beforehand and done differently as a result. And it seems to me that separating out, differentiating between shame and sorrow is a good start for you. That for all of us who are caught in some kind of cycle where we say, oh my God, I can't believe I did. Oh, I'm a worthless person. Oh my God, I can't believe I did that. Usually we feel sorrow or sadness and sometimes anger a little bit when we fail at something or do something that really turns out to be really wrong or a mess of some sort. And yet, when you stand at the medial point, in one world, what you did, said, or didn't do could be seen as horrible. But in another world, it can have great meaning and impetus for growth, for curing something, for helping something, for healing something, for creating something new, something needed. And as you can see, it depends on how you're taught to look at these matters and whether you're going to take back your original point of view of being in your home place, as the daughter, the son of the source without source, and see from that point of view, or whether you're going to let the culture, like a tsunami of all kinds of detritus, run you over and wash you out and say that you have no worth because you did, said, or didn't do, or didn't say X, Y, or Z. I would say if someone else shames you, look to see where you feel sorrow if you do. And just consider that their shaming of you, in addition to it being not a kind thing to do to another soul, to another human, that it's actually a marker that the person's giving you that perhaps you should look at your sorrow. So in other words, set aside shame. See, is there something sorrowful for you to come to terms with? And if so, do so. Do your mourning. Do your so-called penance, do your way of making it right insofar as you can. Then you will feel that you have done what you can do as a human, and you will move forward. It doesn't mean that anyone who wants to denigrate you is right. It means that we'll have ways of noticing our foibles and noticing the foibles in others that are kind and that are nourishing and nurturing and that actually help people, rather than adding harm to what they are already feeling, which is often regret and sorrow. So keep your head up and let no one shame you. Could you please say something about positive projection or shadow? Okay. Positive projection, in the most classical sense, in depth psychology, means that you would take an aspect of yourself that you have not developed or pulled up or uprooted, and instead project it onto someone else and see yourself, and you, in a way, see this missing aspect of self, or see this subverted aspect of self in another person, so that they not only have their glory, but they have yours too, and they look extra bright and shiny. Say, for instance, like Joe is the best ice skater, and I'm not. And I love to watch him. I'll just go to the rink and watch him. He's so wonderful. I take a picture of him with my video camera. Maybe I'll write him a letter and tell him how wonderful he is, instead of turning toward myself and my own gifts and pulling out the quintessential ice skater, the Hans Brinker of my world, and developing my talent in that area. You see, this idea is that if you can imagine it in yourself, then you can be it. But often because there's a sense of unworthiness, or a sense of, oh, it takes too long, it's too much, I don't have enough time, I don't have the talent, then we'll project it onto other people. And yes, the other person may have their bright shininess, bright, 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 but you do too. And you can withdraw the projection, enjoy the heck out of Joe's beautiful ice skating, but develop your own too. I believe that the first thing that we do to make manifest is to dream. So I wish you well in whatever positive projections you may have on others, because they'll give you clear signage about what is very likely meant for you to develop also in your own way, in your own truth, in your own authentic way of being. So I admire many people. There are some people whose work I've read or seen, I feel like I could not live without them, because what they've put into their work or into the world is like food for my soul. And there's a return to sanity for me when I am close to their work. And I read poetry the same way I read prayer. I'll read various and sundry philosophers the way that I would actually literally pray, because they all seem of the same. They all seem to draw from the same deep well. They all stand in the medial place between the worlds. So admiration isn't the issue. The issue is, are you doing your own work of development? Because remember, the world is waiting for you because it's suffering. It wants you to develop. You have many things to bring, so don't hold back by taking time to make other people extra glorious. They could just be glorious, regular glorious, and you can be also glorious. I have a question about remembering my dreams. I know I am dreaming as I dream, but when I awake, it all slips away. What might help me remember my dreams? Well, you'll have to become an escritora, a writer. You'll have to write them down. At night, say, bless yourself, say to your intuitive psyche, I would like to remember my dreams now haven't been paying attention so much. I'm sorry. It's like they're talking to me and I want to listen, please, now. And I'm going to be interested now, and I promise I'm going to write down whatever you say to me, so please talk to me. Then I'll put a pad of paper and a pencil. I always prefer a pencil because I have many experiences of waking up in the middle of the night with a ballpoint pen, writing, and in the morning I look and the pen has skipped and run out of ink and I can't read my own dream. So I have a pencil, and try not to have the telephone ring the first thing in the morning, and try not to drink too much water before you go to bed so you don't have to leap out of bed the very first moment you're awake. All of those matters, such as sound, alarm clock, telephone, having to leap out of bed for one reason or the other because your bodily functions are calling to you, actually creates a brainwave cycle that is very alert and bypasses dream memory. So try at least some nights to wake up gradually, to be gentle with yourself, and you'll find that your dream memory is right there. Just slowly reach, even if you can manage not to change your position in bed, reach for your pencil on your paper and write down anything that you remember. We have 5 to 7 dreams a night, so I have lots of chances. I have 56 or so dreams every week, so you'll have lots of chances to grab the tail of the last one that you were dreaming. And it's a little like smoke sometimes, so you can grab it as soon as you can. And then usually it's like a clothesline with clothes on it that you're reeling in. You remember the last dream you were just dreaming, and then you remember the one before that, and then you remember the one before that, and the one before that. And pretty soon, with practice, every day and every night, writing down every morning and dreaming every night, you will have a very full notebook of your dreams. And you just write down whatever you remember. Is for the first few days or weeks, it might be, I dreamt a tree. Good. If you dreamt a tree, that's wonderful. Just write down, I dreamt a tree. That can be very meaningful. That can be a really large dream symbol that will tell you very much about the state of your psyche and your unconscious. And dreams are like a mirror into your psyche, telling you what's going on, and what's stirring down there, what needs to come up, what needs to be put in the background. Sometimes gives you solutions, ideas about things that will be useful to you. Sometimes have whole creative works at one time that erupt in dreams. So you just write down what you remember. Now, some people have these really long dreams. They go on for pages. Other people dream one-sentence dreams or one-paragraph dreams every single night. And it stays that way. And whether that's contingent on dream memory, in other words, just how you actually conceptualize what you dreamt or not, that I am not sure. We don't know how dream memory works, but we know that if you practice every day, that it's like a muscle that you exercise, that it will become strong. So dream memory seems to occur somewhere between the alpha and beta brainwave cycles. On sleepy, not quite awake, is where you remember your dreams. So if you do that, you will be successful. I feel assured of that. And you will too, you'll see. I've had several dreams recently about a person who's no longer in my life. I felt as if the presence was real. I could feel the texture of his skin. What type of dream would this be considered? Well, it's a sensory dream, first of all. And as you know, there are dreams of being embraced and sexual dreams too. They are all sensory. People literally feel them. Dreams of holding children, babies, dreams of giving birth. These are also sensory. Sometimes they awaken the person because it is so clear and so physical. So I'm not sure where we all go at night. And some people say that the soul can travel anywhere it wants to. Or can visit, like when we were telling the story about Los Zapatitos, the little Santo Niño, Saint Baby, and his little shoes where he can travel at night and wear out his shoes because he's going from bedside to bedside, healing people in the middle of the night. And maybe we can do that too. There's a little story about Caliban, which is that he was in love with a woman, but he actually turned into a monster for mocking one of the goddesses, and his mother actually was the one who set the example for him to mock the goddess to begin with. So that particular goddess said, fine, I am going to make your handsome son into an ugly monster, and I'll put him under the ground, and I'll make him live in the swamp. So he, like any monster, there are good monsters and there are bad monsters. He was a little bit on the version of Frankenstein. He wanted to care very much. Was in some way human. At any rate, he fell in love with a beautiful princess, and at night he would send a black crow to her bedside with a cage in its mouth, and the crow would call her spirit up out of her sleeping body. And her spirit would step up right out of her body and into the cage. And then the cage door would close, and the crow would pick it up and fly back down into the swamps where Caliban was waiting for her. And this is probably a version of the Hades and Persephone Demeter story, but it's another idea that the spirit can travel at night. And again, I'm not sure. I mean, none of us are sure, but there are many evidences of this. It could be perceived as such by the kinds of dreams that you had, for instance, that this person travels in so real a way that you literally feel the texture of their skin. And I would say, if this is a good dream, that you enjoy it, because it may be a visitation dream. One person just wants to be near you for a moment. I've had several experiences of feeling a presence. One was a messenger, and the other was my aunt shortly after she died. I've been taught to deny and be afraid of apparitions or spirits. Can you comment on this? Well, first of all, don't be afraid. Look at your hand. Look at your hand right now. Are you afraid of your hand? No, probably not. But probably not, unless it's got green stuff growing all over it. But that is real. Apparitions are real. They are what they are. Or they're mysterious. They are not what you might say good or bad. They just are. Your hand is not actually good or bad unless you do something good or bad with it. You might say, it's good to have a hand, of course, but this is culturally taught that this is scary. People who are afraid of the other world are taught that. Or they're afraid of being made fun of, and they're taught that too. Or they're afraid that other people will think they've gone around the corner, or that they're afraid people will say that they've gone daft. And then they teach that to other people too, because misery loves company in a sad kind of way. But you might as well take a piece of your brain, a good quarter or maybe half of it, and throw it away if you would like to be afraid of what just is. See, this makes no sense. We all have sensory knowledge available to us, and you decide for yourself whether this is of use to you in a good way. I'll tell people, when they'll have messengers, messages, appearances, visitations, in dreams or otherwise, by people who are living or dead, mostly deceased, that the question always is this useful to me? Does this fill me in some way? Does this make me note something important? Is this a good thing that has occurred? If it is, take it in. And don't dwell on it, because it's only a visit. A visit doesn't last forever. Well, just for the moment. And if it has meaning for you, then take that meaning in and have, however you would like to, relationship with what has happened. On the other hand, it's important that if anything comes to you that's negative, that's ugly, that is destructive in particular, you banish it. You have plenty of time to know negativity in your own life, in your own psyche. And I don't mean that somebody shows up in your dreams and says, Joe Jones, who you work with, is stealing money out of your purse. Okay, fine. Pay attention to that. Look at your purse. Figure out if money is being stolen from your purse. Fine. However, if something shows up and says the end of the world is coming and you are going to die tomorrow, I would not pay so much attention to that, only because the way that it has come to you is meant to frighten you. And most of us can be reached in terms of gaining our attention without scaring the living daylights out of us. So I would just say to something like that, you know what, you might have a message for me, but come tell me in a different way, because this way does not work for me. And if it's important, I will come back. I will come to you. My mother died when I was 4. Around 10 years old, playing in the driveway of my grandmother, I watched a woman walk by, a woman who looked like my mother, and I thought it was actually her, passing by to see me. I thought I made the vision up then. I was excited by the encounter, but still I felt I made it up. Is this something I can understand or even benefit from? Well, I always say, if that was your mother, then pure love ever returns in some way, that the tenderness of love will not leave a child stranded. We only need eyes to see and ears to hear, to sense when love is near us. I would say that if you were 10 years old, which is the time when children begin to move from a more limerent world, a world of imagination, into the concrete world where people say, you must be linear, everything must be factual, at least factual according to the overculture, I would say, first of all, that you saw what you saw. Period, the end, no argument. And I have no doubt that your mother will come to visit you. I'll come to see how you are doing and let you see her in whichever form that you could recognize and that you were excited. All that makes sense. But then something happened. Maybe in an instant or maybe in an hour or in a day. Maybe you were already over-acculturated so much by age 10 that you said, oh no, I must have made that up. No one will believe me. And as you know, children become socialized as they learn the difference between telling the truth, as the world knows truth, and telling a lie the way the world knows lies. So a lot of little children go through that stage where their parents say, now, is that the truth or is that a story you're making up? Is that real? Or is that something you imagined? And the parents are trying to help the child live in the overculture, the mundane reality. However, it can also signal to the child that anything imaginable is made up. Anything perceived is made up rather than real. And of course, many, many things are real. And not all of them conform with consensual culture's idea of what constitutes quote-unquote real. So I think your question is a good one. Is this something I can understand and benefit from? Very interesting, I think. I would ask for a dream about this event, and I would ask, could you clarify this for me, please? Is there something more to this for me? And in the meantime, I would be thrilled if you would take to heart what your little girl's heart at 10 years old experienced. I think that's very beautiful. That your mother will come to see her little daughter. Ever since I was 23 years old, young, a wolf comes to me, appears especially during difficult or dangerous times, or times when there will be great changes in my life. Please explain. The wolf does not feel dangerous, but like a guide. Well, again, I would say that you know the answer to this. I think you do. The fact that you know that the wolf doesn't feel dangerous but like a guide tells me that you already know the answer to this question. And as you know, as I know too, it's so helpful when people will validate what we already know. It is like the final baking of the cake, so that it's done all the way through. So then the next question would be something like, so now the guide has shown up. Let's say they walk in the door right now, and the wolf says, I'm here to guide you. And what do you say? Do you say, oh, how nice? Or do you say, let's go out into the night? Or do you say, where are we going? Or why are you here? What called you here? How have I summoned you? And I would suggest you ask all those things and see. Sometimes some people sit down with a piece of paper, and I think this works for many people. They draw a line down the middle of the paper vertically, and on the left side, they ask their question. Why are you here? What have I done to summon you? And then on the right side, they write down whatever they might sense in that moment is the answer, what they feel, what they hear, what they see, or what thought comes to mind as a result of asking. And then they write all that down, and they keep doing that, call and response, back and forth and back and forth. And at first it might look like, like, wolf, why do you come here? Did you hear me call? On the other side might say, this isn't really real. And then you go back and you say, wolf, why did you call me to you here? Which of us called who? How is it? And then you might write on the other side, this is really silly. I'm making this all up. Well, what will happen is if you keep going, you'll exhaust the ego and all of its smart aleck responses. It's your ego that's interfering and saying those things. You might say the Council of Apes has a hold of your pen. And it says the same thing to everybody. It's incredibly unoriginal. It's like when people fight with each other, husband, wife, lover, child, a parent. They all say the same things. They do. There's very little original about argument. However, the point of exhausting the ego until you get down to the core, you will gain the responses that elucidate the situation and enlighten you. You will. You just go ahead and see. You will. All my life I have messages that just appear as thoughts. Nothing more, just thoughts. What might I do in order to listen and trust more? Well, For starters, stop saying nothing more than just thoughts. Nothing more than just thoughts. Powerful. My goodness, think of it. Think of falling in love. I love you. Oh my God, it's a powerful thought. Ooh, that right there, that rock, I must pick it. Oh, this rock seems to have a ruby in it. What a powerful thought I had to pick a thought is powerful. And also, incidentally, prayer is thought. Powerful, powerful thinking. So thought has two very profound meanings. One is that thought is prayer, as I said, and the other is that when people ask me how to pray, I say, think. Think thoughts. Think. The moment you think, you're praying. Think thoughts that are prayerful thoughts, that are praise or supplication or gratitude, and you're praying. The other thing is that thought, certain kinds of thought, sudden thought, first thought, right thought, is intelligence often that's coming from somewhere that isn't in your own little tiny brain. You have a mind that is beyond the brain, and that isn't necessarily where your primary focus is at the moment is in your brain, but there's another intelligence that seems to be broadcasting through your own neurology. It's a lot like if you've ever gone shopping, you find this beautiful yellow sweater. You know, there are lots of colors of yellow that look kind of sad, but there's a certain color of yellow and a certain range of yellows that are very sunshiny and beautiful. Or maybe you find that, and it's just a color that actually makes you look well instead of sick. It doesn't make you look like a lemon. It doesn't drain all the color out of your skin, all your rosy color. And then you look at the price tag and you go, oh, I don't know, it's too much money. And you decide no. And then the next day you say to yourself, no, really, I could afford that. And you go back and it's not there any longer. So this is how the wind comes. Like, remember the Sibyl we talked about from Greek mythology, who stands at the edge of her cave, and the wind comes and scatters the oak leaves that she's written upon. On people, gather them up and read them. Well, when you have thoughts that come to you, and you don't follow through on them, or you don't hold them as honorable thoughts or thoughts that have value, they scatter. They go away. Someone else takes them up, perhaps. I don't know. Maybe thoughts travel. Maybe they knock at the door and they go, will you let me in? If you don't let them in, maybe they travel on to the next person, until someone finally lets them in. That certainly would explain a lot of morphic resonance of ideas. But it is one of these things that if you practice to listen to your thoughts and pick them up and follow them and make that your practice, then you will learn. You will learn so much. Practice means fastening yourself to a greater idea than yourself and practicing being close to it. In this case, it would be valuing your thoughts. So you have an idea of what you're wanting to be close to. Always suggest, of course, that people long to be close to the great heart of love, to Creator, to the Sacred Heart, to the Immaculate Heart, to anything that might be personal just to you by name, that matters to you greatly. And then you practice saying, I'm acting, thinking in response to the Sacred Heart. I'm practicing in response to wanting to be near the Immaculate Heart, of listening to these thoughts that are being given to me. So these messages that appear to you, they are important, and thought is most definitely a vehicle, a vessel, a carrier, a container, and most often a gift even that is wrapped in beautiful wrapping with a bow on top. So untie the bow. I'll see what's inside that thought. Will you speak about dreams that seem to foreshadow the future? I dreamt that my close friend died the night that he actually died without knowing he had passed. People speak about ley lines on the earth, L-E-Y, that indicate magnetic patterns or electrical patterns in the earth. And I think people have something like ley lines between themselves and others that they have a connection to. And not necessarily even people that we're attracted to or attached to exactly, at least not at the moment, but for some reason we have a line to them in some way. And I don't find it remarkable that we can know unusual things that aren't actually a part of day-to-day life or are not right before us. Factually, I think that, again, I will want to know, how is this useful? That how can I memorialize this, that my friend has passed, and the way that I learned about it? How can I create out of this? What shall I do to notice this unusual way of being told? That this notion or this idea comes to me about this person. What's being asked of me, down to earth? How am I being asked to engage? Those are the kind of questions I would ask or recommend. They're really literally like journalistic questions, like who, what, why, where, and when, and how am I attached to this person? What is the meaning of this? And the dreams or waking visions that people have that presage danger to are precognitive dreams sometimes that I always encourage people to act on, to check them out. If you dream or have a vision that someone is hurt or needing you, or there's no harm in writing to them in fast email, picking up the telephone, calling them, driving over to their house, however you communicate. I'll say, are you okay? I'm not necessarily telling them you just dreamt that, they have 14 swords through their left hand or something else. But just checking it out, because sometimes it is knowledge that is real. Sometimes. And that you may be able to help. The worst thing that could happen, of course, is that people would say, I'm perfectly fine, what's wrong with you? And you just say, I just wondered how you were. And you leave it be at that. And if they say, oh my God, are you having premonitions? I think the most important thing to say is no. I've dreamed so many different things, and I thought maybe I should, ask you how you're doing. But no, there's nothing there. Because there isn't. You have no idea. When we have no idea, we might have little blips on the radar of this, that, and the other that might be true in that very moment, and the very next moment is no longer true. That energy and time has passed and created something new for that other person. So just be at peace. I think that was beautiful that you had that dream about your close friend. Could you speak about what I call frustration dreams, such as trying to make a phone call for help and being unable to, or trying to drive or run somewhere and you can't, or you are lost? Well, I'll say yes, those are, first of all, very common dreams. And they're actually, each of them is one of the top 10 most common kinds of dreams that all human beings dream. And the place to look would be, with regard to understanding such dreams, is first of all, your own associations to the elements of the dream, what the nouns in them, especially in the verbs, mean to you, so that you would say, what does it mean to me? What do I think of? What do I feel? What do I remember? What images do I see when I think of trying to run and not being able to run? What images, ideas, memories, images come to me when I think of trying to make a phone call for help and I can't for some reason? What do I think of when I think of phone and phone call? What is that about? It will lead you into probably a process that's going on in your own life right now. A dream is attempting to give you some unconscious information about it. And you might even act out the dream, and maybe even have your friends help you, and so that when you lift up the phone, they put it down. You lift it up, they put it down, as if you're not allowed to make the call. I see what rises up in the feeling state inside of you and amplify that. And then maybe they will give you this feeling state, will give you information about what this dream is about. You can almost entirely count on that it will bring you some kind of interesting piece of information about something you hadn't quite realized, and that applies to your real life. The life that you're living, or the life you want to live, or the life you've left. So these frustration dreams are often showing a blockage of some sort, and it's often self-imposed, or something that might be going on, how they call objectively, meaning in the outer world, that you don't realize that there's somebody conniving or somebody who's actually behind your back saying things that are not helping you go forward. That's more rare, but it does certainly occur in dreams like these. They are little pieces of intelligence that say, you need to also look outside yourself and see, is there anybody who's kind of acting like a brujo with you, a witch, a witch with you? And if so, then do what is necessary to either circumvent or, like water, flow around, under, or through. So can the psyche hold the trauma that is from previous generations? That's the next question. That is to say, I feel I hold trauma from my Depression-era grandparents with the concept of scarcity. It feels like it's in my cellular memory. Is this possible? I would say yes. The collective unconscious is the idea that we inherited the evolutionary memories, circumstances of all that has gone before us, and not just in our own familial lines, but even larger than that. in our heritage lines and even in our lines as humankind. So the idea that you could carry forward, especially in sensitive people, empathic people, and the people that I call sensitives, they often feel things that others do not feel. They register on a very fine scale. So yes, it's very possible. And if you are a sensitive and you are a person whose whole neurology has the ability to capture thought patterns, perceptions, nuances in yourself and in others, then you can pick up things accidentally, not only in family lines, but also with other people who you bypass just in the store. So, of course, the person who is a true empath has to learn to protect themselves from acting like a magnet, picking up every single piece of scrap metal as it goes by. On the other hand, you might say these troubles or these challenges that might come from several generations previous in your life, these are also called introjects in psychology. It means that someone else's thought system that they either tell you or you overhear or they repeat to you or somehow very nuanced and subtly is suggested to you, that you suddenly take it in and it becomes yours as though you are living it. And yes, that most certainly can happen. You could say that we have generational wounds. I always say this is true. I come from a refugee family. I was war-torn, a family of deportees, refugees and immigrants. Was raised with them, even though I was born here. And I would say most definitely that anyone raised in a family of refugees or immigrants or deportees carries the generational wounds of those people. You cannot but do that because of your closeness to them and your love of them. So when we look into the lives of people who are first and second generation Americans, you often see in those born here, wherever we live, that they are carrying some of the same hypervigilances, the same kinds of crouches and bowing to, too much bowing to, that those previous generations enacted also. And in many ways, I have to say, I think that's holy, to carry the wound of a previous generation that has not yet been healed. It's your chance, our work, to be the stalwarts of the family bloodlines of humanity, to at last, hopefully, insofar as we can, to clear the wound, to clean it out, to put the medicine in the wound, to heal it, in many cases that means to learn to live with it, to learn to create in it, through it, about what happened once long ago, and to not carry it further into future generations to wound them, unless there's some very good reason for that. So, yes, the answer is yes. Yes, you can hold the trauma from previous generations. And as always, add to your generational quilt. We're all making a quilt, so to speak. Piece together what is good from the generations and mend the squares to the best of your ability and turn the ones that are worn out to the other side. And add beauty and enduring threads and squares wherever you can. And this is the way, I think, to come to terms with the generational wounds. You speak about the potential we have to be muddy angels, human beings through whom angels and angelic acts can flow. How do I cultivate my muddy angel self? Well, first, don't hold yourself away from anything that's messy. Life tends to be messy. And relationships are often messy, and our thought systems are often messy, and so are institutions. And nothing is clarified completely as first, but helping people, reaching toward people often means you have to go through some murk and maybe even sewage sometimes, your own and theirs too, from those mostly, not the ones you're helping, but those who want to be helped or who can understand or perceive the help. Then you will see the angelic actually on all sides. Don't be afraid of anything that's earthy. And I would say that the things that draw us most to help are often muddy. They are not all cleaned up. They are not all spiffy and shiny. They're often the one that has the, little limp and is crippled here or there. The thing that is half drowned. And those are the things that we're drawn to, that would increase, I think, the angelic to come to our sides to help. You mentioned that we are members of the tribe of the Sacred Heart. What advice do you have for those of us who have trouble finding our tribal members? Well, first of all, I want to say your tribe is right here. It's right here with us. Anyone who has a heart for the creative life, for the soul, the Immaculate Heart, the Sacred Heart, the Scar Clan, that's your tribe. And that's a lot of people on this earth, a lot. You're not without a tribe. They're everywhere. How can there be so much pain when we all have sacred hearts? Well, see, this heart, the Sacred Heart is not portrayed like the Valentine's, on Valentine's Day with the little cherubs, and they're all carrying the nice little red heart that is all perfectly symmetrical. And so this Sacred Heart, like the one I'm wearing, I'll wear this every day, was about 2.5 inches oval, and it's all crocheted with red embroidery floss all the way around the outside edge of it, by my grandmother. I've had this since I was a little girl. And on the front side is the Sacred Heart, and it is a crown of thorns around the heart, and some blood drops, but fire shooting out of the top of the Sacred Heart. And in other words, despite the wounding, the fire continues straight up out of the wounded heart. Fire, creative fire, the fire of love, the fire of mercy, the fire of reconciliation. That's the Sacred Heart. And I'd agree with you that on Earth, it appears that this is the hard lesson planet, the learning planet. I agree. We find our meaning by remaining ensouled, not unsouled, but ensouled, remaining close to Spirit. We're never able to make perfect. Not our lives, not anyone else's either, but we can help immensely. That we'll have the ability to be in the medial position that always has hope and brings the most amazing, interesting things from the dark in order to help to mend and to create in the overculture that we all live in. It isn't true that only some people have hurts and only some people have foibles. We all do. It's like a sun. It's the learning planet. But the Sacred Heart is the heart that has been tested. And it still flames with all that is great in it. Without community, without a loving creative container, I find it so hard to let myself out. And yet it seems like I need to let my creative self out in order to meet the tribe. Do you have a prayer for that? Well, again, you do have a community. And you know, it might be like the signals in the air, you know, like we were talking about earlier. It might be the internet, for instance. There are lots of ways to have community that are not necessarily fingertip to fingertip, although that's very dear also. And I'd also look into starting your own community where you live, calling a group of people together and seeing who comes. Now call them all. I know we all have like a leftover sort of fear of inviting people to the birthday party and maybe they won't come, or inviting someone to the dance and maybe they'll say no. But this is different. Like minds tend to gravitate to like minds. Souls that are above the surface tend to gravitate to other souls that are also above the surface. So make the call and see who comes, and always call more than you actually might be able to hold, because, as you know, some people, it's busy, disinterested, not their tribe really. They fall away, they come for a while, they go away. So, but the majority will stay together. They will create a core, because they're all, in a way, handpicked by you to begin with. Then probably the only thing that needs to be the common denominator is that they are loving people, that they are loving. Are they loving toward others? Are they non-judgmental? All others, not just their own, but others. If they are, then you will have a beautiful community. And even if people are like halfway there, good. Bring them in, and soon they will progress, and they will be even more so. Because like, as we talked about with mirror neurons, produces like. What we see in others that is good, if we have proximity to them, we tend to become that also. So the other thing is that I would say, I'll make you a prayer right now. So we're together now. Okay, so here's a prayer for you. Please remind me that people are waiting for my work, that I make them suffer even more by withholding it. Thus, please help me to create in all mercy toward others, for I've been given everything I need to be one who awakens myself and others through how I live, how I work, and not so much even in the doing, but in the being. Isn't it true that all of life, even the withered vine, comes back by the scent of water alone? That's what I have said throughout this series of Mother Night. And now that we're at the end of the series, I would say to you, over you, on you and with you, this prayer that I've written called The Scent of Water Alone. It goes this way. Wherever the land is dry and hard, you could be the water. You could be the blade disking the earth open. Or you could be the acequia, the ditch that carries the water from the river to the flower fields. Or you could be the just engineer mapping the dams that must be taken down, or those which would serve the venerable all instead of only the very few. Or you could be the battered vessel for carrying the water by hand. Or you could be the one who stores the water, protects it, blesses it, or pours it out. Or you could be the tired ground that receives it. Or you could be the scorched seed that drinks it. Or you could be the wild, green growing vine, growing overland in all your wild audacity. And now, as we bring our time of questions and answers to an end, I would like to tell you about the question I'm asked most often when I travel on tour. How do I know where my real work is? How do I know if I'm doing it? And I always like to tell people to not forget, to remember that their sharpened senses from standing in the medial point are the most creative senses that they carry. And that through the sharpening of those senses that might have been harmed in some way long ago, the sharpest sense left to all of us is to still strive to see goodness despite all else. That's the glimmering proof that the child heart of the animating spirit is still alive. And in terms of the question, how do I know my true work? I would like to read you a poem I wrote about finding my own place after a struggle, trying to find the place where I belonged best and according to my gifts and according to my calling. It's called I Am Not Needed There. I am not needed. There are enough scholars arguing both or all sides of everything. I always laugh when I hear about equal time, as though there are only two sides. There are thousands of sides to everything. I'm not needed there. There are enough etymologists. There are others who use the beautiful words like nosology and tautology and eschatology and exegesis and omphiloi, not to mention syzygy. Even though only 5,000 people worldwide know what those words really mean, but I'm not needed there. There are ever so many beautiful singers whose voices are sweet or clear or powerful, and though I love to heal in their voices playing on my bones, I'm not needed there either. There are more than enough people busy stirring the pot, taking the high road, knowing all shortcuts, calling more cooks to supervise the broth, adding more coals to the fire. There are more than enough who spin evolutionary ideas, who add more to the heap, who fill everything that needs filling, and who are emptying all things they believe are in dire need of emptying. There are enough rolling stones, I've noticed, enough birds in bushes, though far fewer in hand, and yet there are enough of all of these. I am not needed there. But down at the back of the small house at dusk, leaning over the great stone sharpening wheel, my old broken shoes fitted to the rusty pedals, I can make my legs go forever. I press the steel blade of every dull knife, not hard against hard, but tender against the stone, just right, against this spinning wheel. I make fly everywhere in the night showers of sparks, little fires that catch often enough, just right, on various dry old tears, old useless memories that have nothing left to teach me, now just stacked as crisp papers in some attic under hairline soffits in the cornices of my heart. This sharpening wheel in its fire sets ablade whatever is needing warmth. On it burns away whatever is no longer needed. Here I'll have found my place. Here I am needed at this great stone wheel that cannot turn by itself, but only by the bones and blood, the hands and the legs that can hold to it, working long into the night, tiring, resting, coming back once more. Fire. Give me more fire. Again and again.